Chapter 1574. Alright, that's your choice. I'll keep you by my side from now on. Yun Luofeng raised his hand and helped Huang Yingying up. His voice was evil and calm. Huang Yingying was delighted. To be honest, she was already prepared to be rejected. Who knew that Yun Luofeng would actually accept? Miss, to get to the Beast Continent we have to go through the Northern Continent. I'm worried that the people in the Northern Continent might not let us pass. Every city gate in the Northern Continent was guarded. If they wanted to pass through the Northern Continent, they had to go through the city gates. If the Northern Continent was not willing to let them pass, they would have to use force. Otherwise, they would not be able to get to the Beast Continent. Why is the Northern Continent not willing to let us pass? Even if she had enmity with Ling Chan from the Northern Continent, he couldn't have posted her portrait at the city gates just to prevent them from passing. The Ghost Emperor should know about this. The Beast Continent is different from the other continents. In the Beast Continent, most of the people are spiritual beasts. There are very few humans. Moreover, the Beast Clan likes to attack humans. As such, the relationship between the other continents and the Beast Continent is not good. However, the Beast Continent is the most powerful of all the continents. A territory established by spiritual beasts, to be able to stand firm against so many humans, one could imagine the power of the Beast Continent. As such, the city gate between the Beast Continent and the Beast Continent is heavily guarded. The humans in the Beast Continent can come out, but they will not let any humans in. I don't think that the people in the Northern Continent would be so kind as to prevent humans from going to the Beast Continent. Yun Luofeng asked slowly. Huang Yingying shook her head helplessly. Miss, humans are greedy. The spiritual beasts in the Beast Continent are all very powerful. Most of the spiritual beasts have already swallowed the man transformation fruit and turned into humans. To humans, this is a treasure that they can only dream of. As such, for many years, humans have always wanted to enter the Beast Continent and form contracts with the spiritual beasts to fight for them. At this point, Huang Yingying's voice became cautious. However, in the end, those humans instead submitted to the spiritual beasts, allowing the Beast Continent to become more and more powerful. Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow. Why? This? Huang Yingying pursed her lips. It's said that those spiritual beasts that transform into humans are all extremely beautiful. And they're even more beautiful than humans. There's also the Fox clan that's skilled in seductive arts that bewitches those men until they're willing to abandon their humanity and become their spiritual beast slaves. In order to prevent the number of strong warriors in the continent from decreasing, all the continents unanimously decided to forbid any strong warriors from entering the Beast Continent. Hence, the Beast Continent became a place where one could only leave but not enter. But any strong martial artists who left the Beast Continent would be monitored by the major powers, to ensure that they would not be brainwashed by the Beast Clan. As for those weak humans who wanted to leave the Beast Continent, as soon as he left, he was secretly killed by the experts of the North Continent. How did you enter the Beast Continent at that time? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and looked at Yun Xiao as he asked with a smile that was not a smile. The place that the wormhole reaches is the Beast Continent. What about the people who were monitoring you after you left the Beast Continent? Dead? Yun Xiao's words were simple and shocking. Yun Luofeng stroked his chin with his finger. I don't know how Hong Luan managed to enter the Beast Continent, but I know that I must enter the Beast Continent. Yun Xiao, Huang Yingying, let's set off today. The earlier we go, the less danger Hong Luan will encounter. Chapter 1575. On the street. It was as noisy as before. Yun Luofeng and the others had just stepped out of the inn when they met the haunting Ling Shuang. He stared straight at Huang Yingying with undisguised adoration. Yingying, don't throw a tantrum. Come back with me. Father has already promised me that he won't stop us. Huang Yingying laughed coldly. Do you think I will believe you? How could such a snobbish person accept me? Yingying, it doesn't matter if my father accepts you or not. As long as you come back with me, I will marry you. Ling Shuang's gaze was urgent. He stepped forward to pull Huang Yingying. Huang Yingying moved to the side and dodged his hand. Her lips curled into a cold smile. Why should I believe a man without courage like you? After saying this, Huang Yingying did not look at Ling Shuang again. She stood respectfully behind Yun Luofeng. Miss, we don't have to care about him. We can continue. Miss. Ling Shuang's eyes were filled with shock. He looked at Yun Luofeng in astonishment. His expression did not look too good. Yingying, you're a servant? Huang Yingying was just a servant? Impossible. Based on Huang Yingying's temperament, how could she be someone else's servant? Even if she was just a young lady, her father might not stop her. Why was she just a servant? Humph. Huang Yingying's gaze changed from disappointment to disgust. As expected, the people of the North Continent Prefecture were all so powerful. Why did she have to keep thinking about him? Miss. Ling Shuang's eyes flashed a few times and she slowly walked in front of Yun Luofeng. She cupped her fists and said, I know you are Yingying's master. I wonder if you are willing to help me with something? I want you to accept Yingying as your sworn sister. This way I can persuade my father. He did not know Yun Luofeng's identity, but looking at her temperament, even if she was not the young lady of a first-rate family, she would be at least second-rate. Even if this identity was not compatible with the North Continent Prefecture, at least there was a glimmer of hope. Yun Zhao's cold eyes gradually turned towards Ling Shuang. His eyes filled with a strong murderous intent. This aura made Ling Shuang's body tremble. However, in order to marry Huang Yingying, he still looked at Yun Luofeng with determination. Yun Luofeng laughed. Why should I help you? Miss, you're not helping me, you're helping yourself. Ling Shuang's expression was a little unhappy. If I marry Yingying, she'll be the young madam of the North Continent's Continent Master's mansion. Your status will rise as well. This is a very worthwhile deal. If it wasn't for Yingying, he definitely wouldn't say a word to this blind woman. North Continent Prefecture? Yun Luofeng tilted his head, his evil eyes revealing a hint of a smile. That's right. Ling Shuang held his head high and puffed out his chest. I'm the young master of the North Continent Prefecture. At this moment Ling Shuang was waiting for Yun Luofeng's shock and fawning. If anyone else had the opportunity to see someone from the Continent Lord's mansion, they would immediately kneel down and hug their thighs without exception. But facing the arrogant Ling Shuang, the evil smile on Yun Luofeng's lips became even more pronounced. I only know that there is a Ling Chan in the North Continent Prefecture. This Ling Chan betrayed Hong Luan and wanted to pester her endlessly. In the end he suffered retribution. Ling Shuang's body stiffened. He raised his head in shock, his startled gaze landing on Yun Luofeng. This woman knew Hong Luan? Even Huang Yingying, who was standing at the side, was stunned. Chapter 1576. She had stayed in the northern continent for so long, but did not know that Hong Luan and Ling Chan had such a relationship. In reality, Ling Chan had lost all face in the eastern continent, so how could he continue to be a topic of conversation? As such, he had ordered for all news to be sealed, so that Huang Yingying would not know about the relationship between the two of them. Wait. Seeing that Yun Luofeng and the others were about to leave, Ling Shuang became anxious, and subconsciously raised his head to grab Yun Luofeng's arm. At this moment, the grim-faced man in black glanced at him coldly and spat out a word from his thin lips. Scram. Poochie. Ling Shuang's body flew out and landed in the inn. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his handsome face was pale. He wanted to stand up, but felt as if his body was being crushed by a mountain, and could only watch as Yun Luofeng and the others left. Northern Continent. Continent Lord's mansion. Ling Chan furiously swept the tea on the table to the ground, and angrily yelled, Scram, all of you, scram! The servants were so scared that they did not even dare to say a word, and hurriedly left. Suddenly the sound of footsteps could be heard. Ling Chan was about to explode again, but after seeing the man who had stepped into the room, he swallowed his words and his face was still ashen. Humph! Didn't you go to find your beloved woman? What? You've returned home? Ling Shuang tightly clenched his fists. Big brother, do you know a woman in white? Woman in white? At that moment, a beautiful face appeared in Ling Chen's mind. It was the same face that made him grit his teeth in hatred. Why do you ask? When I went to find Yingying, I found out that she was only a servant, and her master seemed to be related to Hong Luan. Hong Luan? Ling Chen suddenly raised his head, and stared at the handsome man standing in front of him. Yun Luofeng, is it really that damned woman? Ling Shuang looked down. Big brother, do you know who Yun Luofeng is? He's just an insignificant person. He only dared to act like a tyrant because he caught Hong Wuan's eye. Ling Chun fiercely gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with viciousness. Ling Shuang was disappointed. He sighed. I originally thought that she should be a young miss of an aristocratic family, so I planned to force her to acknowledge Yingying as her younger sister and help Yingying get rid of her status as a slave. Unfortunately, her status is very low, so how could she help Yingying? Ling Chun fell silent. After a while, a vicious look flashed in his eyes. If you want to marry Huang Yingying, it's very simple. I have a way. The prerequisite is that you help me kill that woman, Yun Luofeng. Ling Shuang was a little surprised. Help you? How can I help you? Humph, don't think that I don't know that when my body became ill, my father had gradually handed over the power of the Continent Lord's mansion to you. Now that my father is not in the Continent Lord's mansion, you have the right to mobilize the masters in the mansion. I want you to send those people to kill her. Ling Shuang's expression was extremely awkward. Big brother father is also. You don't have to explain to me. It doesn't matter if I don't become the young master of the North Continent. What I want to do is to kill Yun Luofeng. Ling Chen's fingers dug into his flesh, causing blood to flow out. However, he did not feel anything. After you help me, I'll give you an idea. This idea can make father agree to you too. Ling Shuang thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right, big brother, I'll do as you say. Chapter 1577. At this moment, on the streets of the northern continent, a beautiful scene unwittingly attracted everyone's attention. A man and a woman were walking in the middle of the street. The woman's clothes were whiter than snow, and her beauty could topple cities. Her face was slightly demonic, and her pitch-black eyes seemed to glow. The man standing beside her was handsome and cold. His black clothes were like a hawk in the night, dangerous and sharp. Logically speaking, Huang Yingying could be considered a rare beauty, but standing behind these two people, she seemed to be overshadowed. Stop! At the city gate, the two guards immediately blocked their path when they saw the group of people walking towards them. The road to the Beast Continent is in front. Without the orders of the Continent Lord, no one is allowed to pass. The guards' expressions were cold, and they were as unmoving as a mountain. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and looked at Yun Xiao with a smile. Leave these people to me. How about it? All right. Boom. As soon as Yun Xiao spoke, the ground beside Yun Luofeng trembled. Shortly after, a tattered puppet appeared beside Yun Luofeng. Yun Yi, kill anyone who dares to stop us. Kill without mercy. These three words were domineering and incomparably arrogant. Yun Yi expressionlessly charged towards the two guards. With a boom, his fist punched out, and the guards at the city gate were immediately sent flying, their bodies heavily smashing against the city gate. Who is so bold as to come to our northern continent to cause trouble? Boom! Suddenly, a powerful force descended from the void. Not long after, an elder tore through the void and quickly arrived, standing in front of Yun Luofeng. At the same time, the sound of footsteps came from behind. Shortly after, an army surrounded Yun Luofeng and the others. Yun Luofeng, you've really worn out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. I never thought that you would dare to come to our northern continent's territory, ha ha ha. Arrogant and sinister laughter fell into Yun Luofeng's ears like leaves blown by the wind. The army spread out, and in that instant Ling Chun and Ling Shuang walked out from behind the army, arrogantly walking in front of Yun Luofeng and the others. Ling Shuang immediately saw Huang Yingying standing behind Yun Luofeng and hurriedly said, Yingying, hurry and come to my side. I will protect you from harm. Faced with Ling Shuang's urgency, Huang Yingying sneered, and a mocking smile appeared on her lips. She simply turned her head and no longer looked at Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang was both angry and anxious. She really did not understand why Huang Yingying was so stubborn. She would rather be a servant than be the young madam of the Continent Lord's manor? Everyone. Ling Chun turned to look at the crowd, a sinister light in his eyes. This girl called Huang Yingying was ordered by someone to seduce my little brother and steal the treasures of the Continent Lord's residence. Very few people knew about Ling Chen's experiences in the Eastern Continent, so in the eyes of most people, Ling Chun still had a good character. Hearing Ling Chen's words, everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Such a beautiful little girl was actually a thief? And she even risked her life to come to the Continent Lord's residence to steal? Big brother, what do you mean by that? Ling Shuang's expression completely changed. That's clearly not what you promised me before. Ling Chun curled his lips. Second brother, I'm doing this for your own good. I don't want you to sink into depravity because of a little servant girl. Moreover, these elders here also don't want you to make such a mistake. Chapter 1578. Even though the Continent Lord had passed power to Ling Shuang, as the future mistress of the Continent Lord's residence, how could a servant girl take on the role? As such, facing Ling Shuang's pleading gaze, the elders acted as if they did not see it. Humph, such a daring thief deserves to die. The gray-robed elder coldly snorted, looking down at Yun Luofeng and the others. Plus, you dared to attack someone from the northern continent, so you deserve to die. Elder. Ling Shuang's lips were pale, his body trembled, and his face was filled with pain. He regretted it. He regretted trusting Ling Chan and summoning the clan's elders. Who knew that Ling Chan would not even let Ying Ying off? Second brother. Ling Chan sighed and walked to Ling Shuang's side, patting him on the shoulder. I'll tell you the truth. Everything I've said is backed up by evidence. Huang Yingying really did steal from the Northern Continent Palace. Otherwise, why do you think father wouldn't allow you two to be together? Ling Shuang shook his head. Impossible, Yingying is not that kind of person. Hearing this, Ling Chan subconsciously looked at the gray-robed elder. This gray-robed elder had the most authority in the Northern Continent Prefecture, so his words were more trustworthy. Young master is right. Huang Yingying did indeed steal from the Northern Continent Prefecture. The great elder's voice was hoarse as he slowly spoke. Ling Shuang would be the person in charge of the Northern Continent Prefecture. As such, in order to avoid future revenge, they could only slander Huang Yingying. Huang Yingying was dumbfounded. Her eyes widened in shock, as if she did not expect these people to frame her. Yingying, tell me, is what they said true? Ling Shuang looked at Huang Yingying in pain, and asked with a trembling voice. Huang Yingying laughed mockingly. Although I don't want to marry you, I don't want to be a scapegoat. Ling Shuang, listen carefully. I did not take a single copper from your Northern Continent Prefecture. I'm also afraid that the stench from your copper will contaminate my hands. Haha. Ling Shuang laughed at himself. Yingying, how many times do you want to lie to me? I remember that you only told me that you went out alone to gain experience, but you didn't tell me that you were just a servant girl. He took a few steps back with a bitter taste in his mouth. If I had known that you were a maidservant, perhaps I wouldn't have fallen for you, and I wouldn't have been in such a difficult position. But why did you hide it from me? Ling Shuang had already been driven mad. He roared at Huang Yingying. He already felt that everything was Huang Yingying's fault. She had failed to live up to her infatuation. Huang Yingying's body was trembling. She was obviously furious. Suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder and pressed on her trembling shoulder, bringing some warmth to her ice-cold body. Yun Luofeng had a smile on his face as he glanced at Ling Shuang. I want to ask you a few questions. First, you keep saying that Huang Yingying lied to you, but have you ever asked about her identity? Second, they accused Huang Yingying of theft. Where's the evidence? Ling Shuang was shocked. He had indeed not asked about Huang Yingying's identity. That was because he never expected that Huang Yingying would be a maidservant. Feng Yun Xiao frowned slightly. The murderous intent in his cold voice intensified. Why waste time on these people? In other words, it was enough to get rid of them directly. Why waste time? Chapter 1579. At the city gates, a gale raged. A cold and austere aura filled the air, causing people to tremble. Ling Shuang's body froze as he stared at the man in black in fear. He did not know why, but this man gave him the feeling that he had come from hell. His entire body was filled with killing intent. Poochie. In the void, that gray-robed elder had yet to react when he saw Yun Zhao's cold eyes sweeping over. At the same time, it was as though an invisible sword had pierced through his body. With a boom, his body smashed down from the void. The entire street was silent. The crowd that had previously looked at Yun Zhao had already turned from their initial amazement to fear. In the end, they scattered like a flock of birds and quickly dispersed. They were afraid that if they continued to stay, they would become collateral damage. Soon, apart from the people from the Continent Lord's mansion, only Yun Luofeng and his group remained. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Ling Chen's forehead. His face was pale and his lips trembled. What do you want? If you really kill someone from the northern continent, you'll become enemies with the 7 continents. Are you sure you want to do this? The 7 continents were bound together for good or bad. No matter how much internal strife there was, they were still like 4 legs of a tripod. If one of the continents was attacked, the other continents would also become enemies with them. This was Ling Chen's last bit of confidence. Yun Luofeng's smile was lazy and evil. His evil eyes looked at Ling Chen's pale face. Will the northern continent let us go if we don't kill you? Ling Chen hurriedly nodded. That's right. If you let me go, we'll write off our grievances. Even if you have the eastern continent to back you up, don't forget that apart from the eastern continent, there are also the western continent, southern continent, central continent and spirit continent. He paused, then continued. Do you think that by allying with the eastern continent, you'll be able to oppose the 5 continents? That's right, there's also the sorcerer clan. Seeing that Yun Luofeng did not speak, Ling Chen's eyes flashed, and he continued to threaten. The sorcerer clan in the central continent is very powerful, and is comparable to the Continent Lord's mansion. As such, you'll be making enemies with 6 powerful forces. Sorcerer clan? Yun Luofeng laughed evilly. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed in the end. Ling Chen's eyes widened. At this moment there was a loud bang, and a black flame appeared under his feet, instantly covering his body. His heart-wrenching screams resounded throughout heaven and earth, causing one's hair to stand on end. Yun Xiao calmly retracted his hand. He just didn't like anyone threatening Yun Luofeng. Huang Yingying. Yun Luofeng looked up at Huang Yingying. This man. How do you want to deal with him? Huang Yingying's body trembled and she lowered her head. After a moment of silence, she looked up at Yun Luofeng. Miss, even though he trusted someone else, he didn't do anything to harm me. So I won't do anything to him. But since he wanted to harm you, miss, you should personally deal with him. Yingying. Ling Shuang's face paled. He didn't think that Huang Yingying would be so heartless that she didn't care about his life or death. Huang Yingying simply turned her head and didn't look at Ling Shuang anymore. She was afraid that if she looked at him again, she wouldn't be able to control herself. You need cripple Ling Shuang. As for the rest, kill them. This time, the northern continent had suffered heavy losses. Countless powerful elders had been killed, and of the 2 youths from the northern continent, one was dead and the other was injured. To the northern continent's continent lord, this was a heavy blow. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to recover even after a few decades. Chapter 1580. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng stretched lazily and rested his head on Yun Xiao's shoulder. The corners of his lips curled into an angle as he said, I'm tired. Then rest for a while. We'll reach the beast continent in a while. Yun Xiao lowered his eyes and looked at the young girl on his shoulder. He lifted his arms and lifted her up. With a swoosh, his figure quickly broke through the city gates and leapt into the sky. Their long hair fluttered in the wind. Their white dresses and black robes fluttered in the air. They were as beautiful as a painting. Huang Yingying blinked in surprise. Just as she was about to chase after Yun Luofeng, she saw Yun Luofeng lowering his eyes to look at the puppet below. Then, Yuni carried Huang Yingying and rushed towards Yun Luofeng and the others at lightning speed. As a puppet, he naturally could not fly in the air. However, he did not know fatigue and ran at lightning speed on the ground. Huang Yingying, who was carried on his shoulder, nearly fainted as she saw stars. As one of the main cities of the Beast Continent, the Beast City was bustling with activity. There were birds and beasts galloping through the streets. Such a scene could not be seen in the other continents. At this moment within the Beast City, the beasts who were walking in the city suddenly saw 2 men and 2 women walking into the city. They could not help but stop in their tracks. The 2 people walking in front were exceptionally outstanding. The man was handsome and cool, while the woman was devastatingly beautiful. Even the Fox clan, who were known for their beauty, could not compare to these 2. Quick, hurry and report to Her Highness, there are more humans coming. The Beast City was different from the other continents. The main cities of the other continents were all in the central zone. Only this Beast City was the first city one had to pass upon entering the Beast Continent. However, The Beast Continent did not have a Continent Lord's office. Instead, it was established by the various clans of the Beast Clan. For example, this Beast City was occupied by the most barbaric of the legendary Leopard Clan. Her Highness the princess that they spoke of was the eldest daughter of the Leopard King. It was said that the princess of the Leopard Clan was unreasonable and loved handsome men. Any man that caught her I would not be able to escape her clutches. Except a few days ago, a man that she had taken a liking to had been snatched away by her younger sister. As she could not harm her own clan, she could only swallow her resentment. Da-da-da. The sound of footsteps came from the front of the street. Yun Xiao, who was chatting with Yun Luofeng, unconsciously furrowed his sword-like eyebrows. He looked coldly at the army that was quickly approaching. In front of the army was an extremely beautiful woman with a wild nature. She held a javelin in her hand and her chest was bare. Her domineering eyes swept over the handsome man in black robes and a hint of greed flashed in her eyes. She had seen many humans, but this was the only one with such exquisite looks. Even the fox man who had been snatched away by his younger sister couldn't compare to this man. Hey! Thinking of this, the beautiful woman raised her chin and said in a domineering manner, "From now on you are mine. Apart from me, no other women are allowed to appear by your side. So, guards." Her voice paused and she said coldly, "Kill all the women. As for the men, bring them all back. I don't like people who have polluted my man to still be alive in this world." Although Yuni looked ordinary and his body was riddled with scars, this man looked burly and powerful. His skills in bed should be pretty good. Chapter 1581. As for Yun Luofeng and Huang Yingying, the beautiful lady scoffed. She only wanted men. As a woman, she could not escape death. Furthermore, she would never allow any woman to lay a finger on her man. "Yes, Your Highness." In an instant, many Leopard Clan guards surrounded Yun Luofeng and the others. The javelins in their hands were aimed at their bodies. Yun Xiao pulled Yun Luofeng into his arms with his large hand. His cold gaze swept across the Leopard Clan guards surrounding them. A cold light flashed across his eyes and a murderous aura spread out, covering the entire street. Bang! Bang bang bang! No one saw how Yun Xiao made his move. The front row of Leopard Clan guards suddenly emitted the sound of an explosion. Then a mist of blood filled the air and the smell of blood filled their noses. The Leopard Princess's face darkened and she snorted coldly. "Foolish humans! In the Leopard Clan's territory, all you need to do is obey us. You even dared to kill my Leopard Clan guards. If it wasn't for your good looks, I would have dismembered you long ago. Big sister." Just at this moment, a cold voice rang out from behind. "You're snatching human men again." Yun Xiao had just raised his hand and a strong spiritual energy gradually formed in his hand. However, before he could make a move against the Leopard Clan princess, a lily-white hand suddenly landed on his hand and held it tightly. "Yun Xiao, don't make a move. Let's wait and see." The Beast Continent was very powerful. Otherwise, they would not have been unable to subdue it even after a few continents joined forces. Yun Luofeng did not know how powerful Yun Xiao was. Hence, she asked Yun Xiao to stop for now and wait and see. It would not be too late to make a move then. She was not a person who was willing to suffer losses. She would not act impulsively unless she had absolute confidence. "Why are you here?" The Leopard Clan princess turned to look at the young girl behind her. A look of disgust flashed across her eyes. This young girl bore some resemblance to the Leopard Clan princess. Unfortunately, there was a scar on her originally beautiful face, ruining her beauty. In the Beast Continent, which was famous for its beauties, she was indeed an oddity. "Big sister, feelings are supposed to be mutual. Why do you always try to seize him by force?" The young girl frowned as she questioned. "Humph." The Leopard Clan princess snorted coldly. "As long as this princess takes a fancy to someone, I won't let them off. Ainli, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, I won't be as easy to talk to as last time." Ainli smiled disapprovingly. "What if I insist on poking my nose into this matter? Then don't blame me for being rude." In the Panther clan, even though the eldest princess was the most beautiful and was doted on by the Panther king, the one with the greatest talent was still the little princess. Although the little princess was young, her strength was already on par with the first princess. Given time, she would be able to surpass her. Unfortunately, the little princess had lost her beauty many years ago. Otherwise, the little princess would definitely be the most popular woman in the Beast City. You! The eldest princess gritted her teeth in anger. Ely, I've already given you the man you fancied. If you try to snatch him from me again, don't blame me for complaining to my imperial father. Ely smiled and ignored the eldest princess. She slowly walked towards Yun Luofeng with a courteous and friendly smile on her face. Miss Yun, since you've come to our Beast City, you're our guest. I won't allow anyone to treat you rudely. Chapter 1582. Yun Luofeng frowned. This panther princess knew who she was? Yun Luofeng grew wary at the thought. Yun Xiao, who was next to him, shielded her in her arms and stared coldly at the young girl. Miss Yun, you don't have to be so nervous. I've heard about you from Hu Li. Hu Li? Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao looked at each other. Then at Ely. You know Hu Li? Hu Li he. Ely lowered her head shyly. Is my husband. Yun Luofeng froze on the spot like thunder. Hu Li had been missing for so long. Had he come to the Beast clan to become the emperor's son-in-law? Could it be that the man the two panther princesses were fighting over was Hu Li? My husband guessed that Miss Yun would come to the Beast continent. He drew a portrait of you and asked me to pay attention to you. So when I saw you just now, I couldn't help but step forward. Compared to the barbaric panther princess, this little princess's words were very comforting. Yun Luofeng paused, then said, I want to see Hu Li. All right, Miss Yun, please follow me. Ely bowed to Yun Luofeng with the Beast clan's etiquette, then turned and walked towards the palace. When she arrived in front of the eldest princess, she stopped in her tracks and her lips curled into a slight smile. Eldest sister, these people are my guests. I hope you can be more courteous. Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering our kinship. The princess trembled with anger. She clenched her fists tightly and glared at Ely angrily. This damned stinky girl, she was really making enemies with her in every way. Hu Li was one thing, but this man was so outstanding. She would never let him go. Ah! Suddenly, the princess felt a sharp pain on her face. It was so painful that she screamed. She held her cheek tightly, feeling the pain. Princess! The guard quickly walked to the princess's side. After seeing her current appearance, he was clearly shocked. What are you waiting for? Look at my face. What's wrong? Why does it hurt so much? Seeing the princess's angry expression, one of the female guards hesitated for a moment, then took out a mirror from her lapel. The princess did not have time to ask why the female guard would carry a mirror with her, because at that moment, she had already seen the person in the mirror. Ah! When she saw the rash on her face, she screamed, rolled her eyes and fainted. Yun Luofeng and the others acted as if they did not notice the commotion behind them. Only Yun Xiao was looking at Yun Luofeng with a pair of smiling eyes. Others might not have noticed, but it was impossible for him not to see Yun Luofeng's movements. His wife really didn't know how to take a loss. The leopard princess was most proud of her looks, so she decided to destroy it. But he loved her deeply, didn't he? We're here. This is the palace of our panther race. Ely stopped in her tracks and turned to Yun Luofeng and the others with a faint smile. Yun Xiao. Before entering the palace, Yun Luofeng frowned slightly and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I don't know if this Ely is trustworthy, but I had no choice but to come here. Therefore, we must be on high alert to prevent any accidents from happening. After all, she'd only just met Ely, so how could she possibly trust her? In order to find Hu Li and Wu, she was willing to take the risk. Chapter 1583. No one can hurt you. Yun Xiao paused before replying seriously. If the Panther clan wants to hurt you, then there's no need for the Panther clan to exist. Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a smile. She paid no heed to Yun Xiao's words as she walked through the magnificent palace gates, keeping her guard up at all times. Fortunately, nothing happened along the way. They walked into the back garden without any obstructions. It was at this moment that the man sitting in the pavilion suddenly fell into her eyes. Yun Luofeng. Hu Li also saw Yun Luofeng and a look of joy flashed across his eyes. His figure quickly streaked across the sky and landed in front of her. You're here. Yun Luofeng glanced behind Hu Li but did not see that small figure. She frowned and asked, Where's Wu? This little boy, whom she called Wu Yi, was the one she had picked up on the road and had asked Hu Li to look after. Hu Li froze and lowered his head guiltily. I'm sorry, I lost him. Lost him? Yun Luofeng raised his brows and asked. Hu Li laughed bitterly. I found out that Hong Luan had come to the Beast Continent, so I brought Wu Yi to this place. Who knew that we would encounter danger in the desert and I lost her? It's all right. If that fellow really harbors ill intentions, he will appear again. Yun Luofeng shrugged and said with a faint smile. Hu Li, can you tell me how you became the Panther clan's son-in-law? This. Hu Li coughed dryly and looked a little embarrassed. When I entered the Beast City, I was harassed by the Panther clan's eldest princess. In order to help me, Princess Ili pretended to like me. Otherwise, he would probably have become a member of the Panther clan's eldest princess harem. Thinking of this, Hu Li could not help but shudder. His entire body felt disgusted. However, Princess Ili promised to help me look for Wu Yi, and even help me keep an eye on your whereabouts. That's why I stayed. How did you know that I would definitely come to the Beast City? Yun Luofeng stroked his chin and continued to ask. Hu Li winked at her seductively. Based on your personality, if Hong Luan's whereabouts were unknown, would you not appear? Boom! Unexpectedly, Hu Li had just finished speaking when a powerful aura suddenly came crashing down. His body was instantly thrown out and he fell to the ground in a sorry state with a bang. Yun Xiao tore off his sleeve and furrowed his brows as he wiped her eyes. Yun Xiao, what are you doing? Yun Luofeng took a few steps back and asked. He was making eyes at you. And then? I'm afraid that I'll stain your eyes. When Yun Luofeng raised her head, she saw Yun Xiao's serious expression. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. The one in the lead was a dignified middle-aged man. He was wild and resolute, and his face was handsome. Set off by the group of guards, he seemed to have the demeanor of a king. Father. Ili's expression changed slightly as she respectfully lowered her head and called out. Ili, did you steal your sister's man again? The middle-aged man's tone was cold as he spoke indifferently. Father, these people are my husband's friends, so… Humph. The middle-aged man scoffed coldly and glanced at Hu Li in disgust. For the sake of a man, you've made an enemy of your sister time and time again. Is it really worth it? Hu Li, who had been called out by the Panther King, leisurely found a stone stool and sat down. A straw hung from the corner of his mouth, making him look like a ruffian. His seductive almond-shaped eyes carried a disapproving smile. Chapter 1584. His disrespect towards him made the Panther King even more furious. Look, this is the human man you've taken a fancy to? He has no manners at all. It's very obvious that his friends lack manners as well. They didn't even kneel when they saw me. The Panther King's gaze swept towards Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. His eyes filled with coldness. Yun Xiao's gaze, which was originally on Yun Luofeng, finally slowly lifted and his cold gaze landed on the Panther King. His black robes fluttered despite the lack of wind. He gradually stretched out his hand and a powerful spiritual energy gathered in his palm. Father. Ili gritted her teeth. Elder sister, you're snatching a man in front of everyone. Isn't that even worse? Slap. The Panther King raised his hand angrily and slapped Ili across the face. Towards this disappointing daughter of his, he was so angry that his entire body trembled. Who allowed you to disrespect your elders like this? Do you really think that I won't punish you? If this daughter's face had not been disfigured, his heart would definitely be biased towards his younger daughter. Unfortunately, his younger daughter's face had been disfigured. In the Beast Continent, which was famous for its beauty, she was destined to be ridiculed. Boom! Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the Panther King felt the entire ground beneath his feet shake. He turned pale with fright and hurriedly looked towards the source of the energy. In the wild wind, the man was like a cold god of death. It was as if he had stepped through hell, and the murderous aura emanating from his body made everyone tremble in fear. A powerful energy was emitted from his body. Under this energy, the surrounding buildings were swept into the sky, covering the entire blue sky. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, it came crashing down with a loud bang. As the Panther King was facing the epicenter of the energy, he was knocked unconscious on the spot. The guards hurriedly regained their senses and rushed towards the Panther King. The king has fainted, quickly save the king. At this moment no one cared about Yun Xiao and the others. Even the king had been knocked unconscious in one move. How could they, the guards, deal with such a terrifying man? Yi Li's mouth opened wide in shock, as if she had never expected Hu Li's friend to be so powerful. Soon after, she was a little worried. Hu Li, although your friend is powerful, all the races of the beast race are linked together. Once one race is defeated by the humans, the other races will attack the humans together. She paused and said, "Do you know why our beast city is the closest to the northern continent? That's because our beast city is the weakest and the other races are all stronger than us. Especially the mysterious Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan. They are both clans that stand above the other major clans." This was what worried Yairi the most. "You're tired." Yun Xiao turned to Yun Luofeng. What he said was not a question but a statement. "So, I'll send you to rest." "All right." Yun Luofeng smiled. With Yun Xiao by her side, she felt very at ease. "Hu Li, are you going to leave?" Yi Li watched as Yun Luofeng, Yun Xiao, and the others disappeared into the distance. She pursed her lips slightly, and her tone was filled with reluctance. Hu Li didn't notice her strangeness. After pondering for a while, she said, "It should be. Actually, I can help you find the person you're looking for." As long as he could stay for a period of time, Hu Li paused. "I've troubled you for long enough. I can't trouble you any longer. After Yun Luofeng, I'll leave with them and look for Hong Luan." Yi Li sighed. She also understood that she couldn't make him stay. Chapter 1585. The Phoenix Clan. The cries of a flaming phoenix rang out from the top of the volcano and echoed throughout the entire mountain peak. An old man who had been sitting cross-legged in the mountain suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with joy as he said, "Is the master back?" A few years ago, the Phoenix Clan had faced a great crisis. That crisis had caused countless cultivators in the Phoenix Clan to turn into ashes. It was also at that time that a godlike black-robed man had appeared out of thin air and helped the Phoenix Clan resolve the crisis. From then on, they had worshipped this man as the master of the Phoenix Clan. Unfortunately, after that incident, the man had disappeared once again and had never appeared again. Unexpectedly, the fire phoenix that the Phoenix Clan had sent to search for the man had sent news that the man had appeared. This news was so shocking that the entire Phoenix Clan was in an uproar. At the same time, a white-haired man was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in front of the Dragon Clan's altar. Even though the man was handsome, he could not hide the vicissitudes of life on his face. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes and a sense of joy appeared in his murky eyes. "Someone, quickly gather all the elders of the Dragon Clan. I have an important order." "Yes, my king." A figure appeared in front of the white-haired man and soon disappeared without a trace. The man rose from the mat and placed his hand behind his back as he hurried towards the clan hall. The elders were already waiting quietly in the clan hall. When they saw the white-haired man rushing over, they quickly rose to their feet and asked respectfully, "May I know what orders my king has summoned us for?" The white-haired man strode up to the throne and looked around him with a cold and stern expression. "I have summoned all of you here to announce something." He paused before he continued. "The ancestor of the Dragon Clan has returned." "Ancestor?" The crowd turned pale with fright. Some of them even stood up in shock and could not conceal the excitement on their faces. "My king, is this true? Has our ancestor really returned?" "That's right." The white-haired man nodded. "Thousands of years ago, our ancestor provoked a peerless powerhouse. He claimed that he needed to leave the Dragon Clan and lure that peerless powerhouse away to ensure the safety of the Dragon Clan." At the mention of the past, the white-haired man could not help but feel a little sad. Unfortunately, Ancestor guessed wrongly. That peerless expert did not chase after Ancestor, and instead destroyed the Dragon Clan into pieces. However, Ancestor's selfless spirit still needs us to learn. "King, you should tell us where our ancestor is so that we can welcome him back." "Actually, I don't know his exact location. After all, my divine sense isn't strong enough, and I can only spread it across the entire Beast Continent. If my ancestor is outside of the Beast Continent, I won't be able to find him. But just now, a strand of my divine sense sensed my ancestor's presence. He's back. The white-haired man became even more emotional, and his eyes were filled with tears. King, in the current dragon clan, only you have seen our ancestor. We don't even know what he looks like. How are we supposed to find him? One of the elders raised a question. Indeed, in order to find the dragon clan's ancestor, the white-haired man had reached the end of his lifespan. Spiritual beasts may have a long lifespan, and even the weakest humans can live for up to 1,000 years. However, no matter how long a lifespan is, it does not mean that it will never run out. Unless one's power has reached the pinnacle, otherwise, any life will eventually run out of energy. Chapter 1586. Hence, even though the white-haired man had maintained his youthful appearance and body, he had only overdrawn his lifespan in order to subdue the dragon clan. In reality, he could no longer step out of the dragon clan. Hence, he could only rely on the elders to search for the dragon clan's ancestor. I have considered this matter before. Hence, I have specially drawn a portrait of the dragon clan's ancestor. Follow the portrait and you will find him. The white-haired man smiled mysteriously. He then took out a scroll from his sleeve and placed it on the table. The scroll slowly unfurled. At that moment, the portrait of the dragon clan's ancestor fell into the eyes of all the elders. How should they put it? The dragon clan's ancestor's appearance was a little unexpected. On the scroll was a small emerald green worm. Its entire body was transparent, and its large round eyes were very adorable. If they had not known its identity, perhaps everyone would have thought that it was a harmless worm. King. The elders raised their heads in unison and stared at the white-haired man in astonishment. Are you sure that this is the dragon clan's ancestor? I don't think so. Not only doesn't he look like the dragon clan's ancestor, he clearly doesn't even look like a dragon. This little thing actually has the power to control a member of the dragon clan? Back then, when the dragon clan's ancestor was still around, I was still very young, but I have seen him from afar. He is indeed the dragon clan's ancestor. Furthermore, his power is so great. The white-haired man's eyes were filled with worship and reverence. His expression was as if he was worshipping his own god. Wasn't that right? In the eyes of the dragon clan's ancestor was their god. He was also a selfless god. King. The elders saw the white-haired man's expression and accepted the scroll. They then replied respectfully, "Don't worry, King. We will definitely find the dragon clan's ancestor and bring him back. I am very relieved to leave this matter to you. When the dragon clan's ancestor returns, I can rest in peace." The white-haired man smiled and replied calmly, "Beast City." In the guest room, Yun Luofeng was leaning on Yun Zhao's shoulder as he played with Little Worm. Little Worm was furious but did not dare to speak up. It could only sullenly allow Yun Luofeng to play with it. If it had not made a pact with Yun Zhao in order to leave that godforsaken place, it would not be in such a miserable state. "Yun Zhao, where did this little worm come from? Why are you at Songshan Mountain?" Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with a smile. Yun Zhao's gaze turned towards Little Worm, his face expressionless. He did not say anything, but he had already used his eyes to express what he wanted to express. Little Worm felt very wronged. He did not dare to resist and could only answer honestly, "Back then, I accidentally provoked a god-level expert." A god-level expert? Yun Luofeng was startled. Did gods really exist on this continent? That divine-level expert strength was too terrifying, so I fled. Of course, how could I tell others that I was fleeing for my life? So, I told my clansmen that I had provoked a peerless expert. In order to not bring disaster to the clan, I was responsible for luring that peerless expert away. When it said this, Little Worm's face was full of pride, as if it was proud of its intelligence. That godly expert couldn't find me, so he destroyed my territory. Actually, I already knew that godly expert's personality. At most, he would destroy some buildings and wouldn't harm my clansmen. That's why I was able to escape with my mind at ease. Chapter 1587. Little Worm held its head high. It did not feel that its actions were undignified at all. From its point of view, letting others know that it was being chased by someone on the run would be the most degrading thing. How did you offend that god-level expert? Yun Luofeng's eyes were filled with amusement. The corners of Little Worm's mouth froze and its expression turned awkward. The corners of its mouth twitched a few times, its expression as if this matter was very embarrassing to talk about. Feng'er, do you want to be roasted alive or steamed? Yun Zhao's voice was cold and emotionless. Anyone could tell that he was very displeased that Little Worm did not answer Yun Luofeng's question. Little Worm's face instantly paled. It had wanted to use a lie to bluff its way out of this, but after meeting Yun Zhao's cold gaze, it shivered all over. If it was someone else, it might still be able to lie. But the man in front of it had already formed a contract with it. Even if it told a single lie, he would be able to see through it. Many years ago, I knew this god-level expert, but we could only be considered acquaintances. However, Little Worm's expression turned even uglier. One time I was lying on the ground taking an afternoon nap. That fellow didn't notice that I was taking an afternoon nap. By the time I was startled awake, I had already been covered by his filth. In a fit of anger, I enlarged my body and burrowed into his chrysanthemum flower. Yun Luofeng's fingers paused, and her expression became extremely ugly. She slowly breathed in, and only then did she suppress the urge to throw the little bug out. Mistress, don't you think that fellow has gone too far? Little Worm was very angry. First he used a pile of shit to bury me. I was just too angry and blew him up. Did he need to chase me all the way to my hometown? Yun Luofeng glanced at Little Worm. You should be glad that he only chased after you. Little Worm blinked and looked at Yun Luofeng in a daze. What did mistress mean? She actually wanted to be glad that he was being chased after? Yun Luofeng's voice paused before she continued. Luckily, he did not fall in love with you because of this. Little Worm was dumbfounded, as if he did not understand what Yun Luofeng meant. Suddenly, a large hand reached out from the side, picked up the little bug, and threw it out of the window. Yun Zhao forcefully grabbed onto Yun Luofeng's shoulder, forcing her to face him. Her cold black eyes were filled with grievance at this moment. He has taken up too much of your time. It was so long that he wanted nothing more than to slaughter this insect. For the first time, Yun Zhao regretted. He regretted bringing the little worm out. It was very obvious that although Yun Luofeng did not say it out loud, she actually liked this worm very much. This made Yun Zhao very jealous. Yun Luofeng smiled as she stared at the man in front of her. She then pushed Yun Zhao down onto the bed and pressed her arms tightly against the bed. Yun Zhao, are you jealous of a spiritual beast? Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Feeling the softness in front of him, the man's lust rushed to his heart. He grabbed Yun Luofeng's arm and pressed her against the bed, kissing her lips forcefully. Yun Luofeng clutched the sheets on the bed tightly. The man's lips were very thin and cold, but they carried a domineering aura. 2 balls of lust could faintly be seen in his black eyes. Those flames seemed to be able to burn one's body with lust. All their clothes were taken off. On the large bed, there were only 2 bodies entangled incessantly. It was an enchanting room. Chapter 1588. Ili, get your ass out here right now. The next day, an angry shout rang through the entire palace. Ili was just getting dressed with the help of a palace maid when she saw a masked woman rush in from outside. Ili, who was initially shocked, relaxed when she heard the woman's voice. Big sister, why have you come looking for me? Ili, how dare you help an outsider to attack the Panther clan? You've even injured father. Furthermore, my face must have been their doing. The eldest princess was so angry that her petite figure trembled. She pointed her slender finger angrily at Ili, and gritted her teeth hatefully, as if she wanted to tear the person in front of her into a million pieces. Ili smiled. Big sister, father had been injured by an external object. No one had done anything. As for you, who knows what kind of illness you've contracted? You're trying to frame us. You. The eldest princess's expression turned even uglier. Indeed, even though everyone knew that Yun Zhao was involved in this matter, who had seen him make a move? He had defeated father with just his aura? Was that even possible? Ili, just you wait, I'll make you regret this. The eldest princess flung her sleeves fiercely and walked out. Ili stared at her departing figure and laughed icily. Don't think that I don't know that my big sister was behind the incident when Ili's face had been injured. Everyone knows that spiritual beasts are simple-minded and do not know how to scheme. This is because spiritual beasts have lived in the mountains for a long time and do not interact with humans. Hence, they have not learned how to scheme. The beast continent has now become a world of its own. How could the people who grew up in the beast continent be as simple-minded as the other spiritual beasts? Any pure species once tainted would no longer be as white as paper. In the rear courtyard, the eldest princess had just entered when a group of handsome men surrounded her from the front. Those men were like the emperor's concubines as they surrounded the eldest princess, waiting for her to dote on them. Get lost. The eldest princess scoffed icily as she kicked the man in front of her and bellowed angrily. This man was rather handsome and had a pure heart and few desires. It was because of his looks that the eldest princess doted on him. Unfortunately, after seeing Yun Xiao, that kind of exquisite man, the eldest princess actually felt that the male concubines in her courtyard were no longer worthy of her eyes. Even looking at them made her feel disgusted. Since this man rejected me, I must have him. The first princess licked her lips, her eyes filled with greed. In the beast city, neither spiritual beasts nor humans could escape her charm. She was of noble status and peerless beauty. No man would be able to resist her allure. Only two people would dare to refuse her. The first one was Hu Li, and the second one was that cold man in black. The more she refused, the more she wanted it. Even if she had to use all means, she wouldn't hesitate. The first princess walked into the room and closed the door. She asked the guards to stand guard outside the door. She walked to the side of the bed and carefully took out a scroll from under the pillow. She picked up the scroll, walked to the candle and slowly lit it. As the smoke slowly rose, it transformed into a blue dragon. This dragon's eyes were domineering and arrogant. He looked down at the eldest princess as if he was looking at an ant. It was as if no one was worthy of his attention in those blue eyes. What business do you have with me? Chapter 1589. The dragon's voice was very cold, looking down on the first princess. Lord Long. The eldest princess was overjoyed as she hurriedly said, "It's like this, I've recently bumped into a few humans. Amongst them, the woman named Yun Luofeng has the fire spirit fruit that you're looking for." Speaking of the fate between the first princess and this dragon, it was something that happened many years ago. Back then, the young first princess went out to train and encountered a heavily injured dragon. In order to gain the friendship of the dragon clan, the first princess saved the dragon. Before the dragon left, it gave the first princess this scroll so that she could use it to summon it if she was in danger. Fire spirit fruit? Are you sure? Dragon's eyes lit up. The eldest princess' eyes flickered. Unfortunately, this fire spirit fruit was consumed by a woman. Humph. So what if I take it? The fire spirit fruit isn't so easily digested. Wait till I find her. Kill her and cut open her heart to retrieve the fire spirit fruit. The dragon's voice was filled with disdain. However, my king has recently issued an order for all members of the dragon clan to search for the ancestor. Hence, I don't have the time to retrieve the fire spirit fruit. You'd better send that woman to the dragon clan. With that, the dragon's figure disappeared. The eldest princess was completely dumbfounded. He had used his only chance to save his life by burning the scroll, and this was the result? If she could deal with Yun Luofeng, why would she need to find him? As for this dragon not being able to find the fire spirit fruit in Yun Luofeng's body, it was no longer within the scope of her consideration. Her heart was already going crazy with jealousy. What right did this kind of woman have to have such a quality man? Even if she couldn't get this man, she wouldn't let Yun Luofeng take advantage of her. But now, how was she going to trick Yun Luofeng into joining the dragon clan? Looks like this method is useless. The eldest princess' eyes darkened. Now the only way to deal with them is to seek help from other beasts. Thinking of this, she pushed open the door and walked out. Men, inform the fox tribe, eagle tribe, wolf tribe, and all the other tribes. Just tell them that a human has come to provoke us and injured my father, and we need their help. Yes, first princess. The guard cupped his fists and retreated. Under the azure sky, Yairi stared at Hu Li, who was standing in front of her. Are you really leaving? Hu Li nodded. Princess Ili, take care. At this moment, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao walked out. Yun Luofeng glanced at the young girl who was staring longingly at Hu Li, and the corners of her lips gently curled up. Hu Li, it's time for us to go. However, she did not say anything. Instead, she turned to Hu Li and slowly opened her mouth. All right. Hu Li did not notice Princess Ili's strange behavior. He smiled seductively and wanted to walk over to Yun Luofeng's side. However, after meeting Yun Zhao's cold gaze, he tactfully retreated. The few of them quickly walked out of the arched door. Princess Ili watched Hu Li leave. She wanted to ask him to take her with him, but in the end she couldn't say it. Oh right. Yun Luofeng suddenly stopped. She raised her hand and tossed a porcelain bottle to Princess Ili. The ointment inside can heal your scars. Remember to apply it once in a while. Princess Eli was taken aback. She clenched the porcelain bottle in her hand and bit her lip. Thank you. When Yun Luofeng and the others walked out of the palace doors, this news also reached the eldest princess' ears. She stood up abruptly. Chapter 1590. What did you say? Those humans have left? She clenched her fists. I never thought that they would leave just like that. But it doesn't matter. The beast continent is the territory of us spiritual beasts. They won't be able to escape. At the same time, in a cave in the Dragon Clan, the corners of the man in blue's lips curled into a small angle. His gentle gaze fell upon the woman who was lying on the ice bed. This woman's beauty could topple cities. Her red robes accentuated her domineering and flamboyant aura. However, at this moment, the woman in red was firmly imprisoned by the ice bed, unable to move. She could only stare fixedly at the man in blue with eyes filled with rage. The rage in her eyes looked as if it could burn him into ashes. The man in blue stretched out his hand, wanting to caress the woman's face. Unexpectedly, the woman in red had a fiery temper and bit the man's finger. The man gasped in pain but did not blame her. Instead, he stared at her with a gentle gaze. Hong Luan, why do you have to do this? Wouldn't it be nice to be my wife? Scram. The woman in red roared angrily. I feel disgusted just by looking at you. Hong Luan, do you know that I've found the whereabouts of the fire spirit fruit? As long as I have the fire spirit fruit, I can save you. Hearing this, the woman in red laughed icily as a mocking smile appeared on her face. Who had caused me to end up like this? Hong Luan, I had fallen in love with you and wanted you to bear my child. I never thought that this would happen. The man in blue furrowed his brows as his handsome face filled with remorse. Unfortunately, I don't like you. She still needed to raise her power and avenge Yun Luofeng. She could never stay here and be the wife of a dragon. Obviously, Hong Luan was still unaware that Yun Luofeng was still alive. Hong Luan, you must be my wife. I will make you bear my child, not a demi-beast human. Once a human and a spiritual beast have a union, the child born can only be a demi-beast human. Regardless of talent or lifespan, it would be greatly reduced. He would never allow his child to be a demi-beast human. If Hong Luan wanted to give birth to a complete dragon, there was only one method. However, that method was extremely dangerous. Otherwise, Hong Luan would not need to rely on this ice bed to survive. However, he really did not understand why Hong Luan would not accept such an outstanding dragon like him. Hong Luan clenched her fists tightly, but she felt weak all over her body. If my friend is still alive, she will definitely come to find me. If she comes, even if it means overturning your entire dragon clan, she will still take me away. If Yun Luofeng was still alive, she would definitely come to save her. Hong Luan lowered her eyes slightly, concealing the heartbreak in her eyes. Now, whenever she thought of her old friend's death, she would still feel a heart-wrenching pain. Hong Luan. The blue-robed man could not help but laugh. Are you joking? Don't you know what kind of existence my dragon clan is? If your friend really dares to come to my dragon clan, he will definitely not be able to return. Hong Luan smiled coldly and closed her eyes, ignoring the man in front of her. Yun Luofeng. If you were still alive, I believe that you would definitely come to save me. The blue-robed man looked at Hong Luan and his eyes were filled with exasperation. He then turned towards the dragon clan guard behind him and said, Go to the beast city and retrieve the fire spirit fruit. I don't really trust the beast clan's princess. Oh, that's right, the woman with the fire spirit fruit seems to be called Yun Luofeng? Chapter 1591. Yun Luofeng? Hong Luan's body trembled, but she quickly regained her composure. Impossible. This Yun Luofeng was definitely not the Yun Luofeng that she was familiar with. It was just a coincidence. Even though Hong Luan's heart was on the verge of bursting with hope, she still suppressed it deep in her heart. She was afraid that in the end it would just be an empty joy. The Beast Continent. In the desolate mountain forest, few people could be seen, and not even a single spirit beast could be seen. Hence, at this moment, Yun Luofeng still did not know that he had caused a stir in the Beast Continent. Human? A sneaky little head peeked out from the side of the forest, and looked at Yun Luofeng and the others in surprise. Are you humans new to the Beast Continent? Huang Yingying and Hu Li stood by Yun Luofeng's side like guards, and looked at the little boy with vigilance. Don't judge this little boy by his young age. For him to appear in such a place, how could he be an ordinary person? Who are you? Huang Yingying frowned and asked coldly. I am the same as you, a human. However, among the humans in the Beast Continent, the ugly ones are taken as slaves by the beasts, and the good-looking ones are taken by the beasts. My father is the same as you, and accidentally entered the Beast Continent. If he had not joined the alliance by luck, perhaps he would have been taken away by the beasts. Before coming to the Beast Continent, Yun Luofeng already knew about the treatment of humans in the Beast Continent. Even though Huang Yingying had said that humans could not resist the temptation of handsome men and beautiful women, but there would always be humans who were unwilling to be enslaved by the beasts. Hence, the alliance that this little boy spoke of was probably created for this reason. Have you seen a girl in red called Hong Luan? Yun Luofeng thought for a moment and asked. The little boy tilted his head, looking innocent and naive. She is not part of our alliance. If she was part of the alliance, there was no way he had not heard of her. How long has your alliance been established? Yun Luofeng continued to ask. The little boy thought for a moment and said, about 2 years ago. 2 years ago, the humans of the Beast Continent were still in dire straits. It was a man who suddenly appeared, and established this wind-chasing alliance, that gathered the humans of the Beast Continent together. Wind-chasing alliance? Who is the leader of the alliance? Yun Luofeng stroked his chin and frowned. The alliance doesn't have a leader. The person who established the alliance only called himself the deputy leader. He said that the leader hasn't appeared yet. This wind-chasing alliance was established for an old friend of his. The little boy explained patiently. Then the Vice Guild Master's name? I'm not too sure about that. I only know that the Vice Alliance Master's surname is Nangong. Nangong? Yun Luofeng was startled, but she didn't think too much about this family name. After exchanging glances with Yun Xiao, he once again looked at the innocent and adorable little boy in front of him. Can you bring us to the alliance? All right. The boy smiled innocently, revealing 2 canine teeth. The Vice Guild leader isn't in the alliance right now, but the others in the alliance are easy to get along with. You can just come with me. Little fellow. Hu Li saw that the little boy wasn't much of a threat, and walked in front of the boy in a very familiar manner. She raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you a half-beast human? Yes, my father had been forcefully taken over by a spiritual beast previously. In the end he escaped, and when he escaped he took me with him. The little boy turned to look at Hu Li and smiled brilliantly. I like humans very much. That's why I followed my father to this alliance. Chapter 1592. The little boy's smile was very innocent, as if he was a child who was not familiar with the ways of the world and could easily gain the trust of others. Not too far away, a house appeared in their line of sight. The house was surrounded by willow trees, their branches cascading down and covering the entire yard. When the little boy walked in, a few men and women who were drinking and chatting in the house noticed him and whistled at him. Xiao Yin, you're back? These are Uncle Tianfeng, Uncle Songmu, Aunt Xiaoxi. These guests are humans who entered the Beast Continent by mistake, so I brought them back. Xiao Yan's face lit up with a radiant smile. His smile was very comforting. His round little face was like an egg, white and tender. Oh! Tianfeng raised an eyebrow and stood up from his chair. He laughed heartily and walked towards Yun Luofeng, saying heartily, Since you're all humans, I can represent the Deputy Alliance Leader to invite you to join the alliance. Please state your names. My name is Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng shrugged his shoulders. This is my man Yun Xiao. The other two are my subordinates, Huang Yingying and Hu Li. Tianfeng and the others' eyes lit up. The woman in front of them was dressed in clothes whiter than snow. Her beauty was enough to topple cities. Among the beast men, her looks were undefeatable. As for Yun Xiao beside her, even though he was handsome and cold, he was like a loyal dog, silently protecting the woman beside him, not saying a word. However, this man's aura was very strong, so strong that it made one's heart tremble. The main mission of the Wind-Chasing Alliance is to gather all the humans in the Beast Continent and fight against the spiritual beasts. You must have been chased by the spiritual beasts and escaped here. But it doesn't matter. Now that you've come to the Wind-Chasing Alliance, we won't let any spiritual beasts bully you. Song Mu vowed solemnly as he patted his chest. I've always wanted to ask you something. Hu Li raised an eyebrow. Since you're being chased by the spiritual beasts, why don't you leave the Beast Continent? Head towards the human territory? What was the purpose of them staying behind? Leave? Are you kidding me? Don't you know that the moment you leave the Beast Continent, the weaker ones will be killed by the people from the northern continent, and the stronger ones will be under their surveillance for the rest of their lives? If that's the case, why don't you just fight for your life in the Beast Continent? The one who said this was the only woman among the three. She had a cold smile on her face, but most of it was despair. Xiaoxi, Tianfeng frowned and swept his gaze across Xiaoxi before turning towards Yun Luofeng and speaking in a friendly tone. Not too long ago I heard a piece of news. It is said that the Panther clan's king has been severely injured by someone, and that has angered the other clans in the Beast Continent. Hence, those clans have decided to join forces to kill the human who had attacked the Panther King. The human who injured the Panther King? Yun Luofeng shot a glance at the expressionless Yun Xiao beside her, before retracting her gaze. She helplessly shrugged her shoulders. Looks like such a huge incident had happened after they left the Beast City. Hu Li, who was at the side, was a little worried. No one knew what he was thinking. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows, a faint smile on his face. Are you worried about the little princess of the leopard race? She had hit the nail on the head and Hu Li's face stiffened. A sense of awkwardness flashed across his face. She's the princess of the leopard race, those people shouldn't have hurt her. Even though that was the case, Hu Li's heart did not hold much confidence. Chapter 1593. No one knows the eldest princess's personality better than he does. If she pushes all the blame on Ili may very well lose her life. This is something that he does not wish to see. If you're worried, I'll let Yingying accompany you to fetch Princess Ili. Yun Luofeng raised his eyes. Right now, the goal of those beasts is to find me and Yun Xiao. Hence, she's not in any danger for now. If they wait any longer, that might not be the case. Yun Luofeng had allowed Huang Yingying to follow him because Huang Yingying has completed the inheritance and her powers have increased by leaps and bounds. Under normal circumstances, those beasts would not be able to stop her. All right. Hu Li immediately agreed. He does not have any feelings for Ili, but she was his savior. He could not abandon her no matter what. Miss Yun, where are your subordinates going? Matsumoto stared curiously at Hu Li and Huang Yingying as they walked out. His eyes were filled with shock. Yun Luofeng had transmitted her words directly into Hu Li and Huang Yingying's minds. Hence, these people had not heard her voice. She has always been very vigilant. Even if these people were humans, she would never let them know of her intentions. Nothing. Yun Luofeng did not intend to explain further. Even though Matsumoto and the others were filled with doubts, they did not probe further. Everyone has something that they are not willing to talk about, isn't that so? The next day, a loud rumble echoed throughout the courtyard and frightened everyone so much that they jumped out of their beds. What's going on? Matsumoto was the first to rush out of his room. When he stepped out of his room, he was shocked to see a sky full of beasts. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. What's going on? How did the spiritual beasts find this place so quickly? At the same time, the rest of the crowd also rushed out of their rooms. When they saw the ostentatious spiritual beasts, their expressions turned extremely ugly. Lord Matsumoto, could it be those people who had just arrived yesterday? They've brought the spiritual beasts. No one knew who had spoken in the crowd, but it caused the crowd to break into a flurry of discussion. That's right, it must be them. Besides, that woman's subordinates had suddenly left yesterday, so they must have reported our whereabouts to the spiritual beasts. Otherwise, how could the spiritual beasts have found us so soon after they arrived? Everyone couldn't help but be suspicious. They had been hiding here for almost 2 years, and had never been discovered by the spirit beasts. How did the spirit beasts find them the moment they arrived? Just as the crowd finished speaking, Yun Luofeng, dressed in white, pushed open the door. Her stunning figure appeared under the morning light. Yun Xiao stood silently by her side. Aside from the woman next to her, her cold and grim eyes could not contain anyone else. Lord Pinewood, I suggest that we kill this human and that kid, Xiao Yan, before the spiritual beasts destroy us. If he hadn't brought these humans back, this wouldn't have happened. We should kill her as well. In the crowd, the man who had slandered Yun Luofeng glanced at her with a cold gaze. His voice was very shrill. Xiao Yan's face paled. He was so frightened that he couldn't even speak. His eyes were filled with grief as he stared pitifully at Pinewood. Enough. Pinewood furrowed his brows. We don't have any evidence to prove that Lady Yun and the others had brought these spiritual beasts. It's best if you don't have any evidence. Chapter 1594. The man instantly fell silent. However, he still looked unconvinced as he glared fiercely at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao with his gloomy eyes. Yun Xiao glared at him icily. That glare seemed to carry a heavy sense of oppression. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on his body, causing him to be unable to breathe and his face to turn pale. However, Yun Xiao quickly retracted her glare, and her expression was as cold as ever. Miss Yun, these spiritual beasts are very powerful. You just need to hide for a while. Leave these people to us. Tianfeng smiled. Just as he turned to look at the sky, his eyes turned as sharp as a sword and he scoffed icily. So what if you found us? The Windchaser Alliance is destined to be irreconcilable enemies with you spiritual beasts. Kill. Pinewood raised his hand and everyone in the alliance drew their weapons. No one retreated. Roar. In the sky, a spiritual beast let out an angry roar and charged down from the sky like a fireball. It was so fast that no one could follow its movements. Pinewood hurriedly placed his broadsword across his chest. The spiritual beast's head slammed against the blade of the sword with a loud thud. At that moment, a large hole appeared in the blade of the sword and Pinewood stumbled a few steps back. This won't do. The spiritual beasts that have arrived this time are too powerful. Logically speaking, why would the Beast Clan send out such powerful cultivators? Under normal circumstances, powerful cultivators would not be willing to personally take action, and would send their subordinates to complete the task. However, the Beast Clan members who had arrived this time were all powerful cultivators from their clans. Why would they appear for the sake of the Windchaser Alliance? Could it be that there was a reason that they were unaware of? Watch out! Tianfeng turned around and saw a huge flaming lion appear behind Xiaoxi. His body flashed like lightning and he charged towards Xiaoxi's back. He then raised his sword and blocked the flaming lion's fierce claws. Whoosh! The claws cut through Tianfeng's sword and tore his chest. Fresh blood flowed from his chest and dyed his green robes red. Cough cough! Tianfeng coughed drily and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body staggered and he almost lost his footing. At this moment, a feeling of despair surged into everyone's hearts. Tianfeng was undoubtedly the strongest existence within this group of people. However, even he was unable to face off against these powerful spiritual beasts. Wouldn't that mean that they were just waiting for death here? It's over. We're definitely finished this time. If the Vice Alliance Master was here, we might have the ability to deal with it. Everyone's faces were deathly pale. For the first time they felt incomparable despair. Even so, none of them surrendered to the spirit beasts. Even if they were to die, they didn't want to lose their dignity. Sister, I'm sorry. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with tears as she said apologetically. Back then, if I hadn't brought you back, you wouldn't have encountered such a thing. Boom! As soon as Xiao Yan finished speaking, a loud sound came from behind. When Matsuki and the others raised their heads, they saw a huge gorilla jumping behind Xiao Yan. It was waving its vajra-like fist and smashing it at the little girl. Be careful! Pinewood shouted in panic, his voice filled with anxiety. Tianfeng and Xiaoxi were the first to react as they quickly rushed towards Xiaoyan. In the end, they were one step too late. Chapter 1595. The gorilla's fist was already smashing towards Xiaoyan's head. All it took was one hit for his brain to burst open, and for him to die without a complete corpse. Boom. A huge force spread out from the gorilla's fist. Dust flew everywhere, causing everyone to cough incessantly. The eyes of Pinewood and the others were filled with despair. Before Xiaoyan's father left, they had all promised him that they would take good care of Xiaoyan. Who would have thought that in the end, Xiaoyan would still be in danger in front of them? Tianfeng, Pinewood, look! Xiaoxi's pupils suddenly shrank as she stared at the place where the dust had dispersed, under the gorilla's iron arm. A fist that was several times smaller than his firmly blocked his iron arm. It was a strong man covered in wounds. However, no matter how strong he was still several times smaller than the gorilla. Hee. A tender laughter came from the treetop at the side. Immediately, a little girl with flames on her body jumped down. Her appearance startled the people of the Windchaser Alliance, who had already calmed down. This is also a spirit beast? This little girl looked very innocent. Her face was carved from jade and was extremely cute. If one ignored the powerful flames on her body, they would probably think that she was a child no different from Xiaoyan. Fire, why do you always jump down from a tree every time you appear? A voice came from the ground, scaring everyone once again. Not long after, a milk-colored gold-seeking mouse drilled out of the ground. When it drilled out of the ground, countless gold-seeking mice drilled out of the ground one after another. Among those gold-seeking mice, there were two that were the most dazzling. One of them was a pink gold-seeking mouse, while the other had a crown on its head. Aren't you the same? We were clearly teleported out from the same place. Why do you choose to go underground every time? Fire curled his lips and said disdainfully, "We are gold-seeking mice. Isn't it normal for us to drill into the ground? You are a fox, why do you always climb trees?" "I like it, you can find it." Fire raised his chin and said arrogantly. The gorilla couldn't stand it any longer and interrupted. "You should be from the Mouse Clan and the Fox Clan, right? Why are you so late?" The hearts of the members of the Windchaser Alliance sank. Originally, these spirit beasts were already hard enough to deal with, but now there were so many more. Especially that little girl whose entire body was covered in flames. She was so powerful that no one dared to look at her directly. Although the gold-seeking rat was a low-level spirit beast, don't forget that it could speak the human language. Unfortunately, to their despair, the gold-seeking rat that had mocked the little girl just now had gradually turned into a handsome young man. The pink gold-seeking mouse and the mouse queen beside him also transformed into human forms. A gold-seeking rat that could speak and transform into a human was simply a fantasy story. Fox Clan? The little girl sneered. Why would I stay in such a lowly clan? Besides, I won't associate myself with beasts like you. Even if she had lost a tail, she was still very talented. How could she be a member of the Fox Clan who made a living by charming people? Because the gorilla's face was dark enough, no one could see the changes on his face clearly. However, everyone could feel the monstrous anger emanating from his body. Roar! He roared, his fists pounding on his chest, his eyes incomparably fierce. Since you are not one of us, then go to hell. Chapter 1596. Just as the gorilla was about to go around Yuni to attack Hu Li, he was blocked by Yuni. He became even more furious and punched Yuni's chest fiercely. At the same time, the other spiritual beasts began to move again. Just as the spiritual beasts charged down, they were all blocked by Fire's wall of fire. Some of the spiritual beasts did not have time to restrain themselves in time and crashed into the wall of fire, causing them to cry out in pain. The members of the Windchaser Alliance were stunned. They looked at the little lowly in a fiery red dress in astonishment. They were so shocked that they could not speak. The spiritual beast is here to help us? Squeak squeak. The spiritual beasts that had charged into the crowd earlier had to face the groups of gold-seeking mice. With this wall of fire, no one can pass through here. Fire clapped his hands and turned to look at Yun Luofeng with a bright smile on his face. Master, this should be enough. The rest of the spiritual beasts were enough for Yuni and the gold-seeking mice. Master? In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Yun Luofeng. This spiritual beast was her pet? No wonder she dared to step into the beast continent. She actually had such a powerful trump card. Ha ha ha, you foolish humans. The gorilla laughed. Do you think you can subdue us beasts like this? How naive and laughable. The two most powerful clans of the Beast Clan have yet to appear. However, I've already received news that the experts of the Phoenix Clan are already on their way. The faces of the members of the Windchaser Alliance turned pale. The wall of fire blocked the groups of spiritual beasts outside, but they would also be trapped in this place. When the people of the Phoenix Clan arrive, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Humph! The gorilla snorted coldly and looked at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao with a mocking gaze. These two humans have injured the Panther King. The Beast Clan will never let off anyone who dares to provoke us. What? Songmu was shocked and turned to look at the two people beside him. His eyes were filled with shock. You were the ones who injured the Panther King? Yun Xiao was expressionless and his expression was cold. His black eyes stared coldly at the gorilla in front of him. A murderous aura surged from his body once again and his black robe danced wildly. Right at this moment, a phoenix cry resounded through the sky, scaring everyone so much that their bodies trembled and they almost fell to the ground. Phoenixes were of the fire attribute. Naturally, the entire sky was dyed fiery red, like a gorgeous sunset, dazzling to the eyes. However, at this moment the sky was extremely majestic. Countless fiery red phoenixes flew over from a short distance away. As they flew past, they left behind bright red shadows in the void, as if there were flames burning the sky. These phoenixes were all beautiful and luxurious, covering the sky and covering the earth, giving off a strong sense of oppression. It was as if, in front of these huge phoenixes, they were so weak. Haha, humans, do you see that? One of the strongest beastmen, the Phoenix tribe, has appeared. If you surrender and obediently become the beastmen's slaves, perhaps there will still be a glimmer of hope. The gorilla laughed heartily. Its laughter was full of sarcasm and mockery. It was obvious that to the spirit beasts, humans were only fit to be their slaves. Just like how the humans outside the beast continent enslaved spirit beasts. The phoenix once again let out a beautiful and resounding cry that shook the entire sky. Even the howls of tigers and wolves could be heard from below, echoing the cry of the phoenix. Chapter 1597. We're done for. A look of despair appeared on Matsumoto's face, and the hope in his eyes also completely disappeared. The arrival of the phoenixes was equivalent to giving the wind-chasing alliance a death sentence. Lord Phoenixes, these humans are too cunning and shameless. Please lend us a hand. Hundreds of beasts cried out in unison. Some of the spiritual beasts even cried out for help at the phoenixes in the sky. Their eyes were filled with admiration and reverence. In comparison, the people of the Wind-Chasing Alliance had already collapsed to the ground as if they were quietly waiting for the god of death to descend upon them, in the sky. The leading phoenix was extremely huge, and its wings were burning with raging flames. The flames were fanned out by it, instantly igniting the weeds on the ground. A frightening feeling invaded everyone's hearts. At that moment, they finally understood how minuscule humans were in the face of the Beast Clan. Buzz! Suddenly, a deafening voice rang out. The leading phoenix had already broken through the clouds and swooped down towards the ground. The initially sturdy wall of fire instantly shattered under its powerful and mighty aura. It turned into wisps of flames and disappeared from the world. We welcome the return of our master. Thump! The leading phoenix landed on the ground and its body gradually elongated into a handsome man with fiery red hair. He knelt in front of Yun Xiao with a respectful look on his face. We welcome the return of our master. The voices of the phoenixes echoed throughout the sky and caused a stir in the sky. The high-pitched voices did not fade away for a long time. At that moment, everyone's expressions changed. The beast tribe's initial joy turned into astonishment, then from astonishment to fear. Their eyes were filled with dread. In comparison, the humans' initially pale faces were gradually filled with hope as they turned towards Yun Xiao and the cultivator from the Phoenix clan. Master? If they had heard it right, the cultivator from the Phoenix clan had called Yun Xiao master? How was this possible? How could a being as powerful as the Phoenix clan willingly follow a human as its master? Even though everyone had too many questions in their hearts, no one dared to voice them out. After all, the cultivators from the Phoenix clan were beings that no one could afford to offend. Yun Xiao, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and looked at the man beside him with a faint smile. I've mentioned before that I've come to the 7 continents to scout for you. Moreover, I've also told you that my faction exists in the Beast continent. Yun Xiao paused for a moment, before his eyes looked seriously at Yun Luofeng. The Phoenix clan is the clan that I've accepted in the Beast continent. Yun Luofeng's eyebrows twitched. But why didn't you say that you took in the Phoenix clan? Yun Zhao's expression was one of astonishment, confusion and grievance. You didn't ask me. If Yun Luofeng asked him, he would definitely tell him everything. However, she did not ask him, so he did not tell her about the situation in the Beast continent. Yun Luofeng gritted his teeth. Wait until we get back tonight. I'll take care of you. I'll be waiting for you with the whip. Yun Xiao replied in a serious manner. The experts of the Phoenix clan felt as if their worldview had been shattered. The mistress claimed that she was going to teach the master a lesson, but the master actually said that he would prepare a whip and wait for her? Chapter 1598. They had never thought that their master would be a masochist. The corners of the Phoenix clan's lips twitched at the thought of this. As expected, powerful people all had their own quirks. Yun Zhao's cold eyes swept across the red-haired Phoenix clan powerhouse. He was so frightened that his entire body trembled. He quickly withdrew the smile on his face and became serious. What's the matter? The man's voice was as cold as usual. His paralyzed face was always expressionless. His dark eyes were so deep that one could not see their own figure in his pitch-black eyes. This was what they meant by being arrogant. But who asked him to have the right to look down on all living beings? Master, the elder sent me to invite you to the Phoenix clan. Yun Xiao said coldly. I am not the Phoenix clan's master. He pulled Yun Luofeng into his arms and said coldly and domineeringly, the Phoenix clan's master is only her. Everything he had belonged to Yun Luofeng. Even if he had to do everything in the world, it was all for her. If it were not for Yun Luofeng, he would not have accepted the Phoenix clan. That was why he had given the Phoenix clan to her as a matter of course. The red-haired man was stunned and slightly hesitant. Yun Xiao, Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow. If I want to establish an organization, I can do it with my own abilities. I don't need to get it from you. Yun Xiao lowered his gaze and stared at the woman in front of him. His dark eyes were so deep that no one knew what he was thinking. After a long while, his hoarse and magnetic voice slowly rang out. All right. His woman had always been so self-reliant. Shouldn't he be proud of her? The red-haired man sighed in relief. They acknowledged Yun Xiao not only because Yun Xiao had helped them, but also because of Yun Xiao's abilities. Now that this woman's abilities were still unknown, they did not want to submit to her. However, Yun Xiao's next sentence made his face turn pale with a swoosh. The Phoenix clan belongs to me, I belong to you. I am the Phoenix clan's master and I am also your guard. When they first met, he had let go of his identity as a ghost emperor and willingly became her guard and stayed by her side. Even though their relationship had changed, the only thing that did not change was that he was willing to let her do everything. He was even willing to be her guard for life. The red-haired man's face turned pale, and his lips trembled slightly. Does master mean that he's willing to continue being the master of the Phoenix clan, but he's also the mistress's guard? In that case, wouldn't the status of the Phoenix clan be even lower? Lord Phoenix clan. The gorilla finally came back to his senses. He couldn't think straight for a moment, so he asked blankly, Are you mistaken? This guy is a human. Why would your Phoenix clan acknowledge a human as their master? Idiot. The red-haired man sneered and turned to look at the gorilla with anger in his eyes. Who gave you the courage to bully the master of the Phoenix clan? Lord Phoenix, he's just a lowly human. Hua! The red-haired man raised his hand, and a flame shot out from his palm. With a bang, the gorilla's huge body fell out, landing on all fours in a sorry state. You insulted the lowly master of my Phoenix clan. Isn't that the same as saying that my Phoenix clan is also lowly? This crime is unforgivable. Come, turn the gorilla race into the lowest race, deprive them of all rights, and send them to the barren land. Chapter 1599. The gorilla's eyes changed from the initial astonishment to despair. He stared blankly at the red-haired man's angry face. Divide the gorilla race into the lowest race? Deprive them of all rights? Banish them to the barren land? These words, like a heavy hammer, hit the gorilla's heart, making him beat his chest and cry regretfully. The sound of his cries spread throughout the mountain forest and did not disperse for a long time. Do you want to end up like the gorilla race? The red-haired man swept his eyes over the spirit beasts of the other races and asked in a lukewarm tone. Plop! The spirit beasts were so frightened that they collectively knelt down and kowtowed fiercely, fearing that they would really end up like the gorilla race. All the people of the Wind-Chasing Alliance felt like they were in a fog. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The spirit beasts who had been acting tyrannically and shouting to kill just a moment ago were now kneeling in front of them, especially the trembling appearance of those spirit beasts. Tsk, it really vented their anger. Xiaoyan, a beautiful woman, quickly stepped out of the crowd of people and beasts. She crawled in front of Xiaoyan and pulled his sleeve tightly. Xiaoyan, I'm your mother. Plead for mercy on behalf of your mother. I don't want to be banished. Xiaoyan's body stiffened. He looked down at the beautiful woman who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy and bit his lips tightly. As long as I can remember, you've never given me a smile. Because my talent is not good and I'm not as good as my brothers and sisters, you claim that I'm a burden. My father obviously did nothing wrong, but you often beat and kicked him just because he's a human being. You despise humans so much, why do you want to take a human as your husband? That's why Dad escaped. I didn't want to see you leave with him. After that, the only thing I remember is the countless times you tried to kill us. Xiaoyan's expression was very painful and his tone was a little agitated. Now, you've also brought a group of people to kill us. Why should I plead for you? I can't wait for you to die earlier and vent my father's anger. Xiaoyan, don't forget that you're a half-beastman. Your blood also flows with the blood of spirit beasts. The beautiful woman didn't expect Xiaoyan to be so heartless and said with an agitated expression. Xiaoyan harumphed. His voice was filled with hatred, unlike his previous innocent and innocent self. In that case, I'd rather be a complete human than have the blood of spirit beasts like you flowing through my veins. The beautiful woman was in despair. She let go of her hand and her body went limp as she sat on the ground. Her beautiful face was pale and her lips were trembling. Pinewood, do you remember me? I'm little Qing. Xiaoxi, come back. I'll treat you well in the future. Plead for me, Octopus, it was all my fault, please save me. These spirit beasts basically had some sort of relationship with the people of the Wind-Chasing Alliance. Unfortunately, the memories between the two parties were too disgusting for the people of the Wind-Chasing Alliance. It was so disgusting that they didn't want to think about it anymore. However, the Wind-Chasing Alliance had become their only hope. They could only desperately grab onto this last life-saving straw and refuse to let go. Master, the red-haired man turned towards Yun Xiao and asked respectfully, how do you plan to deal with these audacious spiritual beasts? Yun Xiao did not speak. Her eyes turned towards Yun Luofeng. The red-haired man was enlightened when he saw Yun Xiao's actions. He hurriedly looked at Yun Luofeng and said, Mistress, please give the order. Chapter 1566, Death. Chapter 1600. Yun Luofeng stroked his chin with his fingers. His evil eyes filled with a dangerous light. The Beast clan has a long history, and all the clans have treasures of heaven and earth. She paused for a moment, then continued, so if you want us to let bygones be bygones, then I want to see their sincerity. There was no lack of intelligent spirit beasts in the Beast clan. Upon hearing Yun Luofeng's words, they immediately understood what she meant and hurriedly sent a clansman to bring the clan's treasures over. Compared to banishment, they would rather hand over the treasures. However, the spirit beasts of the Sword Pig clan were innately stupid. They simply did not understand the meaning behind Yun Luofeng's words and asked in a daze, Sincerity? As long as we sincerely apologize, will you let us go? Stupid. One of the experts from the werewolf clan smashed his fist on the Sword Pig's head. What she means is to use your clan's treasures in exchange for the safety of the entire clan. So that's how it is. The Sword Pig was suddenly enlightened, but his heart was filled with disdain. Humans were troublesome. Why didn't they clearly state their thoughts and waste their brain cells? Before those people come to protect the ransom, these people will stay here. Fire suppress them. If anyone wants to escape, kill them without mercy. Yun Luofeng raised his hand and grabbed Yun Xiao's collar, smiling devilishly. Yun Xiao, shouldn't we settle our debts in bed? The corner of Yun Xiao's mouth curled up into a shallow arc as his magnetic voice slowly rang out. All right. Towards her. He would never say a single no. In the spacious room, Yun Xiao silently took out a whip and slowly turned around. She held the back of her head with her hands, as if she was a person who had made a mistake and was being educated. Yun Luofeng was stunned. She took the whip that Yun Xiao handed over and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm waiting for your lesson." Yun Xiao's eyes were very serious, so serious that Yun Luofeng's face darkened. Bang. Suddenly, Yun Luofeng rushed in front of Yun Xiao, pressed him down on the bed, and kissed the man's lips. "Yun Xiao, I'll tell you right now what my lesson is." In fact, Yun Luofeng was not angry at Yun Xiao at all. What's more, it was she who hadn't asked him. With Yun Xiao's personality, he wouldn't say anything if she didn't ask. Most importantly, from the beginning to the end, he had never thought of borrowing his power. She wasn't willing to become a woman behind a man. She wanted to fight alongside him and stand at the pinnacle of this continent. "Yun Xiao, after I find Hong Luan, I want to return to the Wuhui continent and hold a wedding." Yun Xiao stared at the woman who had pinned him down, and a smile gradually appeared in his deep black eyes. "Are you finally going to clear my name?" Yun Luofeng's face darkened. "Don't tell me you're really the same as the old man, thinking that I'm the kind of person who won't admit what I've done? It was just that I had been separated from you all this time, and when we finally met again, Hong Luan disappeared. Without these friends, how can I get married in peace?" Her voice paused for a moment before she continued to speak. "Hence, I've decided that after we find Hong Luan, we'll hold our wedding, all right? It's not just the wedding." Yun Xiao grabbed Yun Luofeng's arm and pressed her down on the bed. "Also, shouldn't we start making babies?" After saying this, he raised his hand and took off Yun Luofeng's clothes, letting them fall to the ground. The bed curtains were also pulled down. Through the white curtains, one could see the two people panting heavily on the bed. Chapter 1601. The next day, when the sunlight shone into the room, the two of them who were hugging each other on the bed opened their eyes. Yun Luofeng moved his sore shoulders and glared at Yun Xiao. "Next time if you torture me like this again, get out of bed and sleep. I'll be gentler next time." Yun Xiao pulled Yun Luofeng into his arms as his lips curled into a faint smile. "It's getting late. Let's get ready to leave this place." Yun Luofeng stretched his legs and slowly got up from the bed. Creak. The room door was pushed open and a young lady slowly walked in. She said respectfully, "Master Mistress, Lady Feng Yu ordered me to serve you." This young lady was from the Phoenix clan, and the Lady Feng Yu she mentioned was the leader of the group of phoenixes. Yun Xiao frowned. "Get out, I don't need anyone to serve me. Master, Lady Feng Yu ordered me to help Mistress dress." The young lady lowered her head and did not dare to look at Yun Xiao. The man's aura was too strong, so strong that it made her tremble in fear. Lady Feng Yu had long said that Master was hard to serve, but she did not expect him to be this hard. "No." Yun Xiao glanced at the young lady coldly and expressionlessly. "It's enough that she has me serving her." The young lady was stunned. She could not believe that the man in front of her was the master of the Phoenix clan. Was he going to serve Mistress personally? Not to mention the fact that men were superior to women, even in the Phoenix clan where the strong were respected. It was impossible for men to serve their women willingly. Master was indeed different from normal humans. Yes. The young lady cupped her fists and left. Yun Xiao frowned and his handsome face was filled with a cold and murderous aura. "Looks like I need to teach the Phoenix clan the rules." He actually barged into the room without reporting. "Yun Xiao, it's already late in the morning. Shouldn't we get up?" Wasn't that right? After being tormented by Yun Xiao for an entire night, it was already late in the morning. "All right." Yun Xiao pursed his lips and smiled. He casually picked up the clothes on the floor and his hoarse voice carried a rare gentleness. "Let me help you dress." In the alliance, everyone had already gathered. After a long while, they finally saw the late Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. "Sister Yun." Xiao Yin giggled as she ran to Yun Luofeng's side. You and Big Brother Yun are really amazing. From now on, you are the benefactors of our Windchaser alliance. Yun Luofeng smiled faintly. At this moment, she saw a cold gaze in the crowd. When she turned her head to look, he had already retracted his gaze, and there was an apologetic smile on his face. This man, it was the person who had claimed that it was Yun Luofeng who had attracted the spirit beast. At first, she thought it was just a misunderstanding, but now it seemed that this man was not simple. I want to leave this place temporarily. If Huang Yingying and Huli come back, tell them to wait for us in the Windchasing Alliance. Yun Luofeng paused for a moment. Also, I'd like to ask around. Have you seen a woman called Hong Luan? Hong Luan? In an instant, everyone looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Feng Yun Xiao looked at the people in front of him before turning his gaze towards Yun Luofeng. Yesterday, I asked Feng Yu to interrogate those spiritual beasts, but none of them had seen Hong Luan before. They had even never heard of this name. If Hong Luan came to the Beast Continent, it would be impossible for her to be unknown. Chapter 1602. Why haven't these people seen her before? Miss Yun, Pinewood thought for a moment before he said. The Beast clan that has arrived includes most of the clans in the Beast Continent, including the Phoenix clan. If the person you're looking for is still nowhere to be found, I suggest that you make a trip to the Dragon Mountain. Dragon Mountain? That's right. The Dragon Mountain is inhabited by one of the strongest tribes in the Beast Continent, the Dragon Tribe. Yun Luofeng was silent. After a long while, she raised her head slightly and narrowed her eyes. If that's the case, let's go to the Dragon Clan. Mistress, Feng Yu had just entered when she heard Yun Luofeng's words. She quickly volunteered. Do you need the help of the Phoenix Clan? The Phoenix Clan and the Dragon Clan were the two strongest forces in the Beast Continent. Therefore, if the Phoenix Clan were to intervene, they would definitely be able to find Hong Luan faster. But send someone to find Hong Luan's whereabouts. Yun Xiao and I will personally make a trip to the Dragon Clan. Let's not talk about whether the Dragon Clan had really captured Hong Luan. However, if the Hong Luan really fell into the hands of the Dragon Clan, if Hong Luan was forced, it might bring danger to Hong Luan. The urgent matter at hand was for him and Yun Xiao to personally make a trip there. Besides that, I don't want anyone to know that I'm looking for Hong Luan, and I don't want anyone to know about my relationship with the Phoenix Clan. Only then can I ensure Hong Luan's safety. Yun Luofeng said in a low voice. Her tone was very serious as she quietly looked at the red-haired man in front of her. Yes, mistress. Feng Yu cupped her fists respectfully. Then, he immediately sent people to seal her mouth. There were many spiritual beasts here, so it was not easy to seal their mouths. Even so, with the threat of the Phoenix Clan, no one dared to resist. The vice leader is back. At this moment, a surprised voice came from outside the door. The people who had been sitting on the chairs stood up when they heard this. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Vice Guild Master is back? He really came back. In the courtyard hidden by the trees, the man in the brocade robe was stunned the moment he walked in. There were several phoenixes circling in the sky, and below these phoenixes, a few beast leaders were squatting on the ground with their hands on the back of their heads, not daring to move. He was a little confused, like a monk scratching his head. What's going on? Vice Guild Master. Suddenly, those familiar figures quickly rushed out of the room and walked in front of him. Vice Guild Master, you're finally back. The man who was addressed as Deputy Alliance Leader stared blankly at his excited companions. He scratched the back of his head and asked, who can tell me what exactly is going on? Why were there so many spirit beasts here? And phoenixes? Those phoenixes actually didn't destroy you? Deputy Alliance Master, we've met our saviors this time. Originally, the Wind-Chasing Alliance was going to suffer a crushing defeat. I didn't expect two saviors to appear. Even the Phoenix Clan is their subordinate. It's because of them that we're saved. We don't have to worry about being surrounded by spirit beasts anymore. This person was very excited and vividly described the grand scene from yesterday. His face was full of worship and respect. The man blinked and looked up. When he saw the woman in white walking out, he was stunned on the spot. Yun Luofeng also stopped where he was. His pitch-black eyes stared deeply at the man in embroidered robes in front of him as the corners of his lips curled into an evil smile. Chapter 1603. Previously, when Little Yin said that this alliance was called the Wind-Chasing Alliance, and that the deputy alliance leader was surnamed Nangong, I had my suspicions. She paused and continued. I didn't think it would really be you, Nangong. Long time no see, how have you been? Wind-Chasing Alliance, Maple-Chasing Alliance, why did she only dare to confirm this now? Nangong Uni laughed out loud and quickly walked to Yun Luofeng's side. As usual, he wanted to reach out and hook his arm around her neck. His hand hadn't even reached Yun Luofeng when a strong and powerful hand had already stopped him. Yun Luofeng, aren't you going to introduce me? Nangong Uni awkwardly retracted his hand, rubbed his nose and asked. Yun Luofeng curled his lips. My man Yun Xiao. TSK. I chased after you for so long back then but couldn't get my hands on you. I didn't think that there would be a man who could conquer you. Nangong Uni didn't notice Yun Xiao's darkened expression at all and continued to speak. You chased after me? Why didn't I know? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and smiled. When Nangong Uni met her at Huaxia University, he fearlessly confessed to her and even expressed that he wanted to pester her. After that, he was beaten by Yun Luofeng until he couldn't get out of bed for a few months. Because of this, the two of them became best friends. To be honest, when Nangong Uni first met Yun Luofeng, he was only stunned and didn't really like her. After all, any man would be attracted to an outstanding and beautiful woman. Later, when he found out that there was no possibility between him and Yun Luofeng, he retracted all his thoughts and fell in love with the department beauty of Huaxia University. Now that he came to this strange world and met Oya who looked similar to the department beauty, his thoughts were rekindled. If Yun Luofeng hadn't helped him wake up, perhaps he wouldn't have his current achievements. Even so, in this lifetime, Yun Luofeng was the most important woman to him. It had nothing to do with love. It was only because she was his best friend that he would use his entire life to protect. Yun Luofeng, you really are forgetful. Back then I only confessed to you and you beat me until I couldn't get out of bed for a few months. Have you forgotten just like that? Nangong Uni's eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Yun Luofeng like a resentful woman. Yun Zhao's expression grew darker and darker. He forcefully pulled Yun Luofeng into his embrace and said threateningly, You're not strong enough. She likes strong people. Tisk, Nangong Uni said with a smile that was not a smile. Yun Luofeng, your man is a vinegar jar. Yun Xiao was expressionless. In this world, she's the only one who can make me jealous. What he meant was, no matter what you say, I won't be jealous. I only trust her. Vice Alliance Master, you know each other? Pinewood and the others were dumbfounded as they asked blankly. Nangong Uni's lips curved into a smile. That's right. She's the Alliance Master I told you about. Boom. Like a bolt from the blue, everyone was stunned. Yun Luofeng was their leader? God, were they dreaming? If Yun Luofeng was the leader of the alliance, wouldn't that mean that the Wind-Chasing Alliance would be on equal footing with the Phoenix clan? Thinking of this, everyone's faces turned red, and they excitedly looked at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng was stunned. I didn't agree to be the Alliance Master. Yun Luofeng, with our relationship, there's no difference between you being the Alliance Master and me being the Alliance Master. Furthermore, the Wind-Chasing Alliance was established for you. You won't be so heartless as to reject me, right? Nangong Uni looked at Yun Luofeng with a wronged expression, as if he was forcing her to accept the Wind-Chasing Alliance. Chapter 1604. Alright, if that's the case, then I'll accept it. Yun Luofeng shrugged. Also, how did you come to the Beast Continent and establish the Wind-Chasing Alliance? Actually, it's a long story. Back then, after you left, I came across an opportunity. That opportunity caused my strength to change drastically. Coincidentally, the wormhole opened at that time, and I came to the Beast Continent. Unfortunately, this place is too complicated and I've never been able to leave. Nangong Uni recalled the past and sighed coldly. Oh right, Vice Alliance Leader. Didn't you say you were looking for someone? How is it? Did you find the person? Pinewood pondered for a moment before asking. Nangong Uni was helpless. I didn't find her, I don't know where she went. Vice Alliance Leader. Tell us the name of the lady you're looking for. Maybe we can help you. In an instant, everyone in the alliance turned to look at Nangong Uni. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and smiled. Nangong, looks like your trip to the Beast Continent wasn't just about the wind-chasing alliance. Nangong Yuni's expression was a little awkward. I still don't know her name, I just accidentally peeped at her bathing, and she chased me all the way. So you're a masochist, I couldn't tell before. Yun Luofeng gently stroked his chin, the smile in his eyes deepening. But you can describe the lady's appearance, I'll let the Phoenix clan help you find her. Hongyi. Nangong Yuni raised his head and looked at Yun Luofeng. He said very seriously, she wears red clothes. She is very beautiful, very charming. Her hair is very long. It can be described as a waterfall. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. Red dress? Beautiful? Long hair? What was the difference between saying that and not saying it? Nangong Yuni was immersed in his memories. But her personality was more violent, and her temper was bigger. When she was chasing me, I accidentally touched her butt, and she was so angry that she almost chopped me into meat paste. Luckily I ran fast, or else you wouldn't be able to see me, your brother, again. Pinewood and the others were already dumbfounded. Touch someone's butt? That lady didn't kill you immediately, that was already very kind. Anything else? Yun Luofeng continued to ask. No, that's all I remember. Nangong Yuni shook his head and looked at Yun Luofeng with a pleading expression. Yun Luofeng, we've been brothers for so many years. Please help me. Yun Luofeng held his forehead and turned towards Yun Xiao with a troubled expression. What do you think? Yun Xiao's cold eyes swept towards Fengyu, scaring Fengyu so much that she nearly knelt down on the ground. She wanted to cry but had no tears as she said, Master Mistress, we will do our best to find him. This brother of the mistress must find his woman. Nangong Yuni hastily corrected him. Don't say she's my woman. If that crazy woman heard it, I'll definitely be killed by her. If you're so afraid of her, why are you still looking for her? Yun Luofeng asked with a faint smile. Nangong Yuni's face twitched, his face full of awkwardness. That crazy woman has been chasing after me for so long. I'm not used to her suddenly not chasing after me. In reality, according to that woman's personality, it was impossible for her to let him go just like that. So Nangong Yuni suspected whether or not she had encountered danger, so he left the alliance to search for her. Chapter 1605. Nangong, I have someone I want to find and you have someone you want to find as well. Why don't we travel together this time? All right. Nangong Yuni laughed. Besides, even if that crazy woman wants to kill me again with you by my side, you'll be able to protect me no matter what. Unfortunately, he had spoken too early. When he had found that woman, he realized that Yun Luofeng would not help him at all. Beast City. In the deep and serene courtyard, a young girl dressed in a light yellow dress floated like a fairy. Her beauty was unimaginable. Her skin was like white cream, delicate, so perfect that it would make one jealous. The eldest princess had long gnashed her teeth in hatred. Her tightly clenched fists sank deep into her palms as she glared hatefully at the beautiful young girl with skin as white as snow. In this beast city, she was the most perfect person. Who would have thought that her little sister, who had long been disfigured, would one day recover her beauty? How could this not make her hate her? Ili seemed to have noticed the eldest princess who was hiding in the dark. She gently lowered her face, her long eyelashes leaving a reflection on her eyelids. It made one feel pity for her. Her expression was cold and arrogant, like an undefeated chrysanthemum, emitting a delicate fragrance everywhere. Big sister, is there something you need from me? Seeing that she had been discovered, the eldest princess scoffed coldly and stepped forward. She stared coldly at Ili. Little sister, I'm here to tell you something. You've heard the rumors on the mainland recently. Many beastmen have gone to capture Hu Li and the others. Your lord son-in-law has long been dismembered by the beastmen. Ili sneered. If Hu Li had really died, then your expression wouldn't be so ugly. In my opinion, those beastmen must have failed, right? Haha. The eldest princess laughed maniacally. Her smile was filled with anger and murderous intent. She had originally thought that Yun Luofeng and the others would undoubtedly die this time. She never thought that those beastmen would actually fail. That's right, the beastmen have failed. However, I've received another piece of information. The first princess laughed coldly. My little sister, Perhaps you don't know the relationship between your prince consort and that human woman called Huang Yingying. Then I can tell you now. The eldest princess took a deep breath and said coldly, the two of them have already secretly plotted against each other. The reason why Hu Li became the prince consort was to make use of you. So you are the one who is truly pitiful. Ri's heart tightened, and her hands clenched involuntarily. Do you think I will believe you? The first princess smiled contemptuously. If Hu Li has you in his heart, why didn't he take you with him this time? Instead he left you here? That's because he already has a wife. He's only with you to make use of you. Humans have always been sinister, but you trust them so much. Yairi's breathing was a bit rapid, and her face was slightly pale. She bit her lips and didn't make a sound. Hu Li already has a wife. No. Impossible. He's never said that he has a wife. Seeing that her words had an effect, the eldest princess's eyes were filled with mockery. She slowly turned around and walked out of the courtyard. It was only after the eldest princess had left that Yairi's body staggered and almost fell to the ground. She laughed bitterly in her heart and said self-deprecatingly, Hu Li has been using me from the beginning. I've been willing to be used by him in order to make him stay. Since that's the case, what else can I hope for? Chapter 1606. Wasn't this a foregone conclusion? Then what else was she asking for? How could she hope for that man to turn around and look at her? Yairi gradually stood up from the ground. She lowered her eyes and clenched her fists. All of a sudden, she seemed to have figured it out and gradually raised her head. From the first day I met Hu Li, I've been dreaming of becoming his wife. However, as long as I can stay by his side, no matter what my identity is, I have no regrets. Unless... Ellie's eyes were filled with determination. Unless he doesn't need me. With that, Ely slowly walked towards the courtyard. She had just walked to the entrance of the courtyard when she was blocked by several leopard clan cultivators. Princess, the king is still unconscious. You cannot leave the leopard clan. Get out of my way. Yairi's expression turned cold. I'm going to find Hu Li. Princess, you can't be impulsive. The Panther clan can't do without you to preside over the overall situation. At the very least, you have to wait until the king wakes up. Scram! Ely shouted. In an instant, a powerful force slammed into the bodies of these experts, causing them to take a few steps back. Then, under the pleading and despairing gazes of the crowd, Yairi had already stepped over the threshold. Yes, if spirit beasts wanted to stay with humans forever, there was only one way. That was a contract that went deep into the soul. Even if humans reached the end of their lifespan, as long as there was a chance for reincarnation, she would always wait for him. He would have no regrets in this lifetime. In a luxurious and exquisite room, the first princess was lying on the chaise lounge. Her eyes lit up as she listened to her subordinate's report. That fool Ely really left the Panther clan? Her heart began to stir. Ely's talent surpassed hers, and she had regained her stunning beauty. The elders of the clan had long been partial to her. Unfortunately, this little fool was willing to leave the Panther clan for a man. Wasn't this the same as giving him a chance? Ely is a woman who never fights for anything. If I were her, I would do everything in my power to keep the man I love by my side. Only a fool like her would allow the man she loves to leave. The eldest princess laughed mockingly, clearly disdainful of Ely's actions. Furthermore, judging from the situation, Ely was planning to follow Hu Li for no apparent reason. She was the dignified princess of the leopard clan. There were so many men in the world, so why did she have to love only one person? Roar! Just then, a dragon's roar rang out from the void, frightening the eldest princess so much that she fell off her chair and tumbled out the door. In the azure sky, a huge dragon was circling the entire void. His huge body blotted out the sky and blocked out the sun, causing the entire courtyard to become gloomy. Lord Dragon Race. The eldest princess looked at the huge dragon in the sky in surprise. A look of pleasant surprise flashed in her eyes. She had not expected the people of the Dragon Clan to arrive so quickly. Are you the one who leaked the news to our Dragon Clan? The giant dragon looked at the first princess coldly. Its voice was low and hoarse, but it contained a powerful force that struck directly at her heart. Yes, the first princess didn't deny her words. Unfortunately, That woman is no longer in my beast city. She joined the Wind-Chasing Alliance and joined forces with them to declare war against our beast clan. Wind-Chasing Alliance? The giant dragon snorted disdainfully. Is it just a group of lowly humans? If it weren't for the fact that our dragon clan has been rather busy lately, the Wind-Chasing Alliance would have long ceased to exist. Since that woman has joined the Wind-Chasing Alliance, there's no need for the alliance to remain. Chapter 1607. A smile gradually appeared on the eldest princess's face, but it disappeared in a flash. Her eyes shone with a smug light. However, the giant dragon looked down at the eldest princess arrogantly. I will leave my traces wherever I go. So, boom! A loud noise suddenly rang out. The giant dragon in the sky spat out a dragon's breath, instantly destroying the entire courtyard. Some of the weaker people were directly turned into ashes by the dragon's breath. The eldest princess was already scared out of her wits. She trembled and her face was pale. At this moment she finally understood exactly what kind of calamity she had brought upon herself. The giant dragon did not look at the eldest princess again. Its huge body disappeared into the void, revealing the azure sky. Although the giant dragon's body was huge, it was actually very agile. It was like a small snake and did not feel burdened by its body at all. The eldest princess swallowed hard and felt some regret. Was it right to implicate the dragon clan in this matter? Just then, a voice was heard from the door. Did that dragon just leave from the leopard clan's palace? The eldest princess was neither familiar nor unfamiliar with this voice, so she raised her head and looked at the two people walking in from outside the courtyard. It was a man and a woman. The man was like a demon and his peach blossom eyes were full of charm. He was like a cunning fox. It was dangerous to be around such a person. The young girl standing next to the man was dressed in plain clothes. She was as agile as an oriole resting on a tree, crisp and moving. However, the young girl's eyes were cold and her face was expressionless. Huli. The eldest princess spat through gritted teeth when she saw the fox-like man. Huli raised her brows slightly. I'm here to look for Ely. I plan to take her away. A light flashed across the eldest princess's eyes when she heard this. She sneered and said, You're here to look for Ely? Humph, you've caused Ely's death and you still dare to look for her? Caused Ely's death? Huli's face darkened. What do you mean by that? Explain yourself. The eldest princess's eyes were filled with intense hatred. I don't know how those friends of yours offended the Dragon Clan, but the Dragon Clan came to find trouble with them. In the end, the dragons failed to find your friend. Instead, they learned that Ely was related to you and killed her in a fit of rage. Boom! The eldest princess's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Huli's mind to instantly explode and become blank. What did you say? Ellie is dead? This was impossible. The first princess must be deceiving him. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other members of the Leopard Clan. The eldest princess's eyes flashed as she spoke coldly. The hearts of the people of the Leopard Clan skipped a beat. They looked at each other and then turned to Huli. The eldest princess is right, the little princess has passed away. This leopard tribe guard's face was filled with sorrow. His eyes were filled with tears, and he almost cried out loud. The entire leopard tribe was filled with a sorrowful atmosphere. Incomparably sorrowful. Huli took 2 steps back. His face was pale as he knocked his head fiercely. His handsome and devilishly handsome face was filled with deep pain. If I had taken her with me, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Ellie was dead. That young girl who had a bright smile despite her disfigured face was really dead? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Princess Ely wouldn't have left us. One of the leopard tribe powerhouses yelled angrily. You should pay for the princess's death with your life. Chapter 1608. He said leave, not death. But in the ears of others, what was the difference between leaving and death? I killed Ely. Huli's seductive eyes were filled with pain and confusion as he looked at the people in front of him. Where's Ely's body? I want to take her away. Body? Ely was not dead, so where did her body come from? The eldest princess sneered. Ely was turned into ashes by the dragon breath. So where did her body come from? If you really feel guilty, then you should go to the Dragon Clan to avenge Ely. Slandering the Dragon Clan? What a joke. In any case, she would never admit that she had said such things in the future. The powerhouses of the Dragon Clan would never believe Hu Li. As for the Leopard Clan, they did not want Ili to marry a human, so they helped her lie. Since everyone had a part in this, how could they betray her? Moreover, she was the Leopard Princess, so they would not dare to say it out loud. Wait! Huang Yingying saw the change in Hu Li's emotions and hurriedly pulled him back. She lowered her head and checked the messy yard. After a moment of silence, she said, "It was indeed caused by the dragon breath." The eldest princess snorted. "Do you think I would lie?" Huang Yingying looked up at the eldest princess. As for whether Princess Ili died in the hands of the Dragon Clan, that remains to be seen. Why don't you come with us to avenge the Dragon Clan? At this moment, the eldest princess's expression changed completely. What do you mean by that? Too much anger and grief can lead people to believe it without question. Ili was the same. Hu Li was the same. On the contrary, Huang Yingying, who was watching from the sidelines, was very calm. You're saying that the dragons killed Ili, so we should at least find a witness. Please come with us. Huang Yingying smiled coldly. Everything that she had experienced over the years had made her no longer the innocent girl she used to be. She also understood that an innocent woman would not be able to follow Yun Luofeng for long. You! Stop right there. The eldest princess took 2 steps back in fear, but Huang Yingying grabbed her hand. Seeing this, the leopard guards quickly stepped forward to save the eldest princess. Ili glanced at the crowd coldly, her aura faintly seeping out. If any of you step forward, I will kill her. Sure enough, the guards didn't dare to move when they heard this. Of course, once she proves that Ili was killed by the Dragon Clan, we will release her. Huang Yingying retracted her gaze. Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed Ili's shirt and dragged her out of the door. Elder, what should we do now? A panther guard's face was filled with worry, his voice filled with anxiety. What can we do? The Leopard Clan elder's expression was very ugly. Since we are helping the first princess lie, it is equivalent to being in cahoots with her. Furthermore, I see that the first princess is very familiar with the experts of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan will believe her, so there is no need to worry too much. But the king is still in a coma, the little princess has run away, and the eldest princess has been captured. What should we do next? Windchaser Alliance. Inside the tavern, everyone was drinking and chatting merrily. I didn't expect the battle between humans and spirit beasts to end so quickly. We don't have to hide anymore. Haha. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've had such a good drink. All these years, the Alliance has been in hiding. How could I still have the mood to drink? Today, I must drink to my heart's content. Chapter 1543. Chapter 1609. Pinewood's lips curled into a smile as he looked at his brothers who had gone through thick and thin with him. Indeed, ever since they had joined the Alliance, they had been living in hiding in order to prevent the spiritual beasts from finding them. It was only now that they were able to drink without restraint. In the past, this was something they would never have dared to think about. They were afraid that their enemies would attack them after they were drunk, and they would not be able to defend themselves. Boom! Right at this moment, the entire ground trembled, startling everyone to the point that the wine in their cups spilled out and spilled onto the ground. What? What's going on? The crowd turned pale with fright. Logically speaking, all the leaders of the beast tribes were under the control of the Phoenix tribe. Who would dare to cause trouble? Come, let's go out and take a look. Pinewood's eyes darkened as he slowly walked out of the inn. However, when the others followed him out and saw the enormous dragon in the sky, they nearly fell to the ground. The Dragon Tribe, my God, how could we have forgotten about the Dragon Tribe? The Dragon Tribe and the Phoenix Tribe are on equal footing in the Beast Continent. There's no need to fear the Phoenix Tribe. The young man's face turned pale with fright. His legs were trembling and he almost lost his balance. However, he forced himself to remain standing and refused to fall to the ground in front of the Dragon Tribe. Pinewood's eyes darkened as he asked, "Dragon Tribe Cultivator, may I know why you have come to the Windchaser Alliance?" The dragon scoffed coldly and spoke in an arrogant and disdainful tone. "You have no right to ask me anything." His arrogant voice infuriated the hot-blooded men of the Windchaser Alliance. "Master Pinewood, let's not waste our breath on this dragon. Let's fight it." Everyone could see that the dragon had ill intentions. At a time like this, why would they care about the difference in power? They would rather die standing than live on their knees. You overestimate yourself. The dragon scoffed coldly. To the others, this sound was nothing out of the ordinary and would not cause any trouble. However, the man who had spoken spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed a few times before he fell to the ground. Qinglin! Matsuki shouted and quickly stepped forward to catch the man's body that had fallen to the ground. His fingers hurriedly felt the man's pulse. With my heart and liver shattered, there is no way to recover. Matsumoto's eyes were bloodshot. He slowly stood up from the ground, his voice trembling. What have we humans done wrong? Why do the spirit beasts want to kill us? Facing Pinewood's angry questioning, the dragon's deep voice was filled with disdain. This is the beast continent, the world of us spiritual beasts. In the other continents, don't you humans treat spiritual beasts the same way? Any powerful spirit beast would be fought over and killed. Besides, didn't you enter the beast continent to form a contract with a powerful spiritual beast? Songmu was speechless. Indeed, to humans, if they saw a powerful spirit beast, they would want to take it for themselves. It was the same for spirit beasts. Whenever they saw a good-looking human, they would fantasize about taking them in for their own use. If he didn't obey, he could only beat him until he did. In this world, the strong are respected. There is no difference between spiritual beasts and humans. The strong have the right to enslave the weak. The dragon spat out a white mist from its mouth as its domineering eyes stared down at the group of insignificant humans. It was as if it was looking down at a group of ants. Now all you need to do is hand over Yun Luofeng, and I will leave a few descendants of the Windchaser Alliance. Chapter 1610. Pinewood scoffed. The Alliance leader isn't in the Alliance. Even if she was, we wouldn't hand her over. Humph. The giant dragon scoffed. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Roar. The giant dragon's furious roar echoed through the sky. A dragon's breath tore through the void and attacked the group of humans on the ground. Watch out. Xiaoxi shielded Xiaoyan with her body, shielding her from the crowd. Xiaoyan's body stiffened. He could feel a warm liquid slowly dripping onto his face. It was moist and carried the stench of blood. He slowly raised his head. At that moment, his heart trembled and tears almost rolled down his cheeks. Aunt Xiaoxi. The woman in front of him was bleeding from her orifices. The bright red blood stimulated his nerves and made his body tense up. Get out of here. Tell the Alliance leader not to go to the Dragon Clan. You mustn't. Don't go to the Dragon Clan. Bang! Xiaoxi punched Xiaoyan's chest. Xiaoyan's body flew out and he tried to grab Xiaoxi in a panic. However, he could only watch as his companions moved further and further away from him. The giant dragon glanced at Xiaoyan coldly but did not chase after him. He scoffed coldly and expressionlessly said, "He's just a half-beast human boy. I'm not interested in killing him. It's better to let him go. That way, someone will inform Yun Luofeng." Xiaoxi's body could no longer support itself the moment she sent Xiaoyan away. She collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Blood seeped out from under her body and stained the ground red. Xiaoxi! Pinewood's eyes were about to split open. Flames of anger shot out from his eyes as he turned towards the giant dragon in the void. Even if we die here today, we will die without regrets. The Alliance leader and the others will definitely avenge us. Avenge? The giant dragon spoke in a condescending tone. A bunch of insignificant humans want to seek revenge on the Dragon Clan? The Phoenix Clan is our Alliance leader's subordinate. Do you think the Alliance leader has the ability to avenge us? Pinewood clenched his fists. Haha! The dragon laughed maniacally. No wonder you dare to look down on the Dragon Clan. It turns out that you have the backing of the Phoenix Clan. How dare those little birds provoke the Dragon Clan? If the Phoenix Clan really dares to come, I'll shoot one if one comes. If a pair comes, I'll shoot a pair. Even though the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan were considered to be at the pinnacle of the Beast Continent, but you can imagine how could the two of them, who were considered to be the strongest in the continent, admit that the other party's battle prowess was on par with theirs? The dragons looked down on the phoenixes, and so did the phoenixes. Lord Pinewood, Let's fight this dragon to the death. If we are unfortunate enough to die here, then we will continue to be brothers in hell. That's right. In any case, everyone would die one day. What was the difference between dying earlier or later? We can even go to hell to scout for the Alliance Master and the Vice Alliance Master, haha. Perhaps it was because they were too afraid that these people suddenly said such insolent words to hide the trembling in their hearts. Motherfucker, I've had enough of these days of hiding. I'll go first and you guys can follow me. A burly man cursed as he charged towards the giant dragon. His eyes were filled with madness. Stop right there. Pinewood shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, it was too late. The burly man had only reached the giant dragon when his body was instantly engulfed by the dragon's breath. Pinewood's pupils shrank. Before he could retract his outstretched hand, he saw another comrade disappear before his eyes. Chapter 16:11. Damn it, let's fight it out with him. His companions could no longer endure the anger and fear in their hearts. We can't let our dead brothers die in vain. That's right, even if we can't kill this dragon, we have to dig out its scales and use it as a sacrifice to our brothers' souls. Everyone recklessly rushed towards the dragon. Only the man who had slandered Yun Luofeng sneaked away while no one was paying attention. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the dragon. Thus, no one noticed his escape. Blood dyed the ground red. The people of the Wind-Chasing Alliance were like heroic warriors. Even though they were facing the fear of death, they still did not retreat. They had enough of hiding. They might as well fight to the end. Even if they died, they would go to the Yellow Springs together and forge a new path. Dragon Clan. They arrived at a towering mountain peak. The terrain of this mountain peak was treacherous. Faintly, there was a strong sense of danger coming from the valley. Who dares to be so bold as to trespass into my dragon clan? A muffled sound came from within the valley. Not long after, a huge body rushed up and covered the entire sky. It's the Dragon Clan's mountain guardian dragon. Nangong Uni narrowed his eyes. Its strength is at the early stage of the Saint Monarch. The dragon in the sky heard Nangong Uni's voice and looked down at him. Its eyes were filled with arrogance and disdain. The deep voice was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly smashed into the hearts of others. Humans? A group of insignificant people. Why have you come here? We're here to find someone. Yun Luofeng raised his head slightly. His evil eyes swept over the dragon in the sky. Our dragon clan doesn't have the person you're looking for. So leave this place immediately. Otherwise, I won't let you leave Dragon Mountain. The dragon's voice was disdainful. It did not put Yun Luofeng in its eyes. In its opinion, it was already good enough for him to let her go. If she did not know what was good for her, then she could not blame him for being impolite. Oh, Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and smiled. Then I want to see how you're going to make me unable to leave Dragon Mountain. Humph. The dragon's nostrils spewed out a white mist. Its eyes were filled with arrogance. I can fulfill your wish. Roar. A loud roar resounded through the sky. The dragon's mouth gradually widened, and a powerful force was contained within it. Soon after, a dragon's breath was spewed out. It was as if the sun had fallen from the sky and dyed the entire sky. Bang. The dragon breath smashed into the ground. With Yun Luofeng as the center, everything within 100 miles turned into ruins. The giant dragon smiled proudly. Under its dragon breath, those 3 humans had no chance of survival. But the next scene caused the huge dragon's pupils to suddenly tighten, and its expression suddenly changed. The dust settled. The man stretched his hand forward. His black robes fluttered without any wind. He was as cold as a god of death. A powerful aura lingered around his body, causing a hurricane to form around him. Just now her dragon breath was blocked by this man with a single hand? Impossible. When did humans become so powerful? Perhaps because she was blown by the hurricane beside the man. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and her fine black hair was like a waterfall, lightly brushing against the woman's cheek. It was so beautiful that people forgot to breathe. Whoosh. While the giant dragon was still in shock, the woman standing on the ground had already disappeared. Chapter 16:12. By the time he turned around, he realized that Yun Luofeng was already standing in front of him. The woman's eyes were filled with a sinister smile. The corners of her lips curled up into a smile, but for some reason, it gave off a creepy feeling. He had been the guardian divine dragon for so many years, but this was the first time he felt fear towards a human. Is your dragon race very powerful? The woman's lips curved up slightly as she asked with a smile. The giant dragon's voice wasn't as domineering as before, but it was still not to be outdone. That's right. Our dragon race has always been very powerful. Is that so? Yun Luofeng smiled evilly. If that's the case, I want to know if your dragon race is more powerful or if my water dragon is more powerful. What? The giant dragon's eyes widened in shock. A dragon race actually submitted to a human? But before the giant dragon could react, Yun Luofeng suddenly raised his hand, and a transparent figure gradually appeared in front of him. This was a blue dragon with domineering and fierce eyes. It was even more ferocious, as if the giant dragon in front of it was only its food. Roar! The water dragon's roar reverberated through the entire sky, causing the mountains to tremble for a long time. This water dragon is only a soul. Why is it so powerful? A trace of panic flashed across the giant dragon's eyes. Even if he felt that this water dragon was only a great sage, but he didn't know why, but the water dragon gave him a strong sense of oppression. One could imagine how powerful the water dragon must have been when it was alive. In the void, two giant dragons stood facing each other. The giant dragon couldn't suppress the fear in his heart in the end. He turned around and wanted to escape, but an angry roar came from behind him, scaring him so much that he trembled and almost fell. For spirit beasts, the suppression was extremely strong. The water dragon was very powerful when it was alive. Even though it was only a soul now, it could still make other dragons feel fear. Especially when the guardian divine dragon was only a low-level great sage. Bang! When the giant dragon turned to escape, he accidentally bumped into a figure. He hurriedly stopped in his tracks and looked at the man who seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The man was dressed in blue robes, and his handsome face was gloomy. He looked coldly at the divine dragon that was fleeing in panic. What happened? Lord Dragon Roar. The mountain-guarding divine dragon was on the verge of tears. You're finally here. These humans said they were looking for someone in our dragon clan, and even sent a water dragon to threaten me. Oh! The blue-robed man stared coldly at the water dragon in front of Yun Luofeng. He laughed mockingly. A mere water dragon spirit can scare you to such an extent. Indeed, you can only be a guardian dragon forever. In fact, with the strength of the mountain guardian divine dragon, it was more than enough to become an elder. Unfortunately, this dragon was too timid and often ran away in the face of battle. In a fit of anger, the king demoted him to a mountain guardian divine dragon. I longing never kill a nobody. So, tell me your name immediately. The blue-robed man raised his eyebrows slightly. His expression was condescending, and his tone was arrogant. The blue sword in his hand was pointed at Yun Luofeng, who was in the void. His arrogant eyes were mixed with disdain. Yun Xiao and Nangong Yuni had unknowingly arrived at Yun Luofeng's side. The two of them stood on her left and right, protecting her from any harm. Leave it to me, Yun Xiao said in a low voice. A little worm. I'll deal with him quickly. Chapter 16:13. You overestimate yourself. The blue-robed man's expression suddenly changed and his gaze became even colder and arrogant. A mere human dares to provoke the dragon clan's dignity. Are you looking for death? Nangong Yuni was very displeased with the blue-robed man's attitude. He scoffed. Yun Luofeng Yun Xiao, let me teach him a lesson first. If I don't beat him until he cries for his parents today, I will kneel down and call him father. Yun Luofeng? These three words suddenly fell into the blue-robed man's ears. His pupils suddenly constricted and a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. He was just about to look for her. He didn't expect that she would actually deliver herself to his doorstep. It looked like even the heavens were helping him. You aren't fit to call out Yun Luofeng's name. Nangong Yuni slightly raised his chin, clearly not putting this dragon clan cultivator in his eyes. The blue-robed man didn't get angry. He laughed sinisterly. Yun Luofeng, hand over the fire spirit fruit. Fire spirit fruit? Yun Luofeng's brows furrowed slightly and a cold light flickered in his eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. You still dare to play dumb at a time like this. The leopard clan's eldest princess has already told me that you have the fire spirit fruit in your hands. Hand it over right now. Maybe I can still spare your life on account of your sincerity. The blue-robed man extended his hand and ordered in a domineering manner. Yun Luofeng's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect that it was actually the leopard clan's eldest princess who was behind this. I don't have the fire spirit fruit. Yun Luofeng spread his hands. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Compared to a cunning human, I'm more willing to believe in a spiritual beast. If you don't hand over the fire spirit fruit and cause me to be unable to save my beloved Hong Luan, I will make you die without a burial ground. Hong Luan. These two words fiercely crashed into Yun Luofeng's heart, causing it to tremble. It was also at this time that Yun Xiao decided to make a move. The moment before Yun Xiao made his move, Yun Luofeng quickly grabbed his hand, causing the aura on his body to be completely withdrawn at this moment. She took a deep breath and suppressed the surging emotions in her heart. She looked coldly at the blue-robed man. If you can tell me the cause and effect, perhaps I can save someone. What she said was to save them, not to hand over the fire spirit fruit. However, in the heart of the blue-robed man, it was clear that Yun Luofeng was unable to resist his threat and intended to hand over the fire spirit fruit. You're all going to be dead anyway, so what's the harm in telling you? The blue-robed man sneered. Hong Luan is the woman I love. Unfortunately, if the two of us get together, then the child she gives birth to will definitely be a half-beast human. His bloodline will not be pure, and it will definitely affect the child's talent. So, he smiled and said, when I heard that the frost fruit could solve this problem, I fed it to her. Who knew that the side effects of the ice frost fruit would be so severe? We need the fire spirit fruit to save her. Yun Luofeng clenched his fists tightly, the anger in his heart almost bursting out. With Hong Luan's personality, how could she stay in the Dragon Clan to raise her children when her own life and death were unknown? Talk about love? So, all these signs pointed to the fact that Hong Luan was definitely being forced. However, in order to satisfy his own selfish desires, this dragon had actually forced Hong Luan to consume the ice frost fruit. She would never let him off. No wonder so many people couldn't find Hong Luan, so she had been captured by your Dragon Clan. Yun Luofeng smiled. This smile was extremely cold and murderous intent burst forth from his pitch-black eyes. His domineering aura leaked outwards and was extremely demonic. Anyone who dares to harm her will be punished. Chapter 16:14. The blue-robed man was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. His lips curled into a cold smile. You know Hong Luan? His smile was filled with cold killing intent. His aura also gushed out at this moment, turning into a hurricane that lingered in the air. No matter what, he would not let anyone take Hong Luan away. Hong Luan was his. In this lifetime she could not leave him. Yun Xiao, don't interfere in this matter. Yun Luofeng raised her head slightly, her demonic eyes quietly staring at the blue-robed man in front of her. This dragon. I want to deal with it personally. Yun Xiao hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. All right. He had said that if she wanted to fight with her own strength, then so what if he stood silently behind her to protect her? He had never thought that Yun Luofeng was a woman that needed to hide behind a man for protection. Instead, she would do everything she could to protect the safety of the people around her. Humph. The blue-robed man snorted coldly. The smile on his lips was cold. That's right, Hong Luan has been locked up by me. So what? She is my woman. She is destined to stay in the Dragon Clan and bear my children. Nangong Yuni stood behind Yun Luofeng and looked coldly at the blue-robed man who had provoked her. He clicked his tongue. This fellow is really not afraid of death. Yun Luofeng is the type of person that becomes stronger the more you provoke her. Yet, he still dared to say such words in front of her. Isn't this the same as thoroughly angering Yun Luofeng? Boom! Sure enough, a spiritual energy storm suddenly appeared above Yun Luofeng's head. This storm was very dangerous as it engulfed her entire body. The blue-robed man was a little surprised. Low-level Saint Monarch? This human girl was actually a low-level Saint Monarch? No wonder the divine mountain guardian dragon was intimidated by her, unfortunately. So what if you are a low-level Saint Monarch? Our Dragon Clan's battle power far exceeds our own level. Otherwise, we would not have such a supreme position. The Dragon Clan had thick skin and strong flesh. Coupled with the power of a humanoid beast, Under normal circumstances, a low-level Saint Monarch human would not be able to defeat a high-level Saint Venerable Dragon clan. The reason why the Mountain Guardian Divine Dragon was intimidated was because it had not obtained the human transformation fruit and could not transform into a human. Yun Luofeng stared coldly at the blue-robed man. Her demonic and lazy face was now covered in a layer of evil coldness. Her slightly narrowed eyes were filled with a biting chill. Did you force Hong Luan to eat the frost fruit? Yun Luofeng's voice was evil, and his pitch-black eyes were filled with a cold light. You already know the answer. The dragon race was proud, and this pride would not allow him to bow his head in front of humans. If that was the case, how could he lie? Roar! The water dragon's soul in front of Yun Luofeng let out an angry roar. Its body turned into a beam of water light that shot straight at the blue-robed man. The blue-robed man quickly retreated, his footsteps leaving deep marks in the void as he raised his hand to block the water dragon's attack. Bang! The water dragon slammed into his arm, and a cold feeling spread from his arm to his heart, causing his body to tremble. As a fellow water dragon, I can sense that this water dragon was very powerful when it was alive. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given me such a feeling. Unfortunately, he's already dead. The blue-robed man smiled disdainfully as he slowly walked towards Yun Luofeng. Swish! With a wave of his hand, a long sword formed from a water column appeared in his hand. Chapter 16:15. What threat does a dead dragon pose to me? The blue-robed man laughed coldly. He didn't seem to care about the water dragon's soul at all. More importantly, this water dragon's soul wasn't complete. It had been absorbed into Yun Luofeng's body, and because it couldn't be digested, it could appear in this form and fight for her. What if I add this to it? Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous glint flashed across his eyes. She slowly raised her hand. With a loud bang, endless flames emerged from Yun Luofeng's body and gathered in front of her, gradually forming a huge ferocious beast. Roar! The beast retreated and let out an earth-shattering roar. Under this roar, even the mountains trembled. You can actually control water and fire, two opposing elements? The blue-robed man's expression changed. The water dragon and the flaming beast were actually in a state of balance in Yun Luofeng's body. However, have you forgotten that I'm also a water dragon? How can mere flames suppress me? Ha ha ha. That might not be true. Yun Luofeng smiled, and her eyes shone with a demonic light. In that instant, the flaming beast and the water dragon charged at the blue-robed man one after the other. In the sky, the dragon's roar shook the heavens. The flaming beast also quickly rose, and powerful flames instantly attacked the blue-robed man. The blue-robed man's expression finally changed when he felt the huge pressure brought by the flaming beast. His eyes were filled with fear, and he didn't dare to take the attack lightly anymore. He pointed his finger and instantly, a sky-blue transparent barrier appeared in front of him. Boom! Flames filled the sky. The bright flames dyed the entire sky like a gorgeous sunset. It was extremely gorgeous. Cough cough. The blue-robed man staggered a little and almost fell to the ground. He coughed twice and his blue robe became ragged. His eyes changed from the initial fear to anger. The dignity of the dragon clan cannot be challenged. You are fated to not leave our dragon mountain. At this moment, a cold voice with a deep sense of oppression came from the front. What happened? In the end, this action still attracted the other experts of the dragon clan over. Your Majesty. When the blue-robed man turned around, he saw the white-robed man behind him in a few flashes. There was joy in his eyes. Your Majesty, this human is extremely audacious and has come to challenge the dignity of the dragon clan. Your Majesty, please order the elders to take action and capture him. Under normal circumstances, the Dragon King would not go personally. His body was getting weaker by the day, and he was only holding on with his last bit of willpower. Of course, only the members of the dragon tribe knew about this. The white-robed man placed his hands behind his back and frowned at Yun Luofeng and the others. He said indifferently, "You came to my dragon clan just to challenge the dignity of the dragon clan? I'm here to find someone." Yun Luofeng's evil eyes swept towards the man in white. The dragon clan has captured my friend. I'm here to take her away. If the dragon clan refuses to release her, I'll have no choice but to force my way in. The white-robed man's brows furrowed tighter and tighter as he turned to look at Long Yin. What's going on? Long Yin raised his head arrogantly and looked at Yun Luofeng disdainfully. These humans are here to snatch my wife. Of course, I won't allow them to snatch my wife away. Your Majesty, please seek justice for me. Chapter 16:16. The man in white muttered to himself for a moment. This woman could actually injure Long Yin. Then these people's powers must not be ordinary. Their old ancestor had yet to appear and the dragon clan was no longer the same as before. They could not afford to provoke any more enemies at this time. Hence, the man in white hesitated for a moment before saying, Everyone, your friend has already become a member of my dragon clan. Please return and let bygones be bygones. How about that? Your Majesty. Long Yin's heart suddenly trembled. We can't let these people leave. This woman has a fire spirit fruit in her body. Only the fire spirit fruit can save Hong Luan. That's right. Only with Yun Luofeng's death could Hong Luan survive. After saying this, Long Yin turned towards Yun Luofeng. You said that Hong Luan is your friend. Then I believe you're willing to sacrifice yourself for your friend. If you watch her die without saving her, what right do you have to snatch Hong Luan from my hands? Yun Xiao swept a cold glance at Long Yin and slightly raised his hand. With a loud bang, a force hit Long Yin's chest, causing his body to instantly fly out. Before the Dragon Clan elders could react, they saw Long Yin's fallen figure. Their expressions changed drastically as they stared angrily at Yun Xiao. Human, how dare you be so impudent in front of us? Your Majesty, if we don't kill these people, how will our Dragon Clan have the face to stand in this world? The man in white did not speak as he stared unblinkingly at Yun Xiao's sleeve. Was he seeing things? Just at the moment when Yun Xiao had attacked Long Yin, he had clearly seen a small worm hidden in this man's sleeve. Furthermore, why did that little worm look so much like his old ancestor? Can you let me see what's in your sleeve? The man in white did not give a reply to the Dragon Clan elders' pleas. He raised his head and looked at Yun Xiao anxiously. The Dragon Clan elders were all stunned, not understanding why His Majesty was interested in a human sleeve. Could it be that this human man's sleeve was hiding some sort of treasure? Inside the sleeve, Little Worm curled up and cursed Yun Xiao in his heart. Why didn't you use your other hand to attack Long Yin? That way it wouldn't have been exposed. Little Worm's heart was filled with resentment. Even though it was the ancestor of the Dragon Clan, it didn't want to see these people, let alone return to the Dragon Clan. Yun Luofeng glanced at the Dragon King, and then thought of what the Little Worm had said earlier. He had a vague answer in his heart. However, ever since the Little Worm heard that it was going to return to the Dragon Clan, it hid in Yun Zhao's sleeve. From this, one could tell that this little fellow did not want to return to the Dragon Clan. At the thought of this, Yun Luofeng pressed down on Yun Zhao's hand and raised his head to look at the walking Dragon King, his expression insolent. Not only did the Dragon Clan capture my friend, but they are also so insincere. Why should I do as you wish? Your Majesty! Long Yin clutched his injured chest and crawled up from the ground. He glared at Yun Luofeng. These humans are too presumptuous. Since that's the case, we'll just snatch the treasure. In the Dragon Clan, His Majesty's temper had always been not very good. Those who offended him would often meet a very tragic end. Therefore, of all the things that Yun Luofeng could do, he had to offend His Majesty. This time, His Majesty would definitely not let these humans leave. Seeing Yun Luofeng's attitude, His Majesty was even more certain that the person hiding in Yun Zhao's sleeve was the ancestor they had been searching for. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee on the ground. His voice was loud and his tone respectful. I am the Dragon Clan King. I hereby respectfully invite the ancestor to appear. Chapter 16:17. The dragons were dumbfounded, their faces full of shock as they turned dumbly towards the man in white. Was His Majesty stupid? How could the elder ancestor be in a place like this? Just as the dragons were thinking nothing of it, a little worm that looked like a green crystal slowly crawled out from Yun Zhao's sleeve. Its movements were very slow, as if it was wriggling on the ground, as if it was unwilling but helpless. The man in white was overjoyed. He did not expect that he had guessed correctly. The little figure that he had caught a glimpse of earlier was his elder ancestor. However, the members of the Dragon Clan felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The moment the little worm appeared, they were instantly petrified. Was the elder ancestor really in this place? Were they dreaming? In contrast, Long Yin's expression was extremely ugly. He clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Why was the elder ancestor with this man? Elder ancestor, you're finally willing to show yourself. The man in white was overjoyed. We've been searching for you for far too many years. The little worm snorted coldly from its nostrils, its expression especially arrogant, looking down on everyone else. I didn't want to return to the dragon clan. If it wasn't for the fact that all of you had knelt down and begged, I would never have shown myself. In reality, it had no choice but to not show itself. Who asked it to be discovered? All of this was because of Long Yin, this despicable dragon. Elder ancestor, your willingness to show yourself is already a great gift to the dragon clan. As the king of the dragon clan, I beg you to return with us. The little worm's expression froze. Its originally transparent green body instantly flushed red. It was not known if it was ashamed or this. The little worm coughed dryly. You know what happened in the past. I had originally intended to lure that god-level cultivator away. Who knew that that god-level cultivator was so stupid that he could not find me and even destroyed the dragon clan. Even though no one in the dragon clan was injured or killed, their 1,000-year foundation was destroyed in a day. Countless treasures were also snatched by that miraculous cultivator. Even the previous dragon king of the dragon clan was snatched away by that god-level cultivator to become his mount. This was the disgrace of the dragon clan for many years. It was also the reason why the little worm did not dare to return to the dragon clan. There were so many beast kings in the beast continent, but he was probably the only one who ran away from the battle. Ancestor, this isn't your fault. The white-robed man looked very agitated. Everything you've done has been for the sake of our dragon clan. Who would have thought that this god-level cultivator would be so stupid? You had clearly planned to lure him away, but he actually didn't fall for it. Little worm was dumbfounded, his eyes glazed over. Was the dragon king of the dragon clan stupid? How could he not see through such an obvious flaw back then? Ancestor, you are the pride of our dragon clan. You are also the greatest person in the history of our dragon clan. All of our dragon clan are proud of you. Little worm was completely dumbfounded. It suddenly felt that it was not impossible for the people of the dragon race to be a little stupid. At the thought of this, the awkwardness in the little worm's eyes faded. It cleared its throat and said in all seriousness, "That's right, this ancestor is just that great. Even though the plan went awry, everything this ancestor did was for the sake of the dragon clan. For all of you to remember this ancestor for so long, this ancestor is indeed proud." The corners of Yun Luofeng's mouth twitched. She knew very well that this little worm was afraid of death. In order not to fall into the hands of that god-level cultivator, it had fled the dragon clan. Chapter 16:18. However, from her mouth, her cowardly behavior from back then had become a noble act. These dragon clan members were indeed stupid beyond words. No wonder Long Yin trusted the leopard princess so much. Little worm looked pleased. That's right, he was not a coward who ran away from battle. He was the hero of the dragon clan. Welcome back, elder ancestor. The man in white curled his lips. Once the elder ancestor returned, the dragon clan status would immediately surpass the Phoenix clan and become the #1 in the beast continent. Wait! Little worm suddenly stopped the man in white, then turned to look at the pale Long Yin. What did you say just now? You wanted to marry my mistress friend? You even wanted to kill my mistress and take away the fire spirit fruit? Cold sweat trickled down Long Yin's face. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word to defend himself. Wait a minute. Mistress? The elder ancestor actually called this human woman mistress? The man in white opened his mouth in shock. Elder ancestor, these two humans are not your slaves? He had always thought that these two humans were nothing more than the old ancestor's slaves. But, according to what the elder ancestor said, this cold man in black was actually his master? How was he able to subdue the elder ancestor? Idiot! Little worm rolled his eyes. If he is not my master, why would I appear by his side? The man in white was speechless. What it said seemed very reasonable. He could not refute it. Little Worm snorted and no longer looked at the man in white. Instead, he looked at the trembling Long Yin. I've been with Mistress for such a long time. Why have I never seen any fire spirit fruit? This was what the leopard princess told me. It's impossible. Suddenly, Long Yin came to his senses and widened his eyes in anger. Could it be that damned woman was lying to him? I want to see Hong Luan. Just at this moment, Yun Luofeng's evil voice sounded, causing the surrounding temperature to drop a few degrees. The man in white hurriedly glared at Long Yin. What are you waiting for? Bring this lady's friend here immediately. Long Yin's expression was ugly, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly, but he clearly felt powerless. Yes, Your Majesty. No matter how Long Yin thought about it, he never imagined that Hong Luan would be related to the old ancestor. If he had known this earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have been so impulsive and paid the price that he couldn't recover from. However, Your Majesty, because of Hong Luan's body, she is unable to leave the ice bed. Therefore, we can only invite them to see Hong Luan. Hong Luan cannot appear. The man in white's face turned even uglier. He never thought that things would develop to this stage. Thinking of this, he glanced at the little worm carefully, afraid that the dragon's roar would provoke the elder ancestor. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and lead the way. In a snowy mountain cave, a woman in red lay quietly on an ice bed with her eyes gently closed. Her skin was snow-white like ice and snow, emitting waves of cold air. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door, causing her to open her eyes, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. What are you doing here? I've said it before, I'd rather die than become your wife. If you force me, I don't mind dying with you. Poochie. Suddenly, a soft laughter was transmitted over. Soon after, an extremely familiar voice entered his ears. Chapter 1619. Hong Luan, it wasn't easy for me to find you. Do you want to die with me? Hong Luan's body froze. She clutched the corner of her clothes tightly. Disbelief flashed across her pale face and anxiety appeared in her black eyes. It's her? No. She's already dead. How could she be here? I must be hearing things. What? We haven't seen each other for more than 3 years. You're not even willing to look at me? The familiar yet demonic voice was so close to her ears. Hong Luan's heart could no longer contain her excitement. She turned her head slightly. In an instant, the woman in white stood quietly at the entrance of the cave, which was illuminated by ice and snow. Sunlight poured down from the sky, landing on her peerlessly beautiful face. Her white robes were whiter than snow. She was so beautiful that one would forget to breathe. Yun Luofeng. This name was too old. It was so old that Hong Luan's eyes turned red. It's really you? Hong Luan, I'm here to bring you back. Yun Luofeng slowly walked in. Her steps were very light. However, in a few steps, she arrived in front of Hong Luan's window. Her slender and fair fingers gently grabbed her arm. In an instant, a wave of spiritual power flowed from Yun Luofeng's palm and gathered in Hong Luan's body. After a long while, she let go of Hong Luan's hand. How do you feel? Much better. It's not that cold anymore. Although Hong Luan's condition was caused by the ice frost fruit, she had to stay on the ice bed if she wanted to keep her life. Her body, which was already extremely cold, became even colder after being frozen on the ice bed. But at this moment, she felt a warm current flow through her body. I've temporarily suppressed the cold in your body. I'll treat you later. Now it's time for us to settle our debts. Yun Luofeng placed her hand in front of Hong Luan. Hong Luan grabbed her arm and stood up. Her charming yet determined eyes stared quietly at the woman in white who was standing in front of her. After a while, her lips curled. Yun Luofeng, you're still alive. That's great. Yes. She's still alive. That's great. At this moment, Hong Luan could no longer control her tears. This was the first time in more than 20 years that she had cried so bitterly in front of someone. When she was betrayed, she did not cry. When she was forced to marry, she did not cry. When Yun Luofeng died, she also did not cry. But now, after seeing Yun Luofeng, she could no longer hold back and vented the emotions that she had been holding for the past 3 years. Yun Luofeng stepped forward and gently hugged Hong Luan's shoulder. A murderous look flashed across his slightly lowered eyes. Hong Luan, you have suffered for the past 3 years. I will not allow anyone who has harmed you to get away scot-free. Hong Wan smiled. Her face was filled with tears. Apart from Long Yin, there was another bastard who injured me. Long, I don't know her. However, at that time I had discovered a holy spring. After bathing in the holy spring, my power would rise. Hong Wan's eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Who would have thought that a bastard would barge in by accident? Yun Luofeng was stunned. He did not know why, but he felt that Hong Wan's words were very familiar. He seemed to have heard them somewhere before. It's fine if he saw my body, but that bastard had a nosebleed. Hong Wan clenched her fists. The only weakness of the holy spring is that it cannot be tainted by blood. His nosebleed has tainted the holy spring and caused it to lose its effectiveness. Chapter 1620. Yun Luofeng. At that time, I had already stayed in the holy spring for 3 whole months. I had to endure 3 months of torment. Just one more day and I would have broken through. Hong Wan's tears fell again. This time she was not crying because she was sad, but because she was feeling sorry for herself. Tell me, should I kill that bastard? Yun Luofeng nodded his head subconsciously. He deserves to be killed. So if the heavens have mercy on me and let me meet that bastard again, I will tear him into 1,000 pieces, skin him alive and pull out his tendons. If Hong Wan was you, for example, you had painstakingly earned 3 months of hard-earned money, and suffered for these 3 months, and was just 1 more day away from receiving this sum of money. Furthermore, this sum of money would have been life-saving. After all, to Hong Wan at that time, every increase in strength was especially important to her. But the person who was going to pay you that sum of money actually ran away. Could it be that you were so angry that you wanted to kill him? You probably even wanted to fuck his ancestors. Yun Luofeng, when the time comes, I don't need you to help me take revenge. Just help me tie up that kid. I want to kill him with my own hands. No, killing him is not enough. I want to whip his corpse 100 times. Unfortunately, that kid is too good at running. I let him escape every time. Hong Wan's teeth chattered. She had never hated someone as much as she did now. Yun Luofeng rubbed his nose. He had a feeling that the person Hong Wan was talking about was Nangong Yuni. Let's go, the others are still waiting for us. Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a smile, and he supported Hong Wan as they walked out of the cave. In the Dragon Clan's palace, Long Yin knelt on the ground, his entire body trembling, his face pale. He bit his lip, his eyes filled with fear. Little Worm's chubby little body stood on the high platform arrogantly, looking down at the dragons kneeling below, his eyes clearly filled with disdain. This ancestor has only left for a short while, and your dragon clan has already become so depraved, to the point of kidnapping women. One of the dragons muttered softly, "Isn't the beast continent like this? Why can't our dragon clan do the same?" "Shut up." Little Worm was very angry. "This ancestor is so great, how could I have a group of wretched descendants like you? Whoever dares to commit such a grave mistake in the future will not be forgiven." As they spoke, the sound of footsteps came from the front. When they turned their heads to look, they saw Yun Luofeng supporting Hong Wan as he walked over. Yun Xiao slowly walked to Yun Luofeng's side and silently stood by her side. Only when her cold and grim eyes looked at her would they show a rare sense of warmth. Hua! Hong Wan's eyes suddenly widened. She pushed Yun Luofeng's hand away and quickly shot forward. Nangong Yuni was scared silly. He did not expect that the person he wanted to find was actually Yun Luofeng's friend. This woman was especially aggressive, as if she would not rest until she killed him. Seeing that Hong Wan was already in front of him, Nangong Yuni quickly fled towards Yun Luofeng. "Yun Luofeng, help me stop this crazy woman." Hong Wan was so angry that her face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "Stinking brat, I will make you pay for destroying my holy spring. Prepare to die." Actually, Hong Wan did not really want to kill Nangong Yuni. What she had said to Yun Luofeng earlier was only said out of anger. However, if she did not teach this stinking brat a harsh lesson, it would be difficult to dispel the hatred in her heart. Bang! Chapter 1621. Hong Wan's foot landed on Nangong Yuni's butt. In an instant, Nangong Yuni's body flew out and rolled a few times before stopping in front of Yun Luofeng. He hurriedly patted his pants and quickly hid behind Yun Luofeng. She's the crazy woman I told you about. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows. I know you peeked at her bathing, so she chased you all the way. Then you were tortured to the point where she didn't continue to chase you. Instead you went out to look for her, right? Nangong Yuni's face turned red. He looked at the furious Hong Luan and couldn't help but shiver. Yun Luofeng, don't worry about that for now. Help me stop this crazy woman. Yun Luofeng shrugged. Sorry, I just promised Hong Luan that if I find the bastard who peeked at her bathing, I'll help her kill him. Nangong Yuni's face instantly turned ashen as he looked at Yun Luofeng with a face full of resentment. That expression was like that of a resentful woman. Yun Luofeng, you're so cruel. She's your friend, and our friendship isn't shallow either. Are you going to help her and not me? Yun Xiao frowned. He was clearly very dissatisfied with Nangong Yuni's use of the words, friendship. Yun Luofeng, get out of the way. I must make this bastard suffer. Hong Luan was so angry that her entire body trembled. Her tears almost fell again. When she thought of how her 3 months of hard work had been wasted, she couldn't help but want to tear him into 1,000 pieces. I just peeked at your body. Is there a need to yell at me to kill me for so many days? Nangong Yuni curled his lips. At worst, I'll take responsibility. Hong Luan sneered. How are you going to take responsibility? The holy spring was so precious. Could he take responsibility? Yun Luofeng swept his gaze over the two of them and realized that their conversation wasn't on the same channel. Of course I'll take responsibility for marrying you, Nangong Yuni said straightforwardly. When Hong Luan heard this, she became even angrier. Her eyes burned with anger. Dream on. Marry her? Would she marry someone who destroyed her holy spring? Don't even think about it. When Long Yin heard Nangong Yuni's words, he also suppressed the anger in his heart. This stinking brat was clearly a toad lusting after swan meat. He actually dared to spy on Hong Luan. If he hadn't used the wrong method, Hong Luan would have long been his woman. Your Majesty. Right at this time, a Dragon Clan guard came to report. The guard by Long Yin's side, Long Yun, has returned. He also said that he must see Long Yin. What do you think? The white-robed man glanced at Long Yin and ordered, let him in. Yes, Your Majesty. As soon as he finished speaking, a dragon's roar pierced through the sky and landed in the palace. After a while, a man in a green robe slowly descended and respectfully knelt in front of the man in white. Your Majesty, this subordinate requests an audience with Lord Long Yin. Logically speaking, as Long Yu's subordinate, he would not have come to the palace to seek an audience with Long Yu. However, there were too many people here and he would definitely cause trouble. But he heard that Lord Long Yin had made a mistake and was about to be imprisoned by His Majesty. For this reason, he had to seek an audience with Long Yin and tell him about the matter. Therefore, the Dragon Clan was really stupid. Since Long Yin had made a mistake, then wasn't his coming here just adding to Long Yin's mistake? Moreover, he didn't even find out what mistake Long Yin had made before he hurriedly came to seek an audience. The white-robed man glanced at Long Yin's subordinate and asked in a deep voice, What is it? Chapter 1622. This. The green-robed man instinctively glanced at Long Yin. A trace of conflict flashed across his eyes. He did not know if he could say this in front of His Majesty. Cold sweat broke out on Long Yin's forehead. Your Majesty, this matter. However, before he could finish his sentence, the man in white glanced at him coldly and said in a low voice, What? Is there something we can't hear? Long Yin's body felt weak. This giant dragon was the one he had sent to the leopard clan to kill Yun Luofeng. Then he remembered that Yun Luofeng was now in the dragon clan and that his subordinates must have failed to kill her. Thus he said, Speak directly. Yes, Lord Long Yin. The green-robed man cupped his fists respectfully. I followed your orders and went to the leopard clan to find that woman called Yun Luofeng, and snatched the fire spirit fruit from her body. Who knew that Yun Luofeng was no longer in the leopard clan? Long Yin looked at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao and felt a little awkward. He coughed dryly and said, Since you failed, you can leave first. Lord Long Yin, although I failed to kill her, I heard that Yun Luofeng was related to the Wind-Chasing Alliance. Thus, I killed everyone from the Wind-Chasing Alliance just now. Haha. The green-robed man laughed out loud. He did not see Long Yin's expression change at all, and did not care about the others at the scene. Instead, he looked at Long Yin as if he was asking for credit. "What did you say?" Nangong Yuni was furious. His tightly clenched fists made cracking sounds. "You killed people from the Wind-Chasing Alliance?" The green-robed man was stunned. He looked at the aggressive Nangong Yuni in shock and looked a little dumbfounded. "Lord Long Yin, this..." Long Yin's heart was filled with hatred. This thing that couldn't accomplish anything but was good at spoiling things. He only asked him to kill Yun Luofeng. He did not say that he was going to destroy the Wind-Chasing Alliance. How was this going to end? Thump! Suddenly, Long Yin knelt on the ground and sobbed uncontrollably. "Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with me. This bastard acted on his own. I did not ask him to touch anyone from the Wind-Chasing Alliance." The green-robed man's face was full of shock. At this moment, Nangong Yuni's fist had already landed on his face. Bang! Under this punch, the green-robed man instantly took a few steps back, and blood flowed down from his nostrils. "Who are you?" The green-robed man gritted his teeth and asked. Nangong Yuni's complexion turned ashen, and the veins on his forehead bulged violently. He was like a dangerous volcano, and the lava that he spewed out could corrode other people's bodies. "Who am I? You touched someone from my alliance and you still dare to ask who I am?" Nangong Yuni lifted his leg and ruthlessly kicked the green-robed man's chest. In an instant he was sent flying. If it were in the past, the green-robed man would definitely crawl up and fight Nangong Yuni to the death, but at this time he felt that the atmosphere was very wrong. He didn't dare to resist at all, and could only let Nangong Yuni's attacks fall fiercely. Nangong Yuni was purely venting his resentment. If he killed him, it would be difficult to dispel the hatred in his heart. So, if he didn't beat this bastard to death, how could he avenge his dead brothers and sisters? Tears flowed down from the corners of Nangong Yuni's eyes. His attacks became more and more ferocious, and he hit the green-robed man until he kept vomiting blood. In these 2 years, his brothers and sisters from the Wind-Chasing Alliance had accompanied him through all the difficulties and tribulations. However, when the crisis of the alliance collapsed, those brothers and sisters who had accompanied him until now were actually already dead? How could he accept this? "Lord Long Yin." The green-robed man looked at Long Yin pleadingly, clearly wanting to know what had happened from him. Long Yin laughed bitterly. "Yun Luofeng, whom I asked you to kill, is already in the Dragon Clan." Chapter 1623. What? The green-robed man widened his eyes in shock as he stared at Long Yin's deathly pale face. Seeing that everyone's gaze was on him, he couldn't help but shudder violently. "Humph!" Standing on the high platform, Little Worm twisted his fat body and crawled forward. His gaze was arrogant as he looked down on the green-robed man kneeling before him. "You Dragon Clan sure have guts. You even dared to touch someone close to my mistress. Initially, I only wanted to punish you, but from the looks of it, this time even this ancestor can't help you." In reality, Little Worm had never intended to plead on Long Yin's behalf. Who asked this bastard to capture mistress's friend and even want to hurt mistress? He was just trying to show his magnanimity, so he deliberately said those words. However, his voice made the green-robed man's body tremble uncontrollably. This Little Worm. Wasn't this the elder ancestor that His Majesty had asked them to find? But what did his words mean? "Mistress?" Long Yin frowned slightly. "This time, I've been tricked by that woman from the Panther clan. If he could survive this time, he would definitely not let that despicable woman off. She had even caused him to lose Hong Luan." Like a bolt from the blue, the green-robed man's entire body instantly stiffened. Before he could even beg for mercy, he heard the Dragon King coldly issue an order from above. "Men, drag him away for this king. Flay his skin and pull out his tendons." "Ha!" Suddenly, Nangong Yuni laughed maniacally. That laughter was very sinister. "Flay his skin and pull out his tendons? How can this bit of pain compare to losing so many of my brothers?" Nangong Yuni gnashed his teeth in hatred. "If I don't cut off his flesh piece by piece, it will be hard to dispel the heartache and hatred I feel." So many of his brothers who had gone through fire and water with him had their souls scattered under the claws of this evil dragon. How could he tolerate this? Yun Luofeng looked at Nangong Yuni silently. She took out a porcelain bottle from her space ring and handed it to him. After you've cut off his flesh, sprinkle this medicinal powder on it. In a few days his injuries will recover. You can torture him for as long as you want, until your anger subsides. Nangong Yuni grasped the porcelain bottle that Yun Luofeng handed over. Good brother. In this world only Yun Luofeng understood him the most, and only Yun Luofeng would give him the most useful things when he needed them. Yun Zhao's cold and callous eyes swept over Nangong Yuni's hand. Without leaving a trace, she grasped Yun Luofeng's hand in her palm, and gently brushed it over the palm that Nangong Yuni's fingertips had just brushed past. Perhaps it was out of sympathy, but Hong Luan didn't shout at Nangong Yuni to kill him. Instead she sighed softly. Actually, I can understand his feelings. If the brothers who have gone through fire and water with me were all annihilated, then I would even have the heart to exterminate his ancestors. After all, Nangong Yuni was still rather rational. He did not vent his anger on the other dragons. This dragon from your dragon clan injured my people. From now on, whether he lives or dies, you are not allowed to interfere. Yun Luofeng glanced at the Dragon King and said coldly. Now that Yun Luofeng had spoken, would the Dragon King dare to say no? Didn't he see that his ancestor was glaring at him? Since he made a mistake first, then he will be at Miss Yun's disposal. All right. Yun Luofeng walked to Nangong Yuni's side and gently patted his shoulder. Nangong, you can take revenge however you want. However, don't be too sad. In this world, as long as the body is dead and the soul is not extinguished, there will be a chance to meet again. This was not China. In China, if one's loved ones passed away, they would never be able to meet again. But here, as long as one's soul still existed, there would be a chance to meet again. If fate willed it, they would naturally meet again. Thank you. Nangong Yuni's voice was a little hoarse as he spoke dryly. He knew that Yun Luofeng was comforting him. Even so, it was still unable to dispel the pain in his heart. Yun Luofeng didn't say anything more. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the culprit, Long Yin. This dragon, how are you going to deal with it? Chapter 1624. Damned brat, you owe me, so give this dragon to me. Hong Luan gently narrowed her eyes as a cold light flashed across her phoenix-like eyes. Hong Luan, I did all that to save you. Long Yin instinctively took 2 steps back as he hurriedly tried to explain himself. Hong Luan laughed icily. To save me? Have you forgotten who was the one who had caused me to end up like this? Long Yin suddenly fell silent. After a long while, he finally found his voice and said weakly, I love you too much and want you to bear me a son. That's why I love me? Could it be that I have to marry you just because you love me? Hong Luan raised her chin and spoke in an overbearing manner. Even if I, Hong Luan, would never marry someone like you. You keep saying that you love me, but you've taken me by force? Do I have to obey your wishes and bear you a child? Have you ever asked if I'm willing? Long Yin's face turned increasingly pale as he stared at the peerlessly beautiful face in despair and sorrow. Hong Luan, I thought that you would be very willing to bear my child. The Dragon Clan has always been noble and powerful. Many people have wanted to marry him but failed. Hence, he believed that Hong Luan was willing but was too shy to express it. Hong Luan must have hated him because of the ice frost fruit. If he had not taken advantage of her and fed her the ice frost fruit, perhaps Hong Luan would happily become his bride. Of course, all of this was Long Yin's presumption. Your Imperial Majesty. Just then a Dragon Clan guard hurriedly ran over and spoke in a respectful manner. 2 humans have come to provoke the Dragon Clan. Who is so audacious as to provoke the Dragon Clan? The Dragon King did not ask for the reason as he slammed the table and rose to his feet angrily. He then flicked his sleeves and walked forward. Before the guard could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the Dragon King. After all, the great ancestor had returned to the Dragon Clan. Even if the Phoenix Clan were to attack, there was no need for him to fear. Your Imperial Majesty, those are 2 humans. They had even captured the Leopard Clan's princess and said that the Dragon Clan had injured their people. What? Humans again? And he was also here to look for someone? The Dragon King's anger immediately disappeared, and he timidly looked at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. Could it be that those 2 humans were related to them? Seeing that Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao did not say anything, the Dragon King coughed awkwardly. Let them in first. I want to know if there is any misunderstanding. As for the word provocation that the guard had said, he had completely ignored it. Yes, Your Majesty. The dragon guard retreated. After a while, a man and a woman walked in under the lead of a guard. The man looked extremely seductive, like a fox spirit that had transformed into a human. His eyes were filled with craftiness. The other girl was dressed in a yellow dress, and she was carrying a struggling woman in her hands. When her gaze fell on Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, she was instantly stunned. Miss Yu, why are you here? The Dragon King was stunned on the spot. He had guessed correctly. Did these people really know Yun Luofeng? Moreover, they were Yun Luofeng's guards and maids? Fortunately, he did not impulsively make an irreversible mistake. Hong Luan. The moment Hu Li saw Hong Luan, he was delighted. I did not expect to see you in the Dragon Clan. Could it be that you have been in the Dragon Clan all this time? Chapter 1625. Yun Luofeng looked at Hu Li strangely. Didn't you say you were looking for someone here? Why, you're not looking for Hong Luan? Hearing that, Huang Yingying frowned slightly. She tossed the Leopard Clan's princess onto the ground and said coldly, Miss, this woman claims that the Dragon Clan killed Princess Ili. We're here to confront her. Ili? In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the green-robed man. I told you to go to the Beast City to deal with Yun Luofeng. Why did you kill the Leopard Princess? Long Yin was furious. This incompetent bastard. It was all thanks to him that he had ended up like this. Lord Long Yin, the green-robed man knelt on the ground. I really didn't kill the Leopard Princess. Why would I kill her? A dying man's words were always kind. At a time like this, the green-robed man would not lie. The eldest princess's face was extremely pale. Her body was on the verge of collapsing from the long journey, so her voice sounded weak at the moment. I didn't say anything like that. They're framing me. Lord Long Yin, you must believe me. I'm completely sincere to you. Why would I frame the Dragon Clan? Yun Luofeng smiled. Her smile was very evil, and her pitch-black eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. You really don't want to frame the Dragon Clan, but you don't have the guts. The princess snorted. She did not understand why Yun Luofeng was here. However, based on her words, she was just flattering the Dragon Clan. Unfortunately, the Dragon Clan would definitely believe beasts and would not easily believe humans. But you can borrow the Dragon Clan's hands to kill Hu Li and Huang Yingying, right? Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a smile as he asked in an evil voice. The princess's face turned even paler. Yun Luofeng, don't even think about framing me. Do you think the Dragon Clan believes you or me? At this time, the princess still did not understand the situation, and did not know what had happened to the Dragon Clan. She only knew that her identity as a spiritual beast was her guarantee. I don't care if you admit it or deny it. At the very least, you had the intention to kill the people around me. Based on this alone, I cannot tolerate you. Yun Luofeng raised his hand, and with a boom, a force landed on the eldest princess's chest, causing her body to be slammed into the wall. He couldn't stop spurting blood from his mouth. Yun Luofeng, how dare you attack me in the Dragon Clan? The eldest princess gritted her teeth and turned to Long Yin. Lord Long Yin, this woman is challenging the authority of the Dragon Clan. She should be tied up and dismembered. The green-robed man seemed to recall something. He suddenly knelt on the ground and cried out, Lord Long Yin, it was this woman who told me that Yun Luofeng was in the Wind-Chasing Alliance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have destroyed the Wind-Chasing Alliance at a time like this. In an instant, several murderous gazes were cast on the first princess. Nangong Yuni's fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. His teeth were tightly clenched. He couldn't control his own strength and it instantly leaked out. But the dragon roar was one step faster than him and arrived in front of the first princess. A fist filled with watercolored spiritual power slammed towards the first princess. It's all your fault. If you hadn't told me that there was a fire spirit fruit in Yun Luofeng's body, I wouldn't have chased after him. If you hadn't lured my subordinates to the Wind-Chasing Alliance, we wouldn't have committed such a grave mistake. You've caused me so much trouble. I'll definitely drag you down to hell. Chapter 1626. Long Yin's attacks were ferocious and rained down one after another as if they were free. The eldest princess was completely dumbfounded and didn't understand what was going on. Lord Long Yin. Without waiting for her to finish, Long Yin burst into laughter. As he laughed, tears flowed out of his eyes. Do you know that because of you, I'm about to lose my life? His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that sent the eldest princess into a state of confusion. What did he mean by Lord Long Yin's life was about to be lost? Damned woman, do you know who you're dealing with? She's the matriarch of our dragon clan's ancestor. You want me to kill her? Isn't that the same as pushing me to my death? Long Yin clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. He wanted nothing more than to tear this woman into 1,000 pieces. No, even if he tore her into 1,000 pieces, it wouldn't quell the anger in his heart. Rumble. The eldest princess was completely dumbfounded. Yun Luofeng was the matriarch of the dragon clan's ancestor. This was the only sentence that kept echoing in her mind. She couldn't think of anything else. After a long while, her body began to tremble and her face was drained of blood. Only now did she realize how big of a mistake she had made. What's funny is that I actually foolishly believed you. Dragon Roar was in great pain. His fist once again smashed towards the eldest princess, causing the wall behind her to collapse. In an instant, the eldest princess's body was buried. Wait! Hu Li hurriedly shouted. She can't die now. I want to know where Yi Li went. In the Beast City, he had been completely muddled and actually believed the eldest princess's nonsense. And now what he wanted to know the most was Yi Li's whereabouts. A cold laugh came from the ruins. The eldest princess could no longer move, and only her eyes were exposed. Her eyes were filled with indignation and anger. Back then I was the one who discovered you first. Why did you choose Yi Li? The eldest princess didn't like Hu Li, but her pride had always brooded over this matter. Back then her appearance was so many times better than Yi Li's, so why did Hu Li choose Yi Li? She didn't even have the chance to take it by force. Even though Yi Li's appearance has been ruined, her heart has not been ruined. She is very kind, unlike you. She would never force others to do something they don't want to do. Moreover, my marriage with her was only a pretense. My goal was to prevent you from lusting after me. However, unknowingly, his gaze had long since been attracted by the strong and patient girl. So what if she was disfigured? Appearance was never what he cared about. The first princess smiled disdainfully. You want to know where Yi Li is, but I won't tell you. Even if I die, I won't let you find her. After saying this, the first princess stretched her arm out of the ruins and slapped it hard on her head. Before her hand could fall, a black sword light flashed, and in an instant her entire arm was cut off. Ah! The intense pain caused the eldest princess to let out a heart-wrenching cry. Due to the excessive blood loss, she almost fainted. Yun Xiao silently retracted her hand and stood quietly by Yun Luofeng's side. It was as if the person who had just cruelly attacked was not her. Even though you didn't kill the members of the Wind-Chasing Alliance, their deaths have nothing to do with you. Yun Luofeng's evil eyes swept across her. If I had known that you had the intention to kill us that day, I would never have spared you. So to you now, death is an extravagant hope. Chapter 1627. When Yun Luofeng had finished speaking, he turned towards Nangong Yuni, his jet-black eyes staring straight at the handsome man in front of him. Nangong, she can be considered the culprit behind this incident, so I'll leave her to you to deal with. Nangong Yuni's throat was choking up. Yun Luofeng, this Wind-Chasing Alliance was established for your sake. I never thought that it would be destroyed in one day. He was heartbroken over the deaths of his siblings. At the same time, he was heartbroken that the gift he had given to Yun Luofeng had been destroyed just like that. No. Don't. The eldest princess shook her head. Her hand clutched the painful stump of her broken arm tightly, allowing the blood to flow down her fingertips. Her hoarse voice was trembling and her eyes were filled with terror. Nangong Yuni's gaze fell upon the eldest princess. With a loud bang, a strong rage burned within him like a raging flame, making one feel as if their entire body was being scorched by it. You're the one who caused the death of my brother. He would definitely make her beg for death but be unable to do so. Hu Li. The eldest princess suddenly turned towards Hu Li and pleaded in a pleading voice. Don't you want to know where Yi Li is? Please let me go. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you where she is. Huli swept his gaze towards the eldest princess and smiled disdainfully. It's enough for me to know that she's still alive. As for where she is, I'll find it myself. I don't need your help. Bang! The eldest princess struggled to stand up, but was once again defeated by Huli's words. She suddenly fell to the ground, and her ashen face was filled with despair. She knew that this time, she would not be able to escape this calamity. Yun Luofeng, I'll take these two fellows and leave first. Nangong Yuni smiled sinisterly. I'll also make them understand the consequences of killing my people. Don't judge Nangong Yuni just because he had not interacted with those people for long. In reality, he had long developed a deep bond with them. Otherwise, he would not have been so furious. Yun Luofeng was aware of the rage in his heart. That was why he had handed these two over to him to deal with. Great Ancestor. The Dragon King smiled sheepishly at Little Worm. Are you satisfied now? Little Worm raised its chin proudly. Since my mistress is satisfied, I'm naturally very satisfied as well. In other words, the only one who could make decisions here was Yun Luofeng. Even Yun Xiao had to give in to her. This was also a pattern that the Little Worm had figured out after spending so many days together. His master was a henpecked man. No matter what Yun Luofeng said, he would not refuse. As long as Yun Luofeng was satisfied, he would be satisfied. Furthermore, Little Worm was a naturally protective person. Between the Dragon Clan and the Yunxiao couple, he would definitely choose the Yunxiao couple. Although he was the ancestor of the Dragon Clan, he had left for so many years and didn't want to return. It could be imagined that he didn't have much affection for the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tricked the Dragon Clan back then. Miss Yun. The Dragon King turned to Yun Luofeng with a smile. Does Miss Yun have any other requests for the Dragon Clan? Yun Luofeng shook his head. I'm only here to find someone. Since that's the case. The Dragon Clan paused for a moment and said with a grin. I wonder if Miss Yun would be willing to join forces with the Dragon Clan to fight against the Phoenix Clan? All these years, the Phoenix Clan has become more and more powerful, and is now standing shoulder to shoulder with the Dragon Clan. Now that the Great Ancestor has returned, how can we allow the Phoenix Clan to stand at the top of the Beast Continent? Chapter 1628. When Little Worm heard this, he glanced strangely at the excited Dragon King. He could not bear to do this, but he still said, Are you dreaming? The Phoenix Clan has already pledged allegiance to my master. What right do you have to ask my master to help you attack the Phoenix Clan? The Dragon King's smile disappeared abruptly. His expression was one of shock as he met the Little Worm's disdainful gaze in astonishment. You said the Phoenix Clan has pledged allegiance to your master? Little Worm scoffed. If you want to attack the Phoenix Clan, you can do it yourself. We won't interfere. After saying this, Little Worm wriggled his body and slowly crawled towards Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao casually picked up Little Worm's body and turned to look at Yun Luofeng. His expression softened. Let's go. They had come here to find Hong Luan. Since Hong Luan had been found, there was no need to stay. Ancestor. The Dragon King paled in shock and knelt down in front of Little Worm. When the other members of the Dragon Clan saw this, they also knelt down in a row. Ancestor, you can't leave. If you leave, what will happen to us? He wept bitterly and said, the Dragon Clan had searched for so many years before they found their ancestor. If they let him leave now, who knew when they would be able to see him again? Yun Zhao's cold gaze swept across the Dragon King's pleading face and his cold voice slowly rang out. He is my pet, he can only go with me. The Dragon King's eyes flickered. Lord Yun Xiao, we are willing to follow your orders. We only hope that you can stay. Once Yun Xiao stayed, their ancestor would not leave. But, was it possible for Yun Xiao to stay? I will come back when I need you. In other words, he would only return to this place when he needed to go to the Dragon Clan. After saying this, he wrapped his arm around Yun Luofeng's waist and leaped into the distance. The Dragon King turned pale with fright and wanted to stop Yun Xiao. However, before he could even touch the corner of the other party's robe, that grim black robe had already disappeared before his eyes. Nangong Yuni hesitantly looked at Hong Luan. After muttering to himself for a while, he said, Back then I felt very guilty about peeping on you. I will take responsibility for it. However, I still have matters to take care of, so... Whether it was Long Yin's subordinate or the Leopard clan's eldest princess, he would not let a single one of them go. Hong Luan glared at Nangong Yuni. When did I say I wanted you to take responsibility? Not to mention you destroyed my spirit spring. Do you think your guilt can erase my loss? Nangong Yuni, I'm telling you, keep dreaming. She smiled coldly and continued. However, seeing that you still want to take revenge, I'll let you go first. When you're done with your business, I'll slowly settle the score with you. In reality, Nangong Yuni had long seen that this woman had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. So he wasn't as fearful of her as before. All right. Nangong Yuni's lips curled into a smile. When I'm done with my revenge, you can do whatever you want to me. This time I won't run away again. She didn't know why, but when she heard Nangong Yuni's last sentence, Hong Luan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. When she raised her eyes and met the man's resolute eyes, she actually felt a trace of uneasiness. Even she herself didn't know what this sudden feeling was. Long Yin saw the subtle atmosphere between the two and his expression became increasingly unsightly. His eyes stared fixedly at Nangong Yuni. Chapter 1629. That look, it was as if she wanted to tear this man into pieces. Hong Luan also noticed Long Yin's gaze. Her domineering eyes glanced at him and the corners of her lips curled. Long Yin, I've said this before, if you dare touch me, when you fall into my hands, I will make you wish you were dead. The woman's words echoed in his ears. The funny thing was, he had never cared about these words. As a strong cultivator of the Dragon clan, how many women could resist him? But he never thought that he would fail at the last moment. Hong Luan, I don't care how you want to take revenge on me. It is my honor to die in your hands. Even at this time, Long Yin was still pretending to be affectionate, hoping that Hong Luan would let him go on account of his infatuation. Hong Luan smiled. She gently stroked her chin and nodded. Don't you like giving birth? Then I will marry you to the princess of the spiritual pig clan. I heard that she is looking for a husband. The beast clan were all extraordinarily beautiful. There was only one exception, and that was the spiritual pig clan. This clan was known for their ugliness. But unfortunately, the spiritual pig clan was very barbaric. Any beauty that fell into their hands would end up miserable. Hence, after hearing Hong Luan's words, Long Yin's face was already ashen and filled with despair. Hu Li, Miss and the others have already left. Huang Yingying turned to look at Hu Li and frowned. I didn't find Wu and even lost Yili. So, I want to stay in the beast continent for the time being. Hu Li shook his head and said calmly. All right, then after you find them, come find Miss and Master. Huang Yingying did not say anything else. She got up and chased after Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. But with her speed, how could she catch up with Yun Xiao? Fortunately, when she reached the foot of the mountain, Huang Yingying found Yun Luofeng waiting for her. Miss, Huang Yingying quickly walked to Yun Luofeng's side. Hu Li, I know. Yun Luofeng curled his lips devilishly. If Hu Li can't find Yili, he will not leave the beast continent. If Yun Zhao's whereabouts were unknown in the beast continent, she would not leave alone. Hence, she understood Hu Li's choice. From the beginning, she knew that Hu Li would not leave with her this time. Huang Yingying, let's leave the beast continent now. We've been out for so long this time. I should bring Yun Xiao back to the Jun family. Jun family? Yun Zhao's eyes were filled with suspicion as he looked at Yun Luofeng in confusion. Seeing the man's gaze, Yun Luofeng was startled. She seemed to have forgotten that Yun Xiao was still unaware of the existence of the Jun family when he entered the hidden divine mountain to search for her whereabouts. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng fell silent. After a long while, she finally looked at the callous man in front of her. When you went to the hidden god mountain, a few things happened on the continent. One of them was related to the Jun family. Yun Xiao quietly waited for Yun Luofeng's next words. Yun Luofeng took a deep breath. That old man of the Jun family is my mother's father from my previous life. In other words, he is your biological grandfather. Oh. Yun Zhao's expression was very calm and her voice was concise. Just like when he first saw Jun Fengling, he wasn't too excited, even though he had been looking for his mother for many years. In reality, Yun Luofeng understood Yun Zhao's character. This man had never been good at expressing his feelings. He longed for family, but he would never show it. He would only hide his deepest feelings in his heart. However, such a man would always show his love and loyalty to her in front of her. Chapter 1630. Yun Xiao, you don't want to see your grandfather? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and asked. I don't know any Jun family. Yun Xiao pondered for a moment, then continued. If you like them, then they are my family. If you don't like them, then they can only be my enemies. The implication was that the person you like is the person I will protect with my entire life. The person you don't love, then I will use all my strength to eradicate them. Yun Luofeng's heart suddenly jolted. She raised her head to look at the man's determined and affectionate black eyes, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. This man had told her before. For her, he would rather slaughter the entire world, even if the other party was his family. So when the Xiao family made things difficult for her, he chose to reveal his strength without hesitation, to protect her dignity. How could such a man not be worthy of her sincerity? Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng stepped forward, gently embraced Yun Xiao's body, and pressed his thin lips against the man's warm lips. Two lips pressed together. A wave of heat surged through her body. It was incomparably comfortable. Seeing these two people act as if there was no one else around, Huang Yingying was a little dumbfounded. She hurriedly covered her eyes, not looking at these two intimate people. Yun Xiao, after seeing the Jun family, I want to return to the Wuhui continent. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment, then said, I should bring mother to see grandfather. Grandfather Jun had missed Jun Fengling for so long, she naturally brought her here. Besides, we've left the Wuhui continent for nearly 5 years. In 5 years we haven't seen our family, we really need to go back and see. Okay. Yun Xiao would never refuse Yun Luofeng's request. Wherever she wanted to go, he would accompany her to the ends of the earth, and never leave her side. What about you? Yun Luofeng turned to Huang Yingying. Can you come back with us? Huang Yingying's body trembled and she gently lowered her eyes full of pain. Logically speaking, I need to go back and visit my family's graves, but as soon as I return to the Huang family, I will remember the scene from back then. The death of her loved ones was an eternal pain in her heart. How could she be willing to recall all of this? If you are not going back, then wait for us here. Yun Luofeng shrugged his shoulders and did not force Huang Yingying. His demonic face lit up with a languid smile. Yun Xiao, let's go. I hope to leave the Beast Continent before tomorrow. Yun Luofeng and the rest had been in the Beast Continent for quite some time. During this period of time, the 7 continents underwent earth-shattering changes. First, the Jun family's old man went missing. Ever since Yun Luofeng disappeared from the hidden Divine Mountain, the old man had rushed into the hidden Divine Mountain out of impulse and disappeared without a trace. He never came out again and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Following that, 2 young masters of the North Continent's Continent Lord Mansion were killed by Yun Luofeng, one dead and the other injured. The consequences were irreversible, causing the North Continent's Continent Lord to fly into a rage. He had wanted to settle the score with Yun Luofeng, but Yun Luofeng had already left for the Beast Continent. Because of this, the people of the North Continent found out about Yun Luofeng's identity, and even sent people to the Wuhui continent to cause trouble for her family. After hearing about this, the Jun family, the West Continent Academy, and the East Continent's Continent Lord Mansion, who were related to Yun Luofeng, all sent people to stop him. Unfortunately, the West Continent Academy had a sudden situation, and they could not even fend for themselves. As for the masters sent by the Jun family and the East Continent Lord Mansion to stop him, they were all killed by the Sacred Maiden tribe. This matter had already caused a huge uproar on the continent. Chapter 1631. The North Continent. In the Continent Lord's residence, a woman in a white dress with a frosty expression was sitting at the head of the table. Her fingers gently stroked the rim of the teacup as her cold eyes swept across the people below. Standing below her was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was not as domineering as he used to be. His face was full of flattery. Lady Qin Shui, although the people of the Jun family and the East Continent Lord's residence were all killed by you, the people I sent to the Wuhui continent to kill Yun Luofeng's family were also killed by those people. What do you think? Qin Shui raised her eyebrows slightly, and a cold smile appeared on her frosty face. Her smile was bone-chilling, like the cold winter, without any warmth. Yun Luofeng killed my sister, so her family must die. Back then, the people of the Xianqing sect came to inform the sacred maiden tribe that the successor they had been looking for was in Yun Luofeng's hands. Therefore, her younger sister, Qin Yu, volunteered to kill Yun Luofeng. But who knew that Qin Yu would die at the hands of Yun Luofeng? The sacred maiden tribe had gone through a lot of trouble to find out this information. Thinking of her sister's tragic death, Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly, and her murderous intent was as cold as a sword. So, I will send the sacred maiden tribe to the Wuhui continent. Qin Shui said coldly, and what you need to do is to rope in the other continents. This. The North Continent Lord hesitated for a moment. I'm afraid this matter is very difficult. The daughter of the East Continent Lord, Hong Luan, has a close relationship with Yun Luofeng. After the Jun family helped Yun Luofeng in this matter, I went to inquire about the relationship between Yun Luofeng and the Jun family. I learned that Grandpa Jun is Yun Luofeng's husband's maternal grandfather. As for the West Continent with Ji Zhouqian, I'm afraid it will be impossible to rope him in. The former lord of the Central Continent is also on good terms with Grandpa Jun. So, only the South Continent we can rope them in. Qin Shui smiled contemptuously, not moved by the words of the North Continent Lord. Ji Zhouqian of the West Continent seems to have encountered some problems recently, so he can't stop things from developing. Without Ji Zhouqian, the West Continent Academy is not that scary. As for the other places, you just need to find them, and I will have a way to make them listen to my orders. The North Continent's Continent Lord looked surprised. What did Qin Shui mean? Lady Qin Shui, you mean? The North Continent's Continent Lord's voice was cautious, but he could not stop his heart from trembling. Suddenly, Qin Shui's cold eyes swept over, causing the North Continent's Continent Lord to swallow the words that were at the tip of her tongue. She looked at her in fear. Inside the city it was unexpectedly quiet. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao stepped out of the city gates and were stopped by two guards. Stop! Just as the guard opened his mouth to berate, Yun Xiao's cold gaze shot towards him. Poochie! In that instant, the guard spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Huang Yingying, let's part ways here. Return to the witch race and wait for me. Yun Luofeng turned to look at Huang Yingying. There was a hint of a smile in his dark eyes. All right. Huang Yingying nodded slightly. Take care. Yun Xiao, let's go. Yun Luofeng looked away and did not spare Huang Yingying another glance. His gaze fell upon the man's cold and handsome face. The man raised his hand to hold her waist. With a leap, he rushed into the sky and quickly disappeared from Huang Yingying's line of sight. This was because Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao had been hurrying along in the sky and had not stopped for even a moment. Furthermore, based on their current level of power, even if they did not eat or drink, they would not exhaust any of their energy. Chapter 1632. The Jun Family. Ever since Yun Luofeng had met with danger, Jun Linger had gone out to search for her whereabouts. In the end, she had been captured and brought back by the Jun family not long after. They had locked her up tightly, not giving her any chance to leave. But unexpectedly, before Yun Luofeng could be found, the old man had also disappeared, so when Yun Luofeng appeared at the gate of the Jun family, the guard could not believe his eyes. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes and stared at the woman in white who had appeared out of thin air. He almost screamed out loud. After a long time, he finally found his voice and quickly rushed into the inner courtyard of the Jun family. Master, Miss Yun is back. Miss Yun. Yun Luofeng? Jun Linger, who had been sitting in the courtyard fretting, immediately stood up when she heard the shouts of the guards. Her lively and adorable eyes were filled with an excited light. After a while, a snow-white color floated into her eyes. At that moment her throat was a little choked, and her eyes were filled with tears. Sister Yun, you're back, but my grandfather went to the hidden divine mountain to look for you, and his whereabouts are still unknown. Jun Linger bit her lip and looked at Yun Luofeng pitifully. There were still traces of tears in the corners of her eyes, making her look very pitiful. At that moment the Jun family's master Jun Xian also quickly walked out. He quickly walked in front of Yun Luofeng and raised his hand, wanting to pat her shoulder, but in the end, he weakly put it down. It's good that you're safe and sound. Everyone knew how much Grandpa Jun loved Yun Luofeng. The Jun family could only settle down if she was safe and sound. The old man is missing? Yun Luofeng frowned slightly. Yes, he went to the hidden divine mountain to look for you, but he never returned. I also sent the experts of the Jun family to look for him, but none of them came back. In fact, Jun Xian had wanted to look for his master several times. However, the Jun family could not be left without a leader, so he could only stay. But, Jun Xian paused. Did you kill Ling Chan from the northern continent and even cripple Ling Shuang? Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow. Yes. Hearing this, Jun Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm afraid you've caused trouble this time. The North Continent and the Sacred Maiden tribe have joined forces. They even sent people to the Wuhui continent to cause trouble for your relatives. Although those people have been eliminated by us in the East continent, they will continue to send people. Yun Luofeng's face sank little by little. It seems that I need to go back to the Wuhui continent as soon as possible to bring Grandpa and the others here. However, thinking about Grandpa Jun's whereabouts, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Could it be that Grandpa Jun encountered some danger when he ventured deep into the Hidden God Mountain? I will go to the Hidden God Mountain. Yun Xiao muttered to himself for a moment before replying. Yun Luofeng thought about it. This was the only way. With Yun Xiao's current strength, no matter how great the difficulty he faced, escaping was absolutely not a problem. As for her, she had to go to the non-return continent. Perhaps those people in the northern continent would send people to the non-return continent to kill her relatives. Feng, this is. Jun Xian looked suspiciously at Yun Xiao and asked curiously. My husband, Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng gently raised his lips, and his voice sounded very slowly in the courtyard. Jun Xian's body shook. He stared at Yun Xiao, trying to engrave his appearance in his mind. You are the Ghost Emperor? My master's grandson? Chapter 1633. Yun Xiao nodded expressionlessly. His expression was just as cold as ever. There's no time to lose, let's split up now. Yun Luofeng turned around and gently hugged Yun Xiao. Once you've found Grandfather Jun and I've brought Grandfather and the others here, we'll meet up at the Jun family home. Yun Xiao gently stroked Yun Luofeng's hair. The corners of his cold lips gradually curled into a faint smile. He lowered his head and planted a kiss on her forehead. Be careful. Jun Xian's lips moved slightly. His gaze fell on Yun Xiao somewhat reluctantly. However, he also understood that he could not let Yun Xiao stay at a time like this, because they had more important things to do. Fenger, our Jun family also has a wormhole. You can use the Jun family's wormhole to head to the Limitless Continent. The Limitless Continent. In a small town not far from Endless City, a group of people were hurrying on their way. However, at this moment, their path was suddenly blocked by two small figures. Excuse me. How do I get to Endless City? The leader of the group was a man dressed in embroidered robes. He raised his head in surprise, his gaze falling on the two little girls in front of him. These two little girls were still very young, only 4 or 5 years old. Their large watery eyes were very cute, and from their attire, one could tell that these two little girls were definitely from a large family. However, usually the daughters of large families would have followers. Why were there no one following behind these two? Little sisters, why are you here alone? Where are your parents? The young man lowered his head very patiently and asked with a smile. Big brother, my name is Yun Ruoshui. This is my older sister, Jun. We left home without telling our parents. Can you tell us which direction to go to Endless City? An innocent smile hung on the face of the slightly younger girl. Her face was as delicate as a porcelain doll. It was undeniable that when she grew up, she would definitely be a great beauty whose beauty could cause the downfall of cities and countries. As for the little girl she called Yi Jun. At such a young age, her red dress accentuated her extraordinary beauty. Compared to Yun Ruoshui's delicate and adorable appearance, she was rather valiant and formidable, and her brows carried a sword-like heroic spirit. Endless City is a rather chaotic place. Why are you going there? The one who spoke was the woman beside the man in embroidered robes. This woman had a charming air about her. Her eyebrows and eyes were rippling, and her eyes were filled with cunning. She looked at the two young ladies with a glint in her eyes. My sister and I want to go to the medicine tower of Endless City to find my cousin. My father told me that my cousin is very powerful. Shu. Yijun's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly pulled on Yun Ruoshue's sleeve and shook his head, stopping Yun Luofeng from continuing. Soon after, she raised her palm-sized face and said in an old-fashioned manner, "You just need to tell us how to get to Endless City. You don't need to know what we're going there for." Grandpa had said that the world was dangerous, and she couldn't trust any stranger. Besides, even if she said that the Medicine Tower's tower master was her sister-in-law, these people wouldn't believe her. However, if they wanted to go to the 7 continents to find their second brother and second sister-in-law, they had to go to the Medicine Tower. The people there would help them think of a way. The charming woman's expression was slightly unhappy. Her eyes flickered and her lips curled into a sly smile. Chapter 1634. Little girl, how about this? We're going to Endless City as well. Why don't we bring you along? Yun Ruoshue was stunned. A look of suspicion flashed across her delicate little face. She only wanted to ask for directions. Wasn't this big sister too eager? Yijun tugged on Yun Ruoshue's sleeve instinctively. The two of them took 2 steps back and maintained a distance from the group of people in front of them. No need. We can go ask the others. Or let's go. She grabbed Yun Ruoshue's little hand and walked around the charming woman, wanting to walk forward. The woman and the brocade-robed young man glanced at each other and blocked their way, one on the left and one on the right. Little girl, this world is dangerous. It's too dangerous for you to go to Endless City alone. We'll be good people and send you on your way. These 2 girls were still young, but they were so devastatingly beautiful. They could definitely be sold for a good price. Yijun's little face darkened. There was a hint of wariness in her eyes. What are you trying to do? Don't think that you can kidnap and sell us just because we're young. I won't fall for your trick. The charming woman's expression changed. The sinister smile on her face became extremely cold. Her eyes were filled with greed. Haha. I just want to tell you that children who run away from home are destined to be captured, so that you can grow some brains. Men, tie these 2 girls up. Then we'll auction them off for a good price with a rich man. Yun Ruoshue timidly hid behind Yijun. Her large, frightened eyes were filled with tears. She gently bit her small pink lips, and her terrified expression was especially pitiful. Shuei-er, I'll protect you. She was 1 year older than Yun Ruoshue. As the older sister, she should protect her younger sister. Miss Rui, the young man we tricked a while ago, is also quite good-looking. His age is similar to little sister Yijun's. If we auction all 3 of them, we'll definitely be able to get a good price. Young man? Yijun was stunned. A glint flashed across her eyes. Brother had secretly left the Yi family a few days ago. He planned to look for father, mother, second brother and sister-in-law. Did they run away after brother? Could it be that big brother was also captured by these bad guys? Sister June. Yun Ruoshue held back her tears and pouted. We can't fall into the hands of these people, otherwise I'm afraid. Yijun patted Yun Ruoshue's hand comfortingly as a cold light flashed across her eyes. She lowered her head and whispered to Yun Ruoshue. Sure. I suspect that they've captured my brother. Brother little Xie? Yun Ruoshue's eyes widened in shock, her pink face filled with astonishment. Are you saying that big brother little Xie has fallen into their hands? I'm just guessing, so. Yijun did not finish his sentence. Yun Ruoshue had already understood what she meant. Little sister, do you choose to leave with me, or do you want me to kidnap you? Rui sneered and slowly asked. Yijun squeezed Yun Ruoshue's hand once more, trying to calm her down. Then she raised her head. Her eyes were full of heroic spirit, resembling Jun Fengling's valiant and heroic bearing. I'll leave with you. However, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better not touch my sister. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Rui Yi's smile was no longer as cold as before. At least you're sensible. Men, bring these 2 girls away. Chapter 1635. Little did they know that Yun Ruoshue and Yijun's departure had caused a huge commotion in the Wuhui continent. There was no other reason but because Yun Ruoshue and Yijun were both from the Yi family. What kind of existence was the Yi family? The number 1 family in the country of Wind Cloud. First, the 2 monstrous geniuses, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, appeared. Then Yixie appeared out of nowhere. Not only did he have an incomparably noble status, but he was also the #1 genius of the Yi clan. He was deeply loved by Old Man Yi. Even though Yi Jun's talent was not as good as Yi Xie's, his mature and steady personality had long been entrusted to him by Old Master Yi. As for Yun Ruoshui, she was not a child of the Yi family, but she was Yun Luofeng's cousin. She was lively and adorable. Everyone in the Yi family liked her. So the departure of the three almost caused Old Master Yi to relapse. It caused a huge commotion in the continent. At this moment, Yun Luofeng slowly descended from the sky above the mountain range. Xiao Mo followed closely behind her. Returning to her homeland, she had a myriad of thoughts running through her mind. I didn't think that the Jun family's teleportation point would be the Endless City. Since I'm passing by, I might as well go back and visit everyone. Yun Luofeng's lips curled. Her evil eyes scanned the area and saw a body lying in the grass. She frowned slightly as she stared at the boy in the pool of blood. Then for some reason she slowly walked towards the little boy. In the grass, the little boy's body was in tatters. His robes were torn and tattered. His pale face was stained with blood. His eyes were closed as he lay peacefully in the grass. Xiao Mo, this little boy is still alive. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Master, you want to save him? Xiao Mo paused and asked curiously. Yun Luofeng did not speak. She bent down and took out the map that Xiao Mo clutched tightly in her hands. She spread it out and saw a red dot on the map. The direction of the red dot was the medicine tower. His target is the medicine tower. Yun Luofeng pondered for a moment. Since he wants to go to the medicine tower, I must save him. Over the years, the medicine tower had grown stronger with each passing day, and many people had come to seek refuge with it. Even if they harbored ill intentions towards the medicine tower, they could only wait for him to wake up to find out what his goal was. Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng took out a black pill from his sleeve and gently placed it in the little boy's mouth. Then he took out a flask of water and poured it in. Gulp! The pill rolled into the boy's stomach along with the water. Then, the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, the little boy who was lying in the grass slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? They were clean without a speck of dust, clear and transparent, as if they had been washed with clean water. In those eyes one could see his own reflection. You saved me. The little boy's voice was very young and tender, like cotton candy. It was soft and comfortable to hear. Yun Luofeng waved the map in his hand. Are you going to the medicine tower? Hearing this, the little boy's eyes shone with vigilance. What are you trying to do? Nothing. I just want to know your name and... Why are you going to the medicine tower? The little boy lowered his head. My name is Yi. Just when he was about to tell them his name, he suddenly remembered his reputation in this land. Therefore, he quickly made up a surname and said, My name is Lin Xia. I'm going to the medicine tower to join it. Chapter 1636. Yun Luofeng smiled wickedly. I'm going to the herb tower too, so let's go together. What do you think? No. Yi Xia's delicate face changed slightly. Although you saved me, you can't force me. Yun Luofeng scooped up little Xia's body and completely ignored her struggles as he turned to look at little Mo. We're not far from Endless City. Let's continue. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped into the air. The wind whistled past Yi Xia's ears and his face paled. He hugged Yun Luofeng tightly with his arms as his lips trembled. You're afraid of heights? Yun Luofeng looked down at Yi Xia's cute face and asked. Yi Xia's face paled even more, but he said stubbornly, Who said I'm afraid of heights? I'm afraid of you guys. He was a prodigy of the Yi family, and he was close to becoming a celestial spirit being. How could he let others know he was afraid of heights? Little Mo, it's too tiring for us to fly all the way here. How about we go down for a walk? Yun Luofeng didn't look at Yi Xia anymore. He turned to Yun Xiao and instructed. Little Mo pursed his lips. How could he not know that Yun Luofeng was doing this for this little boy? However, he didn't stop Yun Luofeng. Instead, he followed her to the ground. Yi Xia felt a sense of relief the moment his feet touched the ground. I wasn't afraid of heights just now. Yi Xia's face was a bit red as he defended himself stubbornly. Fine, it's not that you're afraid of heights. I just don't want my husband to continue flying because I'm afraid he'll be too tired. Yun Luofeng looked at Yi Jun's blushing face with a faint smile. He didn't expose his lie, and his lips curled up with a hint of mockery. Little Mo, if we speed up today, we should be able to reach the herb tower before nightfall. Yi Jun and Yun Ruoshui were thrown into a dark and damp woodshed. The moment they entered the woodshed, Yi Jun hurriedly got up and dashed toward the group of children hiding in the corner. Not Big Brother. These children aren't Big Brothers. Where's my big brother? Yi Jun's little face was a little anxious. When she saw that these children were not her brothers, she was extremely disappointed. If it wasn't to find her brother, she wouldn't have come to this place with these people. Sister Yi Jun, it seems that Brother Xie is not here. Yun Ruoshui blinked her big cute eyes. Did we make a mistake? Are you looking for someone? In the corner a tender voice slowly sounded. In that instant, Yi Jun and Yun Ruoshui looked over at the same time. It was a tall young man who looked to be around 8 or 9 years old. His clothes were ragged like a beggar's, but he had an extremely delicate and handsome face, especially his pair of peach blossom eyes, which could captivate one's soul and charm all living things. Who are you? Yi Jun's eyes were full of wariness as he shielded Yun Ruoshui behind him. The young man glanced at them. We met a group that specializes in child trafficking. They will sell us to some pedophiles for their entertainment. The place we are at is just one of their bases. The other bases also have children who have been abducted. Yi Jun's little hand gently touched her chin. Shui-er, I've decided to stay for now. All right, Shui-er will listen to Sister Yi Jun. Ruoshui smiled. Her smile was very bright, and her 2 canine teeth were very cute. Chapter 1637. At the same time, Rui and the rest had gathered in a room and were discussing how to get rid of the children. Miss Rui, that little girl called Yi Jun is not only beautiful but also talented. With her capital, she'll definitely fetch a good price in an auction. But what if we give her to Chu Lin, the head of the Chu family in Endless City? Endless City had undergone earth-shattering changes in the past few years. The 3 great families were now a thing of the past. Now, the one in charge of Endless City was the high and mighty medical tower, as well as several other major forces that depended on the medical tower. Chu Lin, the head of the Chu family, has an extraordinary relationship with an elder of the medical tower. In addition, it's said that Chu Lin intends to find a child bride for his son. Apart from having extraordinary looks, the girl must also have decent talent. Yi Jun could indeed bring them a considerable amount of wealth, but how could wealth compare to building a good relationship with the Chu family? All right. Then I'll bring Yi Jun to Chu Lin. Rui's eyes flashed as the corners of her lips curled into an arc. As for that little girl called Yun Ruoshui, I can't sense any spiritual chi fluctuations from her body. From the looks of it, there's only one possibility. That girl is definitely trash. Since she's a good-for-nothing, she has no value. Just sell her to those pedophiles in exchange for a fortune. With a few words, these people had already determined the fate of Yun Ruoshui. And Yi Jun, little did they know that this decision would bring disaster upon them. Lin Shi, bring that girl Yi Jun to me. The person called Lin Shi was a delicate-looking youth, but such a youth had followed this group of people to engage in child trafficking. A hand pushed open the door of the damp thatched hut. A delicate-looking youth appeared at the door and looked coldly at the children in the room. Yi Jun, his gaze rested on Yi Jun. His face was expressionless. Come with me now. Sister Yi Jun. Yun Ruoshui panicked and grabbed Yi Jun's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. Yi Jun patted Yun Ruoshui's hand comfortingly and looked up at Lin Shi. Where are you taking me? We're going to a great place, and we're giving you a bright future. You should be thanking us. Lin Shi said disapprovingly. It's getting late, you should come with us immediately. No, I have to go. I have to bring Shui with me. Yi Jun held Yun Ruoshui's cold hand as he spoke seriously. She was the one who took Shui away from the Yi family, so she must not leave her in such a place. With just her? Lin Shi sneered. She wants to go with you? It's because you're talented that we gave you such a good opportunity. Trash like her. What right does she have to enjoy such a privilege? If you don't let me bring Shui along, then I won't go with you. Yi Jun's big eyes flashed with determination. Even though her voice carried the childish tone of a child, Her expression was not that of a 5-year-old girl. Lin Shi frowned. I can't make the decision on this matter. Miss Rui has to make the decision. The two of you follow me first. After speaking, Lin Shi turned and walked out the door. Yi Jun comforted Yun Ruoshui, her childish voice carrying a calming power. Shuier, don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Chapter 1638. In the dark room, Yi Jun and Yun Ruoshui had just stepped in when they saw that the people sitting in the room had stopped their discussions and turned their gazes to the two young faces. Miss Rui, she insisted on bringing her sister along, but this kind of trash. Lin Shi's grumbling was stopped by Rui. Her face was full of smiles, the corners of her lips curling into a charming curve. If that's the case, then send both of them to the Chu family. Lin Shi was a little surprised. He had wanted to ask, but when he saw Rui's expression, his words were suddenly stuck in his throat. Yi Jun clenched her small fists tightly. Her fierce gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing Rui's heart and making her tremble. This little girl is only 5 years old. Why does she have such a frightening gaze? When she grows up, she might even bring disaster to me. For a moment, Rui didn't know whether sending Yi Jun to the Chu family was a blessing or a curse. Little sister, Rui slowly stood up and put on a smile. I'm doing this for your own good. The Chu family has an extraordinary relationship with the medicine tower. Once you're connected to the Chu family, you'll enjoy endless glory and wealth. Yun Ruoshui glared angrily at Rui with her large eyes. The medicine tower's tower master is my cousin. If you dare send Sister Yi Jun to the Chu family, my cousin will not let you off. Father had said that my cousin was very powerful. Back then, General Yun's family had been bullied in the Longshao mainland. Eldest uncle and eldest aunt had died unjustly and grandfather had been bullied. It was my cousin who had shouldered the burden with her weak shoulders and even established the medicine tower, a force that was renowned throughout the mainland. As for the Chu family, what were they? Sister Yi Jun was my cousin's sister-in-law. She actually wanted to send her cousin to a family that relied on the medicine tower? Hearing this, Rui and the others looked at each other with mocking smiles on their faces. You say your cousin is the tower master of the medicine tower? Haha, what a joke. If the tower master is your cousin, then I'd say I'm the husband of the medicine tower's tower master. A burly man laughed out loud, obviously thinking that Yun Ruoshui was lying. Although Yixie's name was already well known throughout the continent, even Yi Jun and Yun Ruoshui's names were known by many. However, to be able to know about this, one must have enough weight in the mainland. Even the disappearance of the Yi family's child was only spread among the aristocratic families. Rui and the others were just a small group that relied on child trafficking to survive. They could be considered as the lowest level of existence in this continent. What qualifications did they have to know the name of the Yi family's child? This was also the reason why Rui and the others didn't have the slightest suspicion after hearing Yi Jun and Yun Ruoshui's names. Little sister, there are many people who want to establish a relationship with the medicine tower. Just based on you, it seems that you don't have the qualifications. Rui narrowed her eyes slightly and the corners of her lips curled into a disdainful arc. However, I have given you such an opportunity. When you arrive at the Chu family, serve the young master of the Chu family well, and your future will definitely be boundless. After saying this, Rui waved her hand and ordered coldly, Lin Shi, tie these two babies to the carriage. Only Rui and the man in the embroidered robe were leading this group of people. Since the man in the embroidered robe hadn't made any decision, everything was decided by Rui. Lin Shi waved his fist and retreated, bringing Yi Jun and Yun Ruoshui with him. Chapter 1639. Rui, that Yun Ruoshui's talent is too poor. She clearly cannot enter the Chu family. Why did you agree to Yi Jun's request? The burly man frowned and asked. Who said that I want to send Yun Ruoshui to the Chu family? I'm only doing this to appease Yi Jun. That girl is young but has an unyielding personality. She is not as easy to deal with as Yun Ruoshui. Rui sneered. In order to prevent her from making the wrong decision, I must satisfy her request. Compared to the unyielding Yi Jun, it was obvious that in their hearts, Yun Ruoshui was a soft persimmon that anyone could pinch. On the road, find a chance to separate Yun Ruoshui and Yi Jun. Then bring that girl back. On the bumpy and uneven street, a tattered horse carriage sped past. The driver was a burly man, and in the carriage sat a young man and two little girls who were about 4 or 5 years old. The younger girl held the hand of the girl next to her tightly. Her large and innocent eyes were obviously filled with fear. But the girl next to her made her heart calm down a little. "Let me ask you." Yi-jun slightly raised her head and looked coldly at the young man in front of her. "Besides this place, do you have any other bases?" Lin-shi swept a glance at Yi-jun. "That's right. Then you said before that you had captured a little boy about the same age as me. Where is that little boy now?" Lin-shi was stunned. "Why are you asking this?" Yi-jun had wanted to ask the question directly, but she was deeply afraid that someone would use this to threaten her. She could only turn her head and reply coldly, "I'm just curious. I have no other intentions." Lin-shi did not pursue Yi-jun. Instead he said, "Little girl, you better know your place. When you reach the Chu family, try to cater to the Chu family. Otherwise, your fate will be very tragic." Just at this moment, the madly galloping horse carriage suddenly stopped. Lin-shi frowned slightly and said coldly, "I'm going to see what's going on. You guys wait here." After saying this, she jumped out of the car. When Lin-shi jumped out of the carriage, Yi-jun hurriedly looked at Yun Ruoshui, who was beside him. "Shuair, listen to me. Those people will never allow you to follow me to that Chu family. I still haven't confirmed whether Big Brother has been deceived by those people, so I must stay here. Sister Yi-jun. Therefore, if they want to separate us later, you should temporarily separate from them and send a message to the Yi clan. Let the Yi clan send someone to the Chu clan." "I understand." Yun Ruoshui lightly blinked her eyes. "Sister Yi-jun, I will send a message to the Yi family. Wait for me at the Chu family." Yi-jun had originally wanted to say a few more words, but Lin-shi had already returned to the carriage. His cold eyes swept over the two pink and jade-carved little girls, his face emotionless. "Yun Ruoshui, there is a problem with this carriage, and it cannot bear such a heavy force. Therefore, I will trouble you to ride with me to the Chu family." The carriage couldn't bear their weight? Yi-jun was dumbfounded. He originally thought that these people would find a better excuse, but little did he expect that they would randomly come up with a lame excuse. Just because they were children, they thought that they were easy to deceive? "Sister Yi-jun." Yun Ruoshui's eyes were filled with tears as she looked pitifully at Yi-jun. "I will come find you later." Chapter 1640. Just as she finished speaking, Lin-shi had already grabbed her arm and pulled her out of the carriage. Yi-jun's hand, which was behind her, was already wrapped in a layer of spiritual energy. If she had not been looking for her brother, she would have killed this bastard long ago. But her brother may be powerful, but he's as naive as Shua. What if he falls for these people's tricks and is deceived? What should she do? So, in consideration of her brother's safety, Yi-jun slowly retracted her aura. She gently raised her eyes, her delicate, jade-like face filled with coldness. "If you dare to touch a hair on my sister's head, I will make you regret it." In the forest, Yun Ruoshui walked quietly behind Lin-shi. When Lin-shi was not looking, she sprinkled a special powder on the ground. In the years that Yun Luofeng had been away, Old Master Yi had learned how to rear spiritual beasts. Ever since Yun Ruoshui and the others had run away from home, he had sent the Yi family's spiritual beasts to search for them. And this powder was used to attract those spiritual beasts. The reason why they no longer sprinkled the powder in the straw hut where they had been imprisoned was because if the powder was sprinkled in the hut, it would be too obvious and would be easily discovered. Only when they were outside would they be able to sprinkle the powder wantonly on the ground. This was also the reason why Yi-jun had insisted on taking her away. "Where are you taking me?" Yun Ruoshui felt that Lin-shi was walking further and further off the path. She felt a little panicked and could not help but take 2 steps back. Her large eyes were filled with terror. Lin-shi laughed coldly and turned to look at Yun Ruoshui. His cold expression had changed and his eyes were filled with greed. "Little girl, you're so adorable. I really can't bear to sell you to anyone else." He licked the corner of his lips and slowly walked towards Yun Ruoshui. Yun Ruoshui continued to retreat. Her little face was deathly pale. There was a tree behind her, and when her body was pressed against the tree, she felt her entire body turn cold. "If you dare touch me, you'll definitely die." Lin-shi laughed. "You're a good for nothing. Even if you're a genius, what threat can a 4-year-old child pose to you? I'm really not worried that you can hurt me. Little sister, in order to avoid pain, you'd better listen to me obediently. Whether it was out of fear or anger, Yun Ruoshue's small body began to tremble. However, her trembling appearance aroused the perverted desire in Lin Shi's heart. He was getting closer and closer. His slender fingers were already tightly caressing Yun Ruoshue's delicate little face. That feeling made Lin Shi wish that he could leave an irremovable scar on that delicate face. The little boy Yijun asked about, do you know where he went? TSK, I have to say that little fellow is really adorable. I casually found an excuse to take him from Rui's hands, and then chopped him into minced meat. Haha, what I love the most is nothing more than watching the terrified and struggling expressions of those little fellows. Yun Ruoshue's body was a little stiff. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, and her face was deathly pale. Seeing the evil hand reaching for his chest, the nails glowing with emerald green light, she covered her ears tightly and screamed, "No!" Boom! In an instant, a wave of black spiritual energy floated out of Yun Ruoshue's body. Wherever it went, everything withered. She raised her tear-stained eyes. I said that if you touch me, you'll definitely die. Why don't you believe me? Chapter 1641. Lin Shi widened his eyes in shock. He did not even have the chance to beg for mercy before he was swallowed up by the endless black spiritual energy and disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had never been there in the first place. Yun Ruoshue felt as if all the energy in her body had been sucked out. She lay sprawled on the ground as large tears rolled down her cheeks. She sobbed, "Mother, Shue'er has killed again." But they forced Shue'er to do this. In this uninhabited forest, her small body was buried by the surrounding weeds. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and her face was pale and colorless. There seemed to be a black aura gradually forming between her brows, but it disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. It was as if she had been hallucinating. At this moment, in a mountain range near the medical tower, a group of young men and women dressed in white robes were fighting against a group of spiritual beasts. These young men and women all wore the medical tower's badge on their chests. However, these badges were of a lower grade. It was obvious that these people had only just entered the medical tower. Senior brother Yu, these spiritual beasts are too powerful. We're no match for them. So, let's leave first. A younger girl wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She looked rather anxious. The person who had been addressed as senior brother Yu was the leader of this group. His expression slowly darkened. In order to exchange for the medical books in the medical tower, we must obtain this serpent spirit herb. Entering the medical tower had always been his goal. However, now that he had finally managed to enter the medical tower, how could he give up on the opportunity to improve himself? He must obtain the serpent spirit herb. However, the attacks of the spiritual snakes before him were becoming more and more ferocious. Their eyes shone with a sinister light. They spat out their long tongues and their green teeth were clearly poisonous. Ah! One of the young men was bitten by a spiritual snake. In an instant his entire arm turned green. He clutched his arm in pain and took 2 steps back. His pale face was filled with agony. Rongchang. Senior brother Yu's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the spiritual beasts guarding the serpent spirit herb and his eyes became even more serious. However, it was too late for them to change their minds now. The spiritual snakes had surrounded them, and they would not be able to escape even if they had wings. Besides, the long battle had drained their energy, and they no longer had the ability to resist. Are we going to die here today? Senior brother Yu had a sorrowful look on his face. For a moment, he regretted dragging his brothers and sisters into this hiss. The spirit snake flicked its long tongue and quickly slithered in front of everyone. A dangerous aura instantly filled everyone's heart. Just as a spirit snake was about to attack a young girl in the group, a long sword suddenly descended from the sky and instantly sliced the spirit snake into 2. Everyone was stunned and raised their heads in astonishment. In that instant, a feeling of shock spread through everyone's hearts. God. At this moment, the woman who descended from the sky was like a god, powerful and incomparably noble. She had a devastatingly beautiful face and a devilish charm. Her pitch-black eyes were filled with a condescending look, as she slowly swept her gaze across the group of spiritual snakes beneath her. The woman was carrying an innocent little boy in her hand. Behind her was a tall and handsome young man. "Thank you for saving my life." Senior brother Yu cupped his fists respectfully and said. Chapter 1642. You're from the medicine tower? Yun Luofeng looked down at the crowd, her demonic voice filled with boundless power. Senior Yu said somewhat embarrassedly, "My friends and I joined the medicine tower not too long ago. This time we came to exchange for the medicine tower's medical books, so we came to find the snake spirit grass. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that we wouldn't have been able to escape death." Hearing this, Yun Luofeng's demonic eyes swept across his handsome face. "Your talent is not bad, and there's nothing wrong with your adventurous spirit. However, you must remember, no matter what, you must act according to your capabilities. If you can remember my words today, there will definitely be a place for you in the continent in the future." Hua! As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Luofeng's figure suddenly turned into a ray of light and disappeared into thin air. After she had left, the young people slowly regained their senses and looked in the direction that the woman had disappeared in. "Who is she? Why did she speak to us in Jiaxi dialect?" The young girl in the group slightly frowned, her delicate face filled with a strange light. Senior Yu thought for a moment, then said, "Let's take the snake spirit grass back first." At that moment, he didn't know that Yun Luofeng's words would save his life in a dangerous situation in the future. It wasn't until that moment that he finally understood the meaning behind those words. At the medicine tower, in a spacious and bright room, two old men sat opposite each other playing chess. Of the two old men, one was wearing fluttering white robes and had the demeanor of an immortal. His expression was cold as he sat there indifferently. The other old man had a smile on his face the entire time, like a cynical old man. "Haha, Guyang, this time I've won again," Qingmu laughed. "Why do I feel like you're in a bad mood these past few games?" Guyang shook his head. "I don't know why either, but I feel like something is about to happen in the continent." Fish, Qingmu clicked his tongue. Ever since the Tower Master left, the continent of No Hui has been very peaceful. How could anything happen? However, the Tower Master has already left for almost 5 years. I wonder how she's doing in the 7 continents. 5 years had passed like water, passing in the blink of an eye. However, in the 5 years that Yun Luofeng had left, there had been too many changes. At the mention of the woman who had disappeared for 5 years, Qingmu sighed. Back then, when he left the Tianhui Empire without hesitation, he had already decided to follow Yun Luofeng for the rest of his life. But as Qingmu and Guyang were chatting, Yun Luofeng was blocked outside by the people of the medicine tower. "If you have come to the medicine tower to confirm your medical skills, please go out and turn right. There is a specialized appraisal place there. If you want to join the medicine tower, you must first appraise your level. Otherwise, no one is allowed to step into the medicine tower." The guard waiting outside the medical tower was expressionless as he spoke in a routine manner. Yun Luofeng was stunned. She had been away from home for 5 years, and as soon as she returned, she was blocked outside by her own subordinates? "I'm here to look for someone." The little boy, who had been in Yun Luofeng's hands, struggled free. He patted his dirty robes and raised his jade-like face. "I want to see Elder Qingmu and Elder Guyang. Apologies, without the emblem of our medical tower, the elders will not receive anyone." A little beggar in ragged clothes actually dared to ask to see the two elders? Chapter 1643. Did he think he was worthy? Yixie's face darkened and he clenched his fists tightly. He suppressed his emotions and gritted his teeth. "I want to see the two elders. Go and inform them immediately." Even though he was the young master of the Yi family, he had never left home. How could these people from the medicine tower see him? What happened? At this moment, a low voice was heard. The guard turned around and saw the old man walking out of the door. His face lit up with joy. "Elder Chu, you're here?" These people insisted on seeing Elder Guyang and Elder Qingmu, but they don't have the badge of the medicine tower. So, I'm trying to persuade them to go back. Chu nodded indifferently. His gaze swept across Yun Luofeng and the others, and a faint light flashed across his old eyes. "This lady is a doctor?" It had to be said that Chu Yu's eyes were very sharp. He could tell at a glance that Yun Luofeng was a doctor. Yun Luofeng glanced at Chu Yu's old face and nodded. That's right. She was a doctor and naturally did not refute Chu Yu's words. Since this lady is a doctor, you naturally have the right to enter the medicine tower. However, I have a request. Chu Yu's lips curled up slightly. His slightly raised chin revealed his arrogance. How about you be my disciple? Little Mo looked at Chu Yu as if he was looking at an idiot. His eyes were filled with contempt. Was this old man stupid? His master was the medicine tower's master. He, an elder, actually wanted the medicine tower's master to be his disciple? Lady, accepting a disciple is all about affinity. I liked you the first time I saw you and want to take you as my disciple. Don't worry, my position in the medicine tower is very high. I'm second only to Elder Qingmu and Elder Guyang. I can definitely let you do whatever you want. Chu Yu's tone was rather respectful when he mentioned Qingmu and Guyang. After all, ever since the tower's master left, the medicine tower had been brought up by these two elders. As for Yun Luofeng, he was only a latecomer. He could not compare to these two elders. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. What if I refuse? Will you not let me enter the medicine tower? Chu Yu was amused. Miss, you are the first person to refuse this old man. If you refuse this old man, not only will you not be able to enter the medicine tower, you will also regret it for the rest of your life. Yi Xia, who had been silent all this while, couldn't help but snort when he heard Chu Yu's words. If she needs it, I can get Qingmu and Guyang to accept her as their disciple. Who do you think you are? How dare you use such an arrogant tone to speak to my savior? To be honest, although Yun Luofeng had saved Yi Xia in the beginning, Yi Xia was still wary of her. Only later, because he couldn't get used to flying, Yun Luofeng was willing to stop and slow down. His heart was filled with gratitude, however, because there were too many traps at the end of the mountain range. In order to avoid wasting too much time, she took him flying in the air. Ha, Chu Yu laughed coldly. Brat, don't be too arrogant. Elder Qingmu and Elder Guyang don't have any grandchildren. You think I'll believe you just because you say you know them? If she doesn't agree to become my disciple, that's fine too. I'll make you scram right now. If Yun Luofeng was willing to become his disciple, then he would definitely protect him. If she wasn't willing, then why would he waste his precious time on these people? Miss, why are you here? So you want to come to our medicine tower? Chapter 1644. Suddenly, a pleasantly surprised voice was heard. A moment later, the group of young men and women who had just been saved by Yun Luofeng from the group of spirit snakes walked over quickly. However, when they saw the livid Chu Yu, they broke out in a cold sweat. Elder Chu Yu, this. You're from the medicine tower? Chu Yu raised his chin slightly. How dare the people of the medicine tower work together with a spy? Spy. Senior brother Yu was stunned and looked at the demonic and awe-inspiring woman next to him. Elder Chu Yu, are you mistaken? This lady saved our lives before. She can't be a spy. Chu Yu laughed coldly. If I say she's a spy, then she must be a spy. This lady's medical skills were not simple. Otherwise, her mental strength would not be so strong. That's right. The reason why Chu Yu wanted to take Yun Luofeng as a disciple was not just because of fate, but because he had an ability to detect the strength of a person's mental strength. He had never seen or heard of such a strong mental strength. If she was not willing to become his disciple, then he would use everything he had to discredit her. Yun Luofeng crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned lazily against a tree. His evil smile fell on Chu Yu's face. He seemed to be waiting for the person he had saved to make a choice. Elder Chu, if you say that this lady is a spy, then do you have any evidence? Senior brother Yu bit his lip. If you don't have any evidence, then aren't you framing us? He did not know what had happened, but he knew that if it were not for Yun Luofeng, they would have lost their lives under the attack of the spirit beasts. So, even if they were expelled from the medicine tower, they could not be ungrateful. You. Chu Yu pointed angrily at senior brother Yu. A group of people who have just entered the medicine tower dare to question my decision. Men, take these people down. In an instant, several people rushed out of the medicine tower and surrounded Yun Luofeng and the others. Over the past 5 years, there had been more and more people in the medicine tower. Naturally, not everyone knew Yun Luofeng. Just like Chu Yu. Why is it so noisy outside? What happened? Suddenly, a dissatisfied voice rang out from within the medicine tower. Then 2 old figures stepped out from the doorway and entered everyone's sight. Yixie immediately saw Guyang and Qingmu. While no one was paying attention, he charged towards the 2 old men. Greenwood was startled, and when he saw Yixie charging towards him, his expression changed. "Oh, my little ancestor, why have you come to this place? The people of the Yi clan are looking for you outside, but you actually came to this endless city without saying a word." "Yi family?" Suspicion flashed across Yun Luofeng's eyes as he stared blankly at Yixie's back. "Grandpa Aoki, these bad guys are bullying me." Along the way, Yixie was very strong. Even when he was heavily injured, he did not shed a single tear. Now, a layer of mist appeared in his eyes as he spoke pitifully. Chu Yu's face turned pale and his body trembled. This child really knew Elder Qingmu? Furthermore, did Elder Qingmu just mention the Yi family? No, impossible. Could this kid be the little prodigy of the Yi clan? The more Chu Yu thought about it, the more terrified he became. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants.